We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing Imagination Plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 Imagination Plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, The large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel Stalber and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the Supply Converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the Supply Converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It is now already day number 3 of the PMSL SEA Spring 2023. I'm Tashman, your host today, and again we are in the arena where all the players will be meeting up to not only be getting their chickens but also fight for their honor. And for now, I am in front Team RRQ's booth here, and you know who we should be talking to when we're at Team RRQ's booth? Voldemort. So let's see if he's around. Voldemort, are you here? Voldemort, yes. There you are! Yeah, come here. Oh my god, he's so excited. I love it. Okay, hi Voldemort, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yes.
Okay, so Voldemort, you look very happy today. How are you feeling about your team playing later?
I feel it's good. My team player.
Your team's gonna play really good?
Yes.
Are you gonna get chickens?
Maybe 2 chicken.
2 chickens! Oh, you guys hear that? Speaking of chickens, yesterday you guys got second place 3 times.
Yes.
And then was this a strategy for you guys?
Maybe it's yes, it's strategy.
It's strategy. You
Yeah.
don't want to get first place. Okay, we'll leave that question for later. Okay, so do you guys make any changes or adjustments after your game yesterday? What's your biggest struggle getting your first chicken dinner yesterday?
Maybe my player is apa? Kuculik.
Kuculik?
Yes.
What's kuculik?
Die first.
Oh, okay. So they said that they died one by one. So that was the biggest struggle to get your first chicken dinner yesterday. Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
we can hear the sounds of the arena happening right now. So the games are about to start. So which team are you most looking forward to competing against, and why? What would you say to them?
Maybe
Siapain mahu dijumpai dalam
Yoodo.
Yoodo
Yes.
Alliance?
Yoodo Alliance.
Mahu kata apa kepada mereka?
Hati-hati aja. Be careful.
Hati-hati. Be careful. Okay, so
I want to fight with you.
Oh, you want to fight with Yoodo Alliance?
Yes,
I love it. Okay, thank you very much, Voldemort.
you.
We'll leave you to getting ready to prepare against Yoodo
Thank
Alliance.
you,
See you
thank you.
later. Bye. So if you guys didn't know, they're actually my Kulkas gang. Love them. So now we are going to be going to our next team in here. So the neighbors of RRQ is actually FaZe Clan. And we all know as FaZe Clans as one of the legends here over at PMSL or just PUBG Mobile in general. And you know who we need to talk to when we're here at the FaZe Clan booth. We have to talk to Ventores. Speaking of which, Ventores is right here. Ventores! Hi, what's up? And we also have Mr. Translator as well. Hi, Ventores. How are you?
วันนี้เป็นไงบ้างครับ
I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh, he said you're fine, thank you. I love to hear that he's actually trying to speak English, and your English is actually really good. So we're excited to hear more. So your performance yesterday was obviously much better than day number 1. So what did you change in your game to improve your gameplay so much?
สำหรับเมื่อวานผลการเล่นเกมของเราเนี่ยถือว่าดีขึ้นจากตอนแรกเลย คิดว่ามีการเปลี่ยนแปลงแผนอะไรบ้างไหมครับ
ก็เล่นฟีลลิ่งเหมือนที่เราซ้อมมาครับเล่นฟีลลิ่งเหมือนที่เราซ้อมมาเลยครับ
so he just used the plan that he practiced before
He practiced before. Okay, I love it. So now the game is about to start. We can already hear the yells and the shouts. So which teams do you least want to be in the same spot with, and why? So if say you're in a drop spot and you drop with the same team, which team do you not want to be against?
แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเกมกำลังจะเริ่มแล้วเราคิดว่าเราจะขึ้นไปสู่4หรือตีแข่งกับทีมไหนบ้างไหมครับเหมือนว่าทีมเราจะไปอยู่สู่4หรือเทียบเข้าด้วยอะไรเงี้ย
เราก็หวังไว้ที่อันดับ1 ใน 3ของตารางนะครับในวันนี้นะก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
so for today he want to make it to top 3 again
Oh,
for
top
today.
3.
Yeah.
Oh no, what I meant was if at a drop spot, if they were to drop into a spot with another team, which team do they not want to be in that drop spot with?
สำหรับ drop spot ในวันนี้ทีมไหนที่เราไม่อยากจะ drop ด้วยในวันนี้ครับ
ไม่มีนะครับดรอปได้ทุกทีม
so he said no he can be with any other teams
Oh, he doesn't mind.
Yes.
Okay, so if he could be one team that he doesn't want to see any team, okay, so there's one team that he could say something to them. What would you say to them?
เอาไว้ว่างั้นถ้าให้เลือกมา1 ทีมจะพูดอะไรถึงทีมนั้นบ้างไหมครับ
1 ทีมเหรอครับก็ขอเป็นทีมอันดับที่ 1แล้วนะครับก็ระวังไว้นะฮะวันนี้ครับผม
He just said that he will leave some words like watch your mind and be careful for the first place the first place team
Oh, okay, I love it. I love the banter happening right now. Okay, so we know that one of your teammates, Onzen, is not feeling very well today. So could you tell us how he's feeling right now, and will he be able to recover in time?
แล้วก็ไปทราบกันดีว่าออนเซนเนี่ยรู้สึกไม่ค่อยดีแล้วรู้สึกว่า เขาจะสามารถกลับมาเล่นเกมกับเราได้อีกไหม
อ๋อตอนนี้น้องสภาพร่างกายค่อนข้างพร้อมนะครับแล้วก็จะลงเล่นเป็นตัวจริงในวันนี้ครับผม
Actually he is getting better and he's coming back for this match
For this match, wow, he is a very, very strong fighter, just like the rest of FaZe Clan. Vintores, thank you so much and good luck for your games. You said you wanted top 3, and I'm really hoping that you get that. And for now, we're going to be going back, hopefully, to the casters. And after this, more to come for PUBG Mobile. See you later. Bye.
Welcome afternoon and evening, and we are back here on the desk for PMSL Day 3 Week 1 with us here guys watching and tuning into with Sekla and me Choo Choo. I'm having a bit of technical issues right now, a bit laggy on my side, but it's gonna be okay. But so far the interview was quite interesting. We didn't know that Onzus actually do have some health issues in backstage, and he actually played and performed pretty well to actually come back when his health is not at 100%. There's a lot of fight in him.
Yeah, this is the challenge of playing the league, right? So you gotta go through it somehow, and that's what differentiates the best of the best at the end of the day. But speaking of the league, so we'll review again the overview for our format for this season. So 20 teams paired into each other, 5 different groups, and they will fight in a round robin format, every day different groups. And after week 1, the groups will be reshuffled during week 2, and the same thing for week 3, until we find the top 16 teams who will be in the grand finals later on, playing 6 matches a day.
Not just that, the point system here, if you guys have no clue, we change it for this season starting this year, where we do have 10 points for the chicken dinner. So it's going to be really important for these guys, crucial for them to actually get those kills. The lion's share of $250,000 prize pool. But before that, again, it will be based on the bonus system of ranking for its weekly, for every single week for entire month. Now it's going to be first place with 20 points, last place is going to be only 1 point. So the total round up of week 1, week 2 and week 3 will be their initial points later, which equals 50% of the total bonus. So I'm not sure how much of the 50%, but it definitely plays a big part.
Yeah, it's basically, well, the same number, 50% for everyone. I think it's pretty much the same, it's just that the number wouldn't be as big. But anyway, we'll talk about that when we reach the grand finals later on. Now the participating teams. So we have Group A, we have BOOM Esports, Yoodo Alliance, Vampire Esports, Shine Like Diamond SLD. In Group B, we have BTR, Red Villains, GEEK, SLATE, and so on and so forth. You guys know the groupings by now.
For number 1 still taking over the podium spot, nonetheless, it's going to be VOIN Esports, unshakable. Not even wavering. It's 116 at triple digit. The only team with 1 chicken, not even 2. The most elimination when it comes to those kills. VOIN hold it quite strong up there.
Oh yeah, VOIN, my goodness, being a PMNC number 1 to PMPL number 2, and now they are number 1. So far so good in week 1, but I hope the West Point Mamba curse doesn't fall onto them. Let's see if they can hold on to that spot up until the grand finals at least. And on the other end, well, we have some teams, they played 2 sets of games. Some teams, they only played 1 set of games, so it really depends. We can't really judge everyone the same by now, but our team summary comparison will be between VOIN and the performing comeback SEM9.
It's definitely winning over or leaning to the side of VOIN Esports in a huge margin as well, except for the top 5-3 here, definitely the same sort of percentage. But it comes to VOIN, I do prefer VOIN over SEM9 right now. If you compare it with Yoodo Alliance, it's going to be a different story. But for now, it's going to be VOIN SEM9. You do see a lot of energy and a lot of proactive plays coming up from VOIN if compared to Sem9 right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Yoodo Alliance, they didn't play yesterday, so they'll be looking to come back today. But now we have to compare these two top players, Lapa representing VOIN and Deb representing Sem9. I mean, both these players, they have their own advantages, so average elimination slightly leaning towards Deb, average damage a lot more leaning towards Lapa. Same grenade eliminations, but team contribution, Deb seems to be more of a team player. But at the end of the day, it's also about the eliminations that you can get, but you can't also deny that the amount of damage dished out by Lapa himself, he is also one of the newer players in the scene, and he's still able to be at that top stat as compared to like a little bit more veteran player like that.
But at the same time, if you compare Lapa and Deb, the way they approach the game itself, I do prefer VOIN as a unit. They're working as a team. They have sort of chemistry between them, working everything cohesively well. If you compare with Deb in Sem9's hand right now, Sem9, it feels like everybody not pulling their weight just. It feels like Deb has been taking so much responsibility to push up Sem9 across the board. Now, if you compare with RRQ, same goes for Hill. They are pretty much in the same mindset as VOIN Esports. Everybody pull off their weight, everybody has their own roles, and every single person delivers.
Yeah, and RRQ, their specialty is just blocking other teams from coming into the zone. Team Secret felt it a couple of times yesterday, so they definitely know what they're doing. And FaZe Clan, this team, this big name, is looking to do their grand comeback in the PMSL after a disappointing campaign in the Thailand PMPL. So far, the inclusion of Mela has changed significantly for them in terms of performance, like how he took out almost an entire squad through the bridge camp.
As per usual, we're gonna starting off today with Sunhawk double triple Erangel and double Maron. By the end of the day, we do have very long break, extremely long break. It was going to be 1 hour of break in between the third and fourth match due to its Ramadan season for the Muslims around the globe. So we all are breaking our fasting for Southeast Asia timeline. It's going to be around 7-ish p.m. to 8:30-ish p.m. So it's going to be a bit of a break for us to respect the other players who happen to be Muslim and breaking their fast. But when it comes to our top Sunhawk performance, we're down to these 4 teams here.
Yep, so we have Hale still up there, PB still up there, GEEK, SLATE, who played one Sunhawk, and that was yesterday. That chicken dinner puts them straight up into the top Sunhawk performance charts, and RRQ, we did talk about them earlier on, so these teams are definitely formidable. PB, however, didn't really got a good game yesterday. Day 1 was okay for them, but day 2 was not really, so day 3 they'll definitely be looking for that comeback.
PBE, they definitely have to have a bit more time to get used to, be familiarized themselves amongst how these guys gonna hotspot themselves into their compound. And plus, speaking of rotation wise, about their charts, their navigation throughout the entire map is also something that they should revise for the entire day. But today we do have a different set of group playing. We won't be having C group if I'm not mistaken. Yep, we don't have C group, which comprises of teams of a D Xavier, Team Secret, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Playbook Esports. So we don't have to say anything about PBE for now, as we do have back in the group of Group A in today's matches.
Yep, so here are our predictions for the day as we summarize it. So Yoodo Alliance is back. Looking forward to see that performance. Their day 1 was great. They finished at second place, which was great. Number 1 at that time, I believe, was VOIN. So yeah, they'll be looking to catch up again to those lost points because they didn't play yesterday. For VOIN, of course, pretty obvious. They're number 1. They're very consistent right now. New in the scene, new in the Southeast Asia scene, but they are really showing that they have been playing like in the Southeast Asia scene forever.
These guys coming out from VOIN lineup, definitely not new as the entire roster. They do have two new players, but at the same time their standards quite high if you compare with all the teams out there. But for me, SLD on the other hand, now SLD, we do know Vietnam, we do have 2 Vietnam on my side. I'm like, okay, but coming out from Box Gaming and RQ, was that my prediction yesterday? Really? Okay, but never mind. Back to the side of SLD, Box and RIQ. SLD, we do know for a fact they are the top contenders if you compare with Vampire, if you compare with none other than Heal. So this team actually do have consistency compared to Box. Now, why do I put Box in there? I do have faith that they can actually have a comeback. I would put one second page team in my prediction, just waiting for the right timing for them to actually push out out of their comfort zone to actually get those ranks going up there, because right now they're nowhere near there. But for the side of RRQ, definitely I love how they play. For me, this prediction is not really a prediction, it's more towards how I love their approach in the game itself, how confident they are when it comes to taking those fights by themselves as an individual instead of weighing about the supports, weighting those supports fire, and just put on different weights on different plays on different perspective, giving so much of how do I say this, statue for them when it comes to not moving or not budging and just taking the compound for themselves.
Yeah, I can't deny RRQ as well. I mean, if we got like 5 or 10 predictions, definitely they'll be in my list, but we got a lot of days to talk about all these teams, so you'll see us rotating our predictions every day pretty much. For me myself, Bacon Time, well, Yoodo Alliance and VOIN, I think they are easily one of the top teams to kind of predict in overall. Bacon Time on the other hand, middle bracket, sometimes at second page team, so that will be my support for a second page team for today to see whether they can actually step up the game. And on top of that as well, I did see a post by Zephyr, he got a Bacon Time jersey, so to be fair, I put in the prediction before I saw that post, but since he posted it up, well, Bacon Time, you know, we could use some love too, just say it.
I'm loving the fact that you put in Bacon Time. I mean, Bacon Time is going to be one of the teams that actually can perform so well, especially when it comes to certain like Mirama. We do know for a fact they love those high places with Mirama, especially Ice. When it comes to securing this vintage point, he can actually get that as fast as he could, and possibly will be again for today. But for the rest of the team, how they work around there, how they work around Ice, who actually got the compound way faster than the rest, and they have to play catch up and just match up the performance of the entire team. It's all down to individual skills, really, yes, but at the same time, how you work as cohesive as a team is also a different level of play. We saw that with VOIN. You don't see anybody extraordinary or something that's popping off from VOIN players. Yes, we do see Alva, we do see Lapa, we do see all these guys' names up there, but every single person delivers something at their end.
Yeah, I think they're pretty balanced, like what you say. Sometimes we do see like one person stepping it up, sometimes it's another, so it's not like that one person just taking everything away. I think a couple of other teams as well, they are starting to show that to teams like Yoodo Alliance, showing that. PB, on the other hand, we did see during the wildcard series that Momboy was just all the way, but anyway, they aren't playing today. So but the point here is that at the end of the day, you got to really work as a team. And I think another team that really works as a team, looking at the screen right now, there is well, both of them in fact. So it's going to be GEEK, SLATE and BTR. None of them really like, oh, superstar shining, but they can like switch over to different players to say that, hey, okay, suddenly this player is good, suddenly that player is good, so they can kind of like cover each other up.
Very personally, I feel like I want to see more of GEEK, SLATE as well as BTR. I haven't seen that part of them or that facet of them side just yet. So I'm still waiting if we can see them as a whole team, because so far I've seen a lot of one player trying to hold the lines for each team. I haven't seen them work as a well-oiled machine just yet, coming from GEEK, SLATE and BTR. I'm waiting for it to happen when it comes today. We do actually have a bit of a slower start yesterday compared to the first day due to the change of the group. Now I want to see if we put a team or a group back in the mix here. The games will the map pace will get faster, because we saw when it comes to Dynamo, we do have Group A playing, so it just shows they have more energy, more proactive when it comes to hunting down those eliminations. Now it will be better when it comes to A versus B, because it feels like it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, we'll get to find out today. Expect Sanhao to be a fast one as well. That has been the trend for Sanhao too. I was looking over the player camps and I noticed that Putra is continuing his play in the team for Sem 9 in the absence of Long, so it looks like the substitution continue on. which is okay. I mean, whether you put Long in the lineup or whether you put Putra in the lineup, both days that they play, they're pretty decent. They got chicken dinners as well. So we don't really have a big differentiator between the two players. As long as it works out for them and then they can rotate players, can still perform without burning out any players, I think that's absolutely fine.
Oh, we can see the strat there on the table. It's going to be a Rama map. Eric discussed himself. Probably try to remind himself where the rotations are of all the other teams, right? feel like they're going to be avoiding hot spot from these guys. But we don't want to waste any more time. We want to see the first Sunhawk of our Day 3 Week 1 with Group C coming in and Group C going out this time. Let's head into our first Sunhawk of Day 3 here right now.
Well, that's a big yawn there from Genesis. Hopefully the coach doesn't ask him to wash his face. But anyway, Sunhawk it is. This is going to be super exciting. I would expect some drop spots to be challenged for the two Sunhawks that we have seen. That has happened. So expect that to continue on today. Camp Bravo, Water Hotspots, Paradise Resort, Langkawi Hotspot. I'm pretty sure Team Secret will be glad to be taking a break today because for the 2 days they've been playing, Langkawi has always been invaded by someone else.
That's kind of true. And for the rest of the other teams though, we're looking on the northern side. We do have a couple of teams. Oh, well, I'm waiting for Paradise Resort to something will happen with them. We do know for a fact that Paradise Resort always heavily contested. But on the side of Paradise Resort, we do have first contact here.
Oh yeah, you asked for it, you got it, and GE is dead against VOIN. Looks like they're trading it off back and forth. So right now we got to do a head count like who's winning this fight. But looks like GE might be the one to win it. But they got to finish off the last player of VOIN.
West waiting with that micro Uzi just to see a pick if he can actually finish off there. But at the same time, Paradise Resort is a heavy toll on these teams here who happen to be exchanging fire too early on. The circle didn't even pop just now.
Oh yeah, the circle went down though. So this time it's a little bit different circle. Might be a little bit kinder considering it's mainly on the main peninsula. But moving over to Camp Bravo too, Yoodo Alliance not having a good time as they're invaded by RRQ. Are they look closest to another player of RRQ? But at the same time, VOIN, Keenan hit clutch! Keenan clutch it out for VOIN! GE is eliminated!
But how did that happen? Yoodo Alliance? That's crazy. I mean, like, Yoodo Alliance is there. RQ being eliminated. VOIN down to 2 players. GE out. That's the fastest skirmish we actually had and having here in the entire tournament. The circle didn't even pop yet. We lost 2 teams already.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to see that the fights finish fast because looking at the current circle, it's down south. It may continue to go down south. So if that's the case, then if it's stuck at the corner, a lot of teams will rotate around the same direction. And if with that kind of scenario, and if you're late to the party, it will be just overcrowded, especially on the northern side and those typical entry points. So it's great that they finished the fight fast, but not so great for RRQ and GE. Both of them out, so no placement points for either side. However, GE managed to get 2 elimination points, so that's pretty much their consolation prize.
It's really tough for GE right now. I'm not sure how they want to actually fix what is there to fix. There's so many of them to point it out, but at the same time, which one to go first, which one they should prioritize to be their main objective. Is it going to be the rotation? Is it going to be, I don't know, is it going to be the initial drop spot? There's so many things to fix here.
Yeah, it's almost every round, regardless of map. I noticed that GE would challenge another team, so I don't really know what's on their mind. I think today, if there's a wish list for the interview, I'd like to know from GE, like what's on their mind. Why is it almost every round, almost every map that they would challenge another team? For the most part, they lose. So a lot of fixing to do there, but I really want to know what's happening.
At the same time, it's going to be devastating for them to actually hit 3 days in a row not getting sort of any result, and nothing seems to be positive for them right now. for their manager, whoever's actually supporting them, keep supporting GE, because right now this is what they really need right now. Your words, give them words of encouragement, because they really in need of that. Back to the sort of BTR. Now this is a team that you mentioned earlier on. They do have sort of consistency. They do have those teamwork. Now they're playing a lot of 2-2. This is what I mentioned. It's not working as a 4. But when it comes to teamwork, they're more depending on the other person they're supporting. It's always 2-2 formation coming from BTR.
Yeah, they had this thing. I think in yesterday also we saw like a couple of times that they did a similar strategy. And that's okay, I think. Considering that BTR is a team full of firepower, they are a star-studded squad. So, I mean, if you have that level of confidence, you have that level of firepower, you can do it. And if it works out for them, it's okay. And if you just join us for day number 3, like this is the first time watching PMSL, don't just look at just because they got 37 points at number 16. No, they only played 1 day yesterday, and they're just 1 point behind GEEK SLATE, who also played 1 day. So that means that they're doing good.
Yeah. All they need to do is just keep this consistency, keep this tone up, and you know what? That's the hardest thing for the players. We mentioned about being consistent is one of the key points to win yourself at the tournament. But nothing is consistent when it comes to the circle, the flight path, the rotations. Something somewhere will switch over, including VOIN, who will be visited by the side of DBD on top of Paradise Resort, if I'm not mistaken here.
Oh yeah, it is Paradise Resort. But other than that, 3-touch eliminated or knocked down somewhere else. Eliminated now by SLD. Alva, because he knows that it's only him and Keenan, so they're not going to start off the move yet. But Yen is walking into Keenan though. Oh no, that's going to be a high wall, so it's not like he can jump over just yet. Let's see if they circle around. So Keenan's waiting for the right moment, and they might do that. Yes, they will. Oh, 2.
Discovered it. He got himself a clutch. Everybody being choked by the hands of Keenan on the side of DBD. This is not going what they want, and suppose it will be DBD punished by Keenan with those shotguns. His 2 can actually do it. Sem9 at the back line. DBD, they're being obliterated in the hands of VOIN. At the same time, Sem9 is just taking advantage at the back line.
Oh yeah, Sem9 stealing away those elimination points. 2 at least by now. The last member of DBD. Where can he go? Oh no, Echo surrounded by Sem9 and VOIN on the other side as well. Sem9, they want to collect those elimination points right now. Echo better stay quiet, because Sem9 still yet to find him. Focusing onto VOIN now.
Here comes a nade being tossed over the side of Luyu, giving the pressure on the side of VOIN. Now, I'm not sure if VOIN still wants to say here. I did mention about VOIN being such a great team as a whole, but Keenan just now, he just pops for the entire team.
Oh yeah, yeah. We did talk about like VOIN, like as a squad, they're able to balance each other. Like if you don't have Lapa, then you have someone else. This time around, you have Keenan. So everyone can really step up the game, and that's impressive with VOIN. But right now, VOIN, 2 players left, Sem9's in front of them. They need to consider how they're going to move, because if they move too far down Camp Bravo, we can see Box Gaming there, Yoodo Alliance there as well. Something for them to consider. They'll be taking out the blue for a while. Looks like Keenan only has 1 first aid. Should be okay for now. They could still get to somewhere safe. But the good news is also for them that not many gatekeepers on the north side.
But at the same time, I feel like Boom will be those gatekeepers for now, as they park themselves inside earlier than the rest of the other teams. Those coming out in the center is going to be super saturated. We're talking about crowded center there. While a lot of teams want to get in the center of circle, yeah, great. But at the same time, if everybody have the same mindset, then good luck defending that area right now. On the side of Boom, they are definitely gatekeeping the side of Sem9, just barely actually making it in. Just hanging out on the side of the circle while taking their own time to get inside. Like you mentioned earlier on, Clown, there's nobody gatekeeping the Boom right now. It's definitely an easy way in here.
Yep, so Boom will have an easy entry. There's a lot of space behind them as well, so they'll be okay for now. We move over to Bacon Time. FaZe Clan looks like a decent distance between the both of them, and they are in the middle of the circle, so I don't think there'll be a big challenge for now. Plus, Bacon Time does not have 3-touch, so it's going to be a chill gameplay for them for now. And whoever's in the circle, because we're still stage 2, I think most of them will stay put there.
When it comes to the ties here, individually they're super strong, very formidable player. We talk about how aggressive they can get the lesser they are in a team. Now, you definitely don't want to look down on every single player there is, even though they're a one-man squad. But back to us at DBD though, Echo to actually class this as a solo is a pretty hard one, a pretty tough challenge, especially to get out from that warehouse in open space. And VOIN already more than aware there's one person of DBD there just now. They've been chasing and tracking down the last member of DBD.
Oh yeah, yeah. Getting this point, that means 6 elimination points for them just like that. Whatever happens after that, if they go out without any placement points, 6 is still pretty decent. But Echo takes the first shot onto QEON. Takes him down. Echo wants to secure that elimination point with a nade. 50% health onto Alpha. QEON, ooh, super low. Plus with the damage from the blue, he will be taken out for sure. So it's going to be Alpha versus Echo 1v1.
Surprisingly, now VOIN Esports having a rough start in day number 3 in Sanhok itself. Both teams are losing for DBD and VOIN if they don't get out of there without any vehicles for themselves. Yoodo Alliance put out box gaming from afar. It's going to be earlier and the rest of Yoodo Alliance taking advantage of it. But so far, VOIN still winning. That secures themselves 6 eliminations now.
Yeah. Not too bad, considering that you will have a lot of teams like maybe 1, 2 or maybe no points at all, so 6 is kind of okay. Long range for Ade look onto Levy, and Levy with the blue zone damage should be alright. He seems to be taking time to recovering himself, so yeah, he'll be alright for now. It's just a matter of like what's going to happen when the zone shifts and how is he going to get in, because Yoodo Alliance have box gaming locked in.
At the same time, PIM is doing the same sort of approach when it comes to gatekeeping on the northern side. Circle shifted. It's not going to be on top of Painan. It's going to be on the outskirts of Kampong and the northern side of Cave. SLD already waited on top of Cave here, while GEEK have to cut across either to take the fight against Vampire or the side of a different team. But Yoodo Alliance is just Thanksgiving Day for them. Having this eliminations freely without any sort of punishment or even trade, it's definitely just them to finish off box gaming one by one. There's no way out for them.
Yeah, if they can get a clear shot, if not the zone might take it away. But now Octa, oh no, damage onto Octa, but now Bacon Time is in trouble with Sam9 coming in, and Deb will get one for himself. Deb with 10% of health, not an issue. He has his teammates to back him up, and Sam9 wins the fight.
Dab trying to hold on to his last breath here. We're talking about Shred. It's his fast almost... never mind. Straight away on the ground, leaving only Loyu to defend for the rest of the team. Vampires coming in strong, but FaZe will be the next target as well.
Ooh, Vampires coming in. And when you thought there's only FaZe Clan, but now Vampire wants some of that too. They took a break yesterday, so now they're hungry for something. With Tony K at the forefront, but at the same time, Schwab's knocked down. He has his teammates to back him up. She'll be able to be picked up without an issue, but for Sam9, they need to reset this quickly.
Vampires not fat yesterday. They are starving for those kills there. Talk about Vampires picking 2 teams at a time. And not just that, it might be a 3 later on, as I think there's going to be Alter Ego coming up from their left side. And we do have FaZe still taking around this well. The one's actually being hammed down is going to be Sam9, but Alter Ego. Rosemary, as always, having a good start for the team, being the front liner. But BTR, where those shots came out from?
BTR off screen, in fact. Hopefully we get a visual soon. But for Alter Ego, it's desperate time for them, as the zone will arrive onto them anytime soon. Rosemary taking those random shots. Now we move over to SLD versus GEEK SLATE, just next to each other with Kwang just right beside Stuxnet. And Stuxnet, does he know? That would be the question. He gotta know that.
2 teams on top of Cave, SLD and GEEK SLATE. Damn good. Eager to go in. He heard the audio cue just now, but having those disciplines so much important with snipes in between everybody else. Jeep tossed around his utilities to make a first contact, but nothing seems to connect. It's gonna be Kobe from damn good. So good.
So good indeed. Can he be good enough to take the entire squad of SLD down? Now Smoke's been tossed out just to give cover. Buy time for himself so they can get the right information. At the same time, the zone is going to put pressure onto GEEK SLATE. But GEEK SLATE, they will secure that elimination point by taking out Kwang. And now the zone. Luckily not too far for GEEK SLATE. They just need to win the fight against SLD.
Same time, it's not too far off for SLD as well, as Vampire steps in. 7-9 barely hanging on last thread. They're kind of sandwiched between FaZe and Vampire's fights. It's two elephants fighting each other, and the one that's stuck in between is going to be the rat. BTR on the other end got himself in the center. We do have Boom coming up from the northern box. Barely make it out alive. Yoodo Alliance quite far off on the north. GEEK SLATE on the other hand. How can they take this into their side? We're talking about the finish of Tron G as a start, but they're still taking their own time, cautiously approach to a side of SLD.
Ooh, yes, very, very cautious because they're on the lower ground. So you know that GEEK SLATE has the high ground. Are they going in? Oh, looks like they are. Well, okay, damn good is there. Okay. They still have enough time.
It's going to be a sort of a gamble for these guys. It's a toss of a coin, whether to jump in or not. Feels like the circle will be on top of them for now. For the next hot shift, we have no clue. Back to the side of Vampires versus M9 and FaZe as well in the mix. They haven't wrapped things up. It feels like a bit extended there as FaZe shifted over the attention on the side of Alter Ego. Vampires on the other end going in for the rush.
Speaking about rushing in, so looks like Sem9 defended their rush here, but Loyu shot in from behind. Tony K was there, Sem9 out. But looks like at least they got oh, they're not out yet though. They got 5 elimination points. Okay, it's out. Okay, just happened that fast. Number 11 for them. So right now, Vampires with a duo managed to get 5 elimination points at least. Tony K inside the circle, but SLD, they are not done yet. They are still busy, not with GEEK fam, but we are the team on the other side.
Alter Ego showing their faces to the side of Vampires on those elevations. Same time revealing themselves to the side of GEEK SLATE right across the mountains. Now, do they decide to stay here for a bit longer? Because I don't think they should, because there will be gatekeeper side of GEEK SLATE who's waiting on the other end. Saw Octa through. Mika would not give it any sort of mercy. No slacks given for these guys, including Tony K of Vampires. They're being split into 2 party for Vampires.
Yes, despite playing as a duo, looks like they're splitting up. Probably wasn't a plan, but maybe it was like one person going another area, and then it's like, okay, you be there first, I'll come join you later once it's clear. But just so happened that Nuzi is not clear because of Alter Ego just on top of them, so he couldn't move into Tony K.
Speaking of Tony K, he got himself a circle. Even though they are quite spread out thin here for Nuzi and Vampires, Tony K, only both of them remains as a duo. Alter Ego got themselves as a trio for now. It's going to be a duo due to one knockdown. FaZe coming out from the northern side. Box will be keep hard by the side of Boom. BTR as a squad getting into on the southeast side. Yoodo Alliance and Hill, good luck facing BTR as a full squad there. As GEEK still taking the fight against SLD. They are a bit overextending this fight here. And the Blues are shrinking and might just burning them off alive.
Well, I wish that SLD could just move, but unfortunately they were surrounded by many teams. But speaking about being surrounded, Nuzi could be surrounded, but good thing is that they didn't notice Nuzi, but now they will. Nuzi being shot up by Rosemary. I believe he was on the high ground, and Potato was coming in for the other side anyway. It was tough for Nuzi. And now that means that FaZe Clan is left. Vampires is left with Tony K.
Not a great start for Vampires this time. Alter Ego. They do have Rosemary. It's going to be Tony K have to deal this with them right now. If Rosemary down, it's going to be it for Alter Ego. There's no way coming back into Sunhawk for today.
Oh, GEEK SLATE. Just when we thought that they're winning the fight against SLD, looks like they got 2 of them being knocked down. 3 in fact. Last man standing now for GEEK SLATE. Can Damroot actually do it? But no, it's just too much for him to handle as Parjin takes him out. Parjin together with SLD, they won the fight. Now they're moving to the circle.
Down to only 9 teams there, were Rosemary barely hanging on. Octa crying for help, bleeding out. SLD Parjin quite too far from Trongzin. He needs to actually shift towards all the attention on his side, as his teammate might be actually reviving once they have made it. So never mind. There's only 2 of them for SLD right now. There's no for him to actually help him out. It's too much in the open. Octa being finished off by the play zone. We do have Alter Ego next for the 8th place. Vampires on the then Tony K still holding on by himself.
Tony K took advantage of the vehicle explosion and took 2 elimination points with them, eliminating the entire Alter Ego. What a unfortunate position for them. It's not like they have any space to move. Tony K was just aware of that. At some point I was kind of wondering, like, Tony K, is he going to toss a nade? But no, smartly used the vehicle explosion to secure that point. Great gameplay.
Mela back to a side moment. FaZe, they lost Venturas early on, but still have 3. Quite an advantage when it comes to number. BTR have 1 building for themselves, but Yoodo Alliance wants to flush them out. Couple of net pre-cooked by the side of Flax and Olio, while Look waiting with his guns just to fire things off if anybody tried to rush out from there. But they're not taking the bait yet for BTR.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance against BTR. They look super duper low right now. They're playing without Kenny. They're clutch master. BTR still a full squad, so they have a better chance, but they need to be aware that there's another team overlooking these fights. It's going to be Hale Esports, but the good thing is that they're on the lower ground, so they still have time between each other, but time's not on their side as the zone will come in.
SLD being finished off by the side of none of the teams that are already indoors or inside of a circle. BTR on the other hand still trying to fight for their compound. We're talking about Yoodo Alliance trying to flush them out for the past few minutes. At the same time, Hill is coming in, breathing down their neck, compress in between. This forces BTR to push themselves. The moment you just corner these guys, BTR fights back.
Oh yeah, and they are fighting back right now, but UI will be gunned down. Looks like Luke is still there. Olio goes down to Deuce. And alright, now Deuce with 50% health. Unfortunately, Olio will be eliminated as well. That means number 6 for Yoodo Alliance with 6 elimination points. Right now, BTR has an entry into the circle. The circle shifts and it is within Quarry.
Tony K sprays over the side. I've got Ryzen on down. Liquid really low right now. How is the rest of BTR to get into the circle? Anscase safe, never mind. Eliminated next. We're down to 3 with Boom as a 4.
Ooh, FaZe Clan. What a position they have, but then again, unfortunately, they don't have the circle. Boom. However, look at their split. Look at their spread. Right now, Yummy has a good vantage point on Zen. Will pick up his teammate. That will be the priority right now. He'll be praying that Boom does not spy out, but oh no, the zone that's around Ozers is forced to move.
There's no way he can actually save Mormon right now. Have to be the sacrificial lamb, but on the try to clutch. It's going to be Boom winning with FaZe last man finish off. And the Blue Zone happen to be against them as well, but Boom starting off with a boom start.
Wow, wow, wow. The team at the bottom who's struggling right now. They managed to start off the day 3 with a chicken dinner. And I didn't notice a tweet by Tash though. She did take a picture with the Boom boys and wishing them all the best. So, well, looks like Tash's all the best gave them that extra boost to get this chicken dinner. Just putting it out there.
Well, Boom definitely needed this and desperate enough to get himself that chicken dinner. This is the morale boost that they've been waiting for. You know, they were in a slump. They could barely make it on the bottom 20 down there and finally got themselves back up. The momentum just tried to push even further more. They are the teams that do have those potentials going, but it's just so hot and cool. It's just so hard to see them up there. Yummy always be the first one to be the openers for the team, but it's just so hard for him to get a closure. It's so hard for him to actually eliminate and just translate it into 1 kill point. Yeah, it's always Yummy to make the opening.
Based on his position earlier on, he was taking the vantage point on the other side with a compound. So as long as he's able to dish out the damage and someone else finishes the whatever that he's done, I think he's done his job. But interestingly, looking at the stats, this will be the lowest utility usage of a chicken dinner winner that we'll ever see, I believe. Nothing can go lower than that, considering they got the chicken dinner.
Not just that, this is the least amount of utilities being used over in the map. Usually it's always going to be at least like around double digit of 10 or in the teens, right? But this is less than 5.
No, unless
it's just having that one smoke. That one smoke actually make them winning this entire map.
I know, right? Unless you got eliminated super duper early, like when you land you get eliminated, so they'll probably get a 0-0-0. But for a chicken dinner on the other hand, with 1 smoke, I don't think we'll ever see this again. This is super rare.
This is like non-access kind of utilities ever in the history of PUBG Mobile Esports. But back to its Boom, that was well-deserving winner. and a chicken that's well deserving for them. But I'm not sure how much elimination they secured in the last minute. Was it enough for them to actually push themselves out in the bottom 16? Or are they still down there somewhere?
For Boom, okay, we need to tabulate the scores. And plus, to be fair, Boom did skip one day. So, yeah, it's possible they might be above the bottom 4. Considering that you have like other teams like GE and all that who is like slightly above 10 points, something like that. So they could be above that after this round.
To wait and see, and back to the score to see who's actually start to get out from the comfort zone and not being stuck up at the bottom 20th and just can't do anything of a progress down there. Now here comes what matters. 8 elimination points coming up from Boone. I think that's a decent amount of score coming up from the second page, and this is their best performance, best map just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's their one and only chicken dinner, so it is their best. But in general, they've been struggling. Hopefully they'll be able to continue the momentum, and we have seen some trends where you got the chicken dinner, the next round you don't do well. So hopefully that won't be the case for Boom, because they definitely need the points for, I wouldn't say for survivability yet, but you don't want to be at page number 2, because you got to collect the points through 3 weeks before we know exactly who are top 16 into the next round. But anyway, are they above? Oh, not yet. They're still number 18. So still some work to do.
Kind of stuck down there still, but I think a couple of maps is more than enough for them to push themselves up to the top 15 here. It's like baby step at a time, right? One step at a time. But instead of VOIN, they're holding this ground so strong, nothing can shake them. They're not even shook here. We're talking about second place is so far-fetched, and just the gap in between is a bit off. Yes, we do have a tie between 79 and Hill for now, but look at the gap in number 1 and 2. It's just a bigger difference.
Yeah, it looks like it will take a while before someone else breaks the 100 mark. And 79, it's an okay round for them, but not enough. So yeah, they're one of the closest ones. But anyway, QEON has to be highlighted here. He clutched out GE during the early stage in Paradise Resort, so that's one. For Parjin, he has his moments as well, whereby he took out another team. So it's a good comparison here, I would say. Eliminations not too far, 5v4. Damage slightly more for QEON. Parjin, maybe because he survived a little bit longer, that's why he got more opportunities to use those robles. A little bit more than his opponent, but that's fine.
You know, I want to point out, I do want to see Boom head-to-head just now, because we saw the utilities being thrown over for the numbers. I think it's going to be 0 coming from Boom. For Boom players, it's going to be a 0 just now. Definitely, it's only one smoke for them and coming up from them. Back to the side of top ranker performance, VOIN, RQ, Hill, and TS. Now, TS has been okay. I think I don't want to put so much promise coming up from TX when it comes to their performance as consistency, but yesterday was quite an okay day for them.
Yeah, but today they aren't playing. So to a certain extent, if you're like, you already found your rhythm, you're like, kind of okay as compared to day one, you want to play today, but you know, it is what it is that they've been scheduled to take a break today. So that'll be the case for Team Secret. But for VOIN, I won't be surprised if VOIN will be the top performer, not only for Irangel, but also for Miramar later on.
I feel like they're pretty much jack of all trades right now, master of none still, because we're looking at them not really over-dominating about being the bulldozer to be so frantic, getting all those kills and eliminations, like a WoW sort of performance, right? Like, this is too much. These guys are just monsters, not that level yet. But they do have sort of a very slow and steady pace, and take one step at a time and know exactly what they need in every single rotation in a map, and take it one step at a time. They're not rushing into things coming up from VOIN Esports.
Yeah, they definitely know how to be versatile. Like, they know how to play a little bit slower, and sometimes they play extra aggressive, and they are very adaptable depending to a lot of situations, like whether they have 2 players, or whether they have a full squad, or whether the circle is favoring them, whether the circle is not favoring them. I mean, these guys, they are showing versatility across, and decent consistency across all these maps. And if you gotta think about it, if they were not challenged by GE that early on, I believe it will be a very different result for them. Because look at how QEON, he alone could have clutched GE out.
That's kind of true. It's just so much composure and so much experience coming up from VOIN Esports, regardless of how they are known or not known enough in the scene. Like we're talking about the other teams out there, right? They're not widely as globally known as like Vampires, DX, example here. They are doing better than the rest of the other teams. It feels like they are on a different level entirely for VOIN Esports.
Yeah, and I know we repeated a couple of times of their number one PMNC, number 2 PMPL. I'll backtrack one more. Before that, they were in PMPL. They got eliminated from the PMPL before the PMNC number 1 at number 17. So from number 17, that became number 1 PMNC, and then number 2 PMPL, and this. So it's just beating the odds for them. It kind of reminds me of right now their performance kind of reminds me of the Infinity back in the day.
Yeah, that's kind of true. They're going slow and steady, no rush whatsoever. You can see the players are not being pressured as well. If everybody's kind of have this sort of calm or vibe going over them, and we saw every single time they approach to a certain fight, they're not going it solo-handedly. It's always something or someone to call for help. But for Vampires just now, what really happened was they're taking those bullets one by one, and one by one being picked off by the other teams, leaving only Tony K left behind.
Yeah, we didn't get a good visual of what happened before. It was Tony K and Nuzi. So I remember Shrouds was the first one to get knocked down, and then after that things just happened that fast. But I guess it will be a very different scenario if they're able to maintain like all 4 of their players like until the 5th or 6th phase of the circle, where they have a lot of firepower in them. And if Nuzi and Tony K can really pair up at that stage together with support from Shreps and his other teammate, it would be a very scary team to look at.
It feels like a bit fragile when it comes to the team comms coming up from FaZe right now. Everything feels to be falling apart the way they are rotating into the game. But this time we do have Keymind going out. 2 players being swapped in and out from Boom. Now this is not surprising. This is not newsflash. Boom, never switch player, no. They've been doing this since day number 1. But to have 2 players swap within the same time here, they just got themselves a chicken.
Yeah, but maybe it's also some players are map specialists. So maybe some players are, okay, we prepared you for Sinal, okay, great, job done. Now we prepared this kind of lineup for Erangel, okay, and that's why they make the switch. Perhaps just trying to read the minds of their coaches and their analysts of making that decision. Boom, right now they are holding the record for the most substitutions as compared to every other team in the PMSL.
Bacon time. Look at how he put himself trying to cool off his phone, a device right there, just right on top of a fan. Now Yoodo Alliance, I'm loving how they perform so well when it comes to this season. It feels like this team of Yoodo Alliance is so tight with each other. They know exactly how the other thinks, and everything being executed perfectly well done. But it's just down to, can they push more? Can they be more aggressive?
Yeah, I guess that's the system of Yoodo Alliance / Farang Legends from back in the day. To me, they have a very interesting system whereby team bonding is prioritized, and from then onwards, they know how to build that to create this really good team. And now we can say that at some point after they joined in the Pro Series or the Pro League, in the name of Farang Legends, they just went consistent all the way, almost every season. And not only consistent, we can see improvement every season. And even today, like, yes, it looks like they fall off the charts a little bit, but that's because they didn't play yesterday. But when they played in day 1 together with VOIN in there, they were at number 2. So it does show that they are a good threat. And on top of that as well, on top of what we think and what the numbers do show, VOIN themselves gave that respect to Yoodo Alliance.
Yep, it's kind of true. But also a team that I should want to point out here is going to be RQ. I mean, like, for this season only, for so far when it comes to the first week, within just still the first week, I'm not sure if it's too early for me to actually state this out, but at the same time, I do see the Malaysians and Indonesian teams are going really strong compared to the last few seasons. It's always the Thai, it's always the Vietnam team that are having a really strong performance as a start. Their initial or the first contact is always coming out from them, but this time it looks very different. I'm loving this, but I don't know how much longer they can keep up. We're talking about this might be the first low of lows coming up from Vietnam and Thai, just to read out the rotations coming up from these teams. Maybe they are purposely playing it quiet at first. Maybe it's gonna be second week they start to go really aggressive.
Oh man, I really don't know about that kind of theory. Like some people call it the prank thingy. Sometimes I do feel that it's teams don't deliberately want to prank. Like it just happened. I would rather call that like they have the mental strength to come back, because when you are on a slump, especially if you're playing a league and the points stick with you for the longest time, it's very, very difficult. I mean, speaking from whether you're a coach's perspective or whether you're from a player's perspective, everyone in the system, if it's a slump, it's always very hard to come back from that kind of situation. But they would, so that's why I really admire like teams like a BTR, like back then where it was Luxy Zuxi. They're able to show that kind of comeback. Like when it comes to like day 3 where it all matters, they just go all the way. To me, it's just mental strength. But anyway, what kind of strength will it be inside of Erangel? Let's go.
Finally get into Erangel, the first Erangel of the day for match number 2 and day number 3 in the first week still. But this time we do have Miltar crossing over to the side of Hospital. Now yesterday, just to remind what really happened in Erangel yesterday, the last 2 circles, I think the last one specifically was really rough.
Yeah, so we got a shooting range in one of them, and then we got a military base in one of them, and then we got a kind of like a left side, just left of Quarry or one of them. So we covered like the left side, like a moon shape circle. So maybe this time, if we want to have a variety, we go back to Medusa intersection.
We're gonna have to wait and see for circle to pop first. I mean, like we saw the last Sunhawk, they start brawling even without the circle popping out first. So are we looking over the same sort of scenario when it comes to this map in Erangel? Because Erangel is where everybody gets comfortable. Everybody knows this map like the back of their hand. They definitely want to get more elimination, more kills, because the chicken don't really matter compared to how much you can gain from those eliminations.
Well, I like to say that today I want to see the Pachinki battle, but the Xavier isn't playing. Oh, this is a rough circle. It's rough because of the divider, because of the river divider between the top and the bottom, and it's 50-50 this time, unlike day 1 where it really looks like it's skewed towards the top. Oh, this is even trickier than before.
It's kind of true, but so far for Box GE, I mean, like this is going to be both team at the bottom right now. Both are not willing to lose this one out. At least Box do have extra player there.
But I'll give the head-to-head comparison. So Box Gaming, inside of Pachinki, they won 2 out of 3 against the Xavier. GE, on the other hand, they lost most of their early encounters. So the stats don't favor GE. But oh, Ichi, okay, that's a good one. That's a secures first blood.
Junos, they do have the numbers just now, even though they have to sacrifice a trait for another one. But at least both teams are winning right now in that terms, GE and Box. They both cannot afford to lose men, and they cannot afford to fight each other right now because they both at bottom of the ranking across the board. They have to go back, revise their plan, their strategy, their approach into the game, change their meta if necessary. So right now both having the same mindset, which is going to be the bottom mindset here right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be the team at the bottom, right? The number 20 team. So I think that both teams will be happy to try to eliminate each other, but also because they are the bottom teams, maybe confidence is not at their best. So that's why we don't see like Box Gaming just rushing in to take out the rest of GE. Oh, but we have to look back at the clutch from Keenan. So this is how he did it.
Oh, he's gonna do it again against GE, just like how he did it before. And that was great. That was great. I mean, like, Keenan was so remarkable. He's so calm taking those fights by himself. 2 teams in a row. It was GE at first. You know what? I got clipped halfway through. Second one, DBD. I got almost, I'm dying, but I'm still okay. Casually just pumped the gun without whiffing. Now that's a pro player.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's and the way he's shouting, it does look like GE is just right across them. So interesting. I wish we have like, you know, like a overview so we can see like, oh, who's in front of each other and that taunting that happens and all that. But the gameplay was definitely commendable. It reminds me of like someone like Newsy who could pull that off, like 1v4 or something like that. Or even like at some point, Mela did it as well, 1v4 during the Infinity days. And Keenan, based off that one gameplay, if he can pull that off time after time, he will be the next superstar.
I mean, like, it feels like we're back on day number 1 here. Speaking of a 1v4 clutches, right? We're having that back again in day number 2 when Group A is playing. So is it safe for us to say that that's going to be happening for that clutches, those big time clutch of 1v4 when Group A will be available in the mix?
Well, it's really hard to tell, right? So it really depends. So I don't know whether it's grouping related. I just think that it's just that because you don't like fight all 4 teams at one time, right? But if you,
nothing
really
happened
depends
like
on
this yesterday.
Nothing
happens like this yesterday.
True enough. Whether it's a grouping factor, I'm not too sure about that. But I guess it's just more of like, oh, the thing just happened at the right time at the right moment.
Probably. It's all a coincidence, or it's just best timing for this guys by GEEK, Stuxnet. If you guys know Sonic, this is the same guy. I do know a lot of questions coming up since yesterday. Is this the same guys from this? Is this Infinity Mela? Yes, it is him. Is it Tony K from FaZe? Yeah, he's in Vampires now. You know what? Keep up with the drama, guys. You guys should know this better than the rest of the people out there. About when it comes to the off-season, everybody is having those roster changes window. And it's all down to whoever locks the best player in the last minute. Speaking of the best player out there, also Hill. Well, they do have their ups and downs. They're having really strong start at first in day number 1, but then start to slow down quite a bit now.
Or you can follow my social media for transfer new updates. You know, just putting a plug in there. But yeah, I mean, Hill, super duper start, day 1. Very interesting rotation into that small island to Sandhawk, and then after that, and then they got the chicken dinner, but then after that was like, topsy-turvy journey for them. But overall, if you look at it, not too bad. They're still at number 3, 94 points, same as SEM9. In fact, they are in the same category of possibility to catch up in VOIN. So, despite topsy-turvy, but maybe because they already set the bar, right? They set the bar, like, they opened up the PMSL with the chicken dinner. They are Thai champions. They set that bar, so they would have expected a lot more from them. Just like how Tiger's interview, he mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like, everybody having some up and down times. It's all about, you know, keep those PMA, positive mental attitude for these guys. For Bacon time, well, trying to find any team for them to perch down. DBD on the other hand, just climbing up those elevations. I'm not sure where our... We haven't got a clue about the next circle that will pop in just yet. It's still the first stage here, but it's a bit quiet if you compare it with last Sunhawk, and it's a bit calm before the storm like usual. But usually it's going to be the 3rd or the 4th circle where everything starts to get messy.
Yes, especially with the circles still kind of 50-50 at this point. So if it really shifts like to one side and you see majority teams on the other side, that's where the choke points happen, the choke point fights will happen, and a lot of messy fights will happen. We'll see a lot of desperate crashes being done. So so that will be the most interesting part. You'll probably find that out in stage 4 perhaps. I kind of think that stage 2 we might still see that 50-50, which is not cool for teams.
gonna have to wait and see. Within 10 seconds more, the blue zone will shrink. And Alter Ego and the rest of all the teams out there, 16 teams still intact. Only 2 players are out. It's going to be exchange and trading between GE and Box Gaming. But here comes the shift. We do know every single team got themselves a vehicle. Everybody start to move. Look at those concentration in the center and the southern. The northern is very vacant right now, but 79 and BTR can actually have a bit of a good day up there. 79 dips already parking himself on the north. FaZe might sharing a bit with the compound with BTR, but those come out from south. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this 50-50 is just scary. Imagine at this point, like the circle, if circle 4, 5, it goes up north, and then just imagine the amount of teams down there. They will all need to move, and with that stage of the game, if they don't move fast enough, they will be eliminated by the zone. So you will see a lot of desperate moves. You will see some swimming Olympics happening as well by that time. But for now, I think that wherever the teams are, whether they're up or down, they'll just hold their ground first because it's still 50-50.
You know, when Rosemary's name popped out up there, it's going to be something happening, and definitely a big one as well, because Alter Ego is winning against RRQ, making sure denying the entry coming up from Alter Ego, denying the entry point of RRQ, and RRQ have to actually go for bigger and way longer rotations for the sake of just staying alive, and they happen to be bombing to FaZe Clan possibly, but I'm not sure where are the rest of them. It feels like they're being forced to be spread out due to Alter Ego aggressive taking out one of the players down, but they are definitely winning that one.
Yep, clearly since they got the elimination point, yes, it's just what do we call that? That's the term for it. It's not ripple effect. It's the it's something to do with something crash. I kind of forget, but if I remember, I'll say it. But it's one of those like you happen to be there at the wrong place at the wrong timing. Alter Ego just passes by, gets the elimination point, and it's not like they really wanted that spot. So yeah, it's just about like being there at the wrong timing, I guess.
And they were trying to get into there. I'm like, this is not a surprise anymore. The moment you know for a fact that you're not in the center, and you're trying to get into it, squeezing into the last minute, you know for there will be somebody there to gatekeep, and they are anticipating for the side of RRQ. Same 9 taking a shot against BTR. It's gonna be, I think it was Swabel, was it? Hexar spotted out by the side of Voldemort. It feels like a fish eat fish world, and definitely for the side of 7-9 finish off BTR players on a different place entirely, where you do have the Reavers splitting the compounds into many parts between RRQ and Boom right now. It might be a bit of stalemate between these two teams.
Yeah, so because it's a long distance together with a river, at most it's just warning shots, right? But because of like the last time we saw the circle, it's still really 50-50. So hence we see it's still being held down, like wherever they are, they just hold their position. But now since the circle shifts, it seems to be a little bit more towards the northern side, but it's not like it will go up there. There's still a possibility that it still will go down. So teams will need to make that decision. And just look at the number of teams on the right, and a lot of teams will move from or around that direction, and this the moment we'll see a lot of fights happening.
The moment you saw the circle, in the center there's a river into it. There's going to be a lot of choke points for these guys to cross over and pick the island, which one they want on the northern and southern part. If they are not right on top of it, it's going to be a river in between. They have to swim across. Already a big hustle for these guys. And Ice happen to be in the center. Bacon time pullover between FaZe and Box Gaming, who happen to be shooting at the same time too.
Ooh, look at how many teams are at the bridge. We have like 1, 2, 3 maybe, and one more on the other side, and it's gonna get crowded at these choke points. And we did talk about like how important the choke points are, because they need to be prepared to get onto any other side. Bacon Time chooses to try to go up to the north, or looks like they choose to stay at this bridge, because being at this bridge is a safe point whereby where the circle shifts, you're still able to enter the circle faster.
I'm not sure about Bacon Time decision right now. There's so little land of space you can actually work around there, but Box taking on a bit of vampires around there. VOIN chasing the heck out of Alter Ego. Rosemary still alive. Need to revive Okta. They need Rosemary so much, but VOIN as well. Kenan and Alva is there to save the rest of the team, to have that bit of a revive. And just gonna go for the kills here. Leaving only Rosemary. Alva, can he do this?
Ooh, and plus they are being pressured by the blue. Rosemary, no time to pick up his teammate yet as Maxis comes in, and there goes. 2 from Alter Ego will be given to VOIN, and that's gonna be 3 points for them secured.
Maxis just gonna finish the job there. Well done. It's gonna be Rosemary out. Alter Ego purged by the hands of VOIN Esports. Not just yet, never mind. Fnatic and Potato still up there, and they are flying out of this scene right now. They know for a fact they're going to be late into the circle. BTR still exchanging on. We mentioned about GEEK SLATE versus BTR, and we got it here right now.
Oh yeah, let's go! GEEK SLATE versus BTR. As now Yuhai is currently down and will be taken out by Debrut himself. Looks like the Lord will continue on as GEEK SLATE managed to chase away BTR, and now GEEK SLATE will have an entry into the circle.
Back to its Liquid. Deuce is Liquid. I'm going to say Deuce or Liquid. I have to sort that one later. Back to its side of Bacon. Now, Bacon's still stuck down there under the bridge. I'm not really a big fan of this right now. But Vampire's coming in back line. Yoodo Alliance coming out really late into the party where GE happen to be sharing the same sort of manner with Boom and RRQ in such fashion, splitting out, spreading apart SLD and RRQ. They're definitely trying to take as much domination and control of the map for themselves.
It's a cruel 50-50 circle right now, but we can see the movement here for BTR going to the water, but Bacon time is there. Oh no, it's not looking good for BTR as they manage to get one. There's another one in the water, but not sure if they managed to see him. Okay, they know that someone's there. Liquid is in water right now. They're trying to get that information, but there's no way for him to get up on the shore.
A bit risky where Shirty is actually staying himself at, might be exploiting himself too much and exposed to his whatever's out there. Everybody can see through what's happening into the bridge, but Touch and the bridge or not still managed to eliminate BATR for now, placing the BATR, the first team out, by the way. We're talking about 4th stage of a circle, 15 teams still intact. Potato just gonna be there healing himself up in the water. Now we have a different level of healing game going on here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, he's holding his breath now, but Shirty has eyes on the Potato, so well, I guess Potato and water, you can soak it in, but not that long. And he has to come out at some point though, unless he chooses to deny himself, so it's gonna be a tough one for Potato. But right now, Boom playing by the edge of the circle. Teams are starting to come in, and we will expect some teams to pass by Boom as GE will be the one.
Boom. Oh, GE just walked themselves into the death trap there. RQ taking on Boom. Boom trying to take on GE, and GE happens to be running all over the place while they're being compressed between 2 teams down there, including Hill taking a bit of a fight towards the side of GE. Now, how much fight do they have in them for the side of GE? Are they just running, or they start to gun down as well?
Okay, let's see. But because the GE's position is in between 2 teams, so it's not the best of position for them. But at least they're currently in the circle. Boom. Just keeping us on the GE. Would they want to try and get this compound? It's not 100% worthwhile because you won't know where the circle will move. If the circle goes up, all that wouldn't matter. But for the positioning of Boom, in case the circle does go up, they'll be in a position to gatekeep GE.
But the circle just make it so hard for the players to decide where to go. And as LD start to move, they realize this is a bit too long. We don't want to overstay ourselves. Overextend is not going to be beneficial. But as LD deny them from moving, VOIN here making sure they cannot leave. VOIN just stays and stuck as LD making sure they'll be challenged.
Ooh.
You want the brawl here? See your face. Kenan and Splat. SLD winning over that #1 spot players.
Oh, the best.
Eliminated next.
Oh, the best part is that it's PUBGM splatting onto Kenan, the 2 players that got the highlight previous round. And now GEEK SLATE might lose Mika. 7-9 is close by. But boy, oh boy, Choo, this is the moment. Where will the circle go? If it's still a 50-50, it's insane. But the circle, come on, I can't wait. Okay, majority on the top. Let's go, Southern teams.
Oh man, FaZe, the moment they just step into those area in the bridge, now they have to make a big U-turn back towards the main island here. For the side of vacant time though, they're still down there somewhere. GEEK SLATE starts shooting and just randomly spray, but the ones coming out in the back is going to be Loyu, Sam9, having a bit of exchange against GEEK SLATE here and start to rush into us the side of the Snipes. Loyu pretty low right now. Picks the shots coming out from all these guys, including RQ across. It's not just this two team fighting each other. There's a third party coming in very soon, including DBD.
Oh, we see movement from another vehicle. DBD, that's it. But DBD playing this chill. Oh, they took a high ground and now shots being fired on the Sam9 with Yen getting a knockdown onto depth. That's going to be a start. He's going to secure that elimination point. Putra is super duper low, but on the left is Loyu to deal with. Loyu knocked down by Echo. Should be able to be picked up by Yen.
Took Yen long enough to realize his friend need his help there for Echo, but the rest of Sam9 will not stand down as Adib start to push in with that buggy. Adib's going around the corner, playing at the lowest loop of the hill, trying to spot the rest of DBD here. They do have time to reset. Yen only start to cook up the nade, but Adib shredded almost his fast, spotted out DBD members from the back line. Now they're not taking the fight head front, but Putra spot out the front liners, taking it another go. It's going to be 2v4. Sam9, they have a 2, but they are very fierce.
Oh, but I'm not sure if it's a good decision for them to come out, but they choose to do so. Perhaps placement points will be a secondary thing, but Putra needed down. Yen now just need to face up against Adib. Adib, the last man standing. Adib will finish up by Echo. And that is it. DBD secures 5 elimination points. Sam9 out.
I saw that DBD, the explosion just now almost hit their entire teammate as well. Omdon taking a bit of a tap towards the side of those swimmers out there in between these rivers. It's gonna be Hill. Oh, there you go. Finally down. Purged by the hands of Ontons. Decimate these players easily by the side of FaZe inside of the compound. Not even having to peek due to the windows giving so much of a view. Vampires trying to do the same thing here as DBD trying to gatekeep them from crossing over. We do have main part of the northern side of the island. It will be comprised inside of a circle for now.
Ooh, Olio into the water. Okay. Not sure if Mormon knows though. But hey, look at who's in the party. SLD has arrived to town.
Venturis down. It's going to be a nade coming up. Goosey almost being spat. Here comes a DBS. Never mind. Knocked down entirely. FaZe going in for the flush. They got 1, 2 for 1 trade. Better than take it for any other day. But Onza's going in with Mela. Another one finish off. Down to only Twongson left for SLD. How to clutch this with DBS
Mela,
all
Mela.
over the place. No way out.
Ooh, finally got it, and it's thanks to Onzen as well that they managed to defend their ground. Right now they have time to reset as Moments on the other side taking another view onto Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance currently in the water, but on the other side of the river we have Boom. Yummy still there inside of the water. I think he's holding his breath right now, but Adit Luke has plans in mind.
Pre-fire or just pre-cook that nade. Drop right on top. Yummy missed it just by an inch. Mormon trying to see through that smoke against none other than across that river. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance. Split it for Yoodo Alliance. Some of them on the northern island, some of them on the southern part, some of them even swimming right now. Azolia almost got chipped down to his last slither of health remains. Mormon gonna keep on spraying. One nade on with that molly will be more than enough for FaZe to finish off the front line of Yoodo Alliance. They're starting to close the distance between FaZe and Yoodo Alliance now.
Well, you did ask for it. Mela has a nade in his hand. Looks like he won't toss it just yet. Probably he wants to be sure. But oh, Mormon is the one who managed to molly down Olio and Flex. Oh no, not looking good for Yoodo Alliance. The other two players are on the other side. Nothing much that you can do.
Mela keep the spray open. It's down to only 5 teams here, but a lot of them happen to be ended up as swimmers in the center. DBD from afar, they are still in the zone. They're still inside of the circle. They don't need to even budge here. They got the majority of the land for themselves. The street in between, they conquered the northern side. But those come out from south, there's only so little space for them. There is, unless they cross over that bridge.
Okay. Yes, there's very little ground, but crossover. Just look at the amount of teams looking at the river area is tough. Ventoris needs to win the fight against Vampires. Ventoris all alone. Stone has enabled tossing onto the other side where Ventoris is at. Chipped him a little bit there. And now Ventoris with 60% health has a nade of his own. Is he going to toss it? When is he going to toss it? He's going to toss it right now. Nade will not land nicely on Tony K and he loses to Stone.
Comes Tony K. Just one nade to finish off Ventoris, that's it. One more perfect angle there is Stone on the other end holding his ground. I love how Stone just holding on to those off angles. But where is Schraps? I'm waiting for that nade, big nade from Schraps to drop the bomb. But Schraps swimming right now, there's nothing it can be done. Yoodo Alliance closing into his face. Face being compressed 2 angles differently. Ventoris bleeding now. Have to cross over the street. And Yoodo Alliance coming up from a different side. Now it feels like they are being smothered in between here for the side of FaZe. Where to look, which to pick, and which one to take down first.
Ooh, yeah, it's a tough call. But it's not a tough call for DBD as they are kind of clear right now. Like no one's nearby them. But they can see a lot of other teams on the other side. Now they'll just be praying, hoping for the circle to favor them. Sharps on the other hand, it's kind of close to DBD, but they don't have a good visual onto him as he's by the river. Yen sprays out onto the sniper tower where FaZe Clan is at, just to give them some warning shots. And hoping to get a knockdown. If he's able to get that knockdown, well, it's tough for him to secure that elimination point, but at least that's a warning to FaZe Clan.
Like Yoodo Alliance, they don't have time here. They're being forced to actually push in. We're talking about they'll be the first one close by the blue zone if they're not starting to move. They have to cut across FaZe either way. And the first thing first, they have to force to take down here. They don't have that much smokes coming up from Flax OP. Only barely hanging on to those ledges and edge. And Shrap still swimming inside of the water. I'm not sure what is his plan right now, but DBD will be his next target. Whereas VPE is splitting into 1-2 formation and Straps is just by himself. Yoodo Alliance have to cross that bridge, but FaZe not making that happen as Vampires taking the FaZe attention on their side. Yoodo Alliance is just biding their time here.
Oh yeah, oh Tony K takes out Kenny. Ade Luke is there together with him. Does he have enough time to pick up his teammate? Mela will be naded out by Oleo. Looks like Yoodo Alliance is starting to come in. Flex now, 40% of health. Mormon will be shot down. Beautiful shot by Oleo. Onsen needs to win this fight. The Molly will be on the outside of the building. Oleo moves in. Oleo sprays Oleo with not connecting shots. Oleo down to 50% of health. Oleo comes in by Oleo will be gunned down. Onsen! 2 knockdowns back to back.
Oleo or not, we do have Vondens. It's not very well today, and that is not his best performance yet. Not at 100% of health in terms of real life, but Onsen still clutch it anyway, fighting through, brawl himself out and have a grind. Now jump saving for a swim. He didn't have much, he got himself a couple of first aids, but he need to take a bit of a dive. DBD, they haven't moved since the start here. We talk about them getting on the back line all day here, all along. They dominate this other map. They have the control. They can push in for the rush. But Tony K waiting for the surface of Onsen's and take advantage of those eliminations, and Shrubs got it instead.
It was tough for Onsen anyway, but good try for him and good clutch there against Yoodo Alliance by Vampire going up against DBD with Yen currently down. And we have Echo on the other side though. Echo starting to move in. Being spotted out by Shurts. Long range coming for Shurts. It does connect down to 40% health. Echo needs to reset. Gotta get away from his vehicle as well before it blows up in front of him.
Straps keep the pressure on side of Echo. Randomly sprays over that smokes, hoping it will connect some way. Even one bullet matter at this point. But Vampires, we charge in here. They're trying to go and finish off Yen, but at the same time have no clue where the players coming up from DBD. They are too separated, open wide for the angles, but right now it's not working out quite right as Shrap's taking the nades on the side of DBD. Nachos having a bit of a problem to hold his ground, but lucky enough got a couple of barriers to work around.
Ooh, this is however the best moment for DBT to secure their first chicken dinner of the PMSL campaign, but their opponents not easy at all as Vampire knows exactly where Ngechos is at. Nade will be tossed on onto Ngechos. Ngechos will manage to evade that nade, but they're getting closer and closer. They'll get visual on Ngechos anytime soon. The smoke is flying time for Ngechos. Ngechos has a nade of his own. They're trying to toss nades against each other. Will not connect to Ngechos. Ngechos again, he's just evading nades left and right.
It's going to be 2v3. Echo trying to find any loose end or weaknesses coming out of Empires. Any sort of a way for them to actually push through or just defend this one. Just one knockdown. It's going to equal out the playing field for them. But Stone, you know what? There's so many death boxes floating around the back line. Just casually go back and just replenish his resources. Easily get another go for the fight here. They're not going to leave this compound. They're not going to leave this vicinity. They're not going to leave this side of the hill for now. It's working so well for the side of Empires.
Yeah, it is. If only they don't have Echo to deal with on the other side. If not, they could go for a pincer attack. But because Echo is there, the moment they show themselves on the flat ground, Echo will shoot them. And they know that Echo is there though. But now it's going to be the zone where everything closes. And Vampire, actually, they have a better position because Ngechos doesn't have any more room to play with. His back is just behind the blue. Same goes for Echo as well. So Vampire, technically, they have more space.
Hey, the split between Nachos and Echo, it's a very good crossfire that they actually place themselves. But problem is, they don't have enough manpower. They don't have enough pressure to give to a side of Empires. But now Stone taking on Necho. It's down to only Echo. They know exactly where he stands. It feels like it. The blue zone helping them as well. Stone secures. Saying is for Tony for the last elimination. There's going to be the Empires coming back, not as strong as before, but more than enough to maintain and push forward.
I must say, I really like how Vampires play out that chicken dinner because they were super patient. They know that, okay, we don't need to rush ourselves onto Ngechos because Ngechos was at a disadvantage. He was right behind the zone. So it was all theirs. They just need to play the patience game, let the zone do its work. Ngechos, pressured by it, he had to move forward, and that's where they took advantage of it. And by the time, same goes to Echo as well, forced to move because his back was the zone. And Vampire, by that time, 3v1, it was an easy finish for them. So good patience game by Vampire. It does look easy at the end, but actually it takes a lot of composure to execute it.
There's a very small window for DBD to push from the back line just now, since they have no sort of challenges to face against these other teams out there when they're fighting on top of that bridge. That was that window of opportunity should be used by DBD if they want to get those kills, they want to get those chicken. It was necessary for them to pull out that strat, but due to how they cannot spot the players and the other team's position, they're a bit hesitant to make the call. But nonetheless, it was well worth it. Still, DBD, it was still a 50-50 over risk if they try to push in, but at least they secure themselves second place here with Vampires. And this is the usual numbers, right, Cloud? The 20s, the teens, the double digits for each of the utilities.
Yeah, we're back to normality in this round. That one smoke previously, that was crazy. We won't see that again. Come on, let's be real about that. But the top 4 teams here, the one that to me kind of stood out is DBD. One thing is that it's not like they were in a position whereby, oh, they just waited until the circle doesn't work and all that. They still managed to get like at least 8 elimination points, the last I saw it, the last I noticed. So it's still good work from DBD despite a second place finish, and it is their best finish so far in the PMSL campaign.
I'm loving the fact a lot of teams are starting to rise up to the occasion, slowly start to warm up to this entire week 1 there. Even though we're halfway through, we're talking about we only remain with our weekends to be playing over for these guys. But you know, it's better late than never. But Bacon time, it was questionable for them to actually pull over towards the side of that river and just land themselves down that bridge. I'm not sure is that the plan all day long, but is it really something that should have been done there? Can they change what's need to be changed just now if things happen to be a different way entirely?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? So it's only game number 2 in a different map. So we need a couple more games to see how consistent DBD can be. But so far this round has been pretty decent for them. It is a tough circle, not gonna lie. And they rotated from the Gatkam Mountain up onto where they were. So it was a good call as well. So they had everything on point there. It was just that final moment. It was tough because the zone was just behind the last 2 players.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned early on. They should have taken the opportunity and taken advantage when the other teams are 2Bs and telling their vision, fighting on top of that bridge. They were they were not being spotted by any of the team. That was the perfect timing for them to push forward. But back to the side of Vampires, they do have 11 eliminations and 10 rank points, total up to 21 points. Same goes for FaZe. Now the ties start to rise up again as the double digit will be contributed from both sides of tie teams, FaZe and Vampires. But not far behind, it's going to be Bacon and Hill coming out in 9th and 10th place. But DBD and Yoodo Alliance do have quite consistency, especially this team. Like both any maps, Erangel and Miramar for Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance to me will be one of those teams that even a lot of teams during the interviews, I think it was like at least 2 or 3 times that they were mentioned to be like, okay, that team I want to take out, that team I want to be aware of. So they do have that reputation amongst the other pro teams too. So, and they're showing it based on their performance. Now let's look at the overall ranking. Still, no other team gets a triple digit total point.
Well, like back then it was like what FaZe and Hill before it was at 96, but within this map they didn't gain as much as they hoped it would be. Sam 9 on there and push himself like really close, 2 more points here, but VOIN just opens up the gap even wider.
Yeah, so that's like what, 26 point gap now with Sam 9. That's easily 1 round's worth. Doing really well, still very, very consistent. But this round wasn't really their round. But hey, at the end of the day, you know, it's all about like the race, right? Or I would say it's a marathon. So they can continue on this kind of performance. It's a great week 1 for them. On the other end, we still see GE down there, Box down there, not moving. Boom. After that chicken dinner, not as what we expect. So yeah, still a lot for them to show us.
That's
And to be fair,
true.
Box
like
wasn't playing.
What do you mean Box wasn't playing? They were
Hang
playing
on.
just now.
Oh yeah, they were.
They were taking first few grinds before for GE and Box, the one that actually contributed 1 point each, and both teams were losing. I mean, they definitely have to go back and work around as a group to see what they can change when it comes to the approach of the game. Feels like both teams at the bottom 19 and 20 is GE and Box having the same sort of mindset, since they are fighting each other on, and both teams are losing. They cannot afford to lose anymore.
But it looks like we will have an interview after this together with Boom, so we head on to Tash.
Area where I bring the most interesting and latest interviews right now. We have the team that is literally the embodiment of unexpected, Boom Esports. With me, I have the coach Kent. And if you guys didn't know, they started off the day with 18 points at the bottom part of the ladder, and now they managed to get chicken dinner.
Yes, sir. Hi, guys.
Okay, so he's just very nervous, so don't worry. Okay, so you also mentioned that this is your first time for your team to be here. How's it like for them?
Well, I love it so much, man. Hopefully in the future we can, like more international events coming for us, hopefully in the future.
That's really exciting. Now, for the questions, first of all, congratulations for getting your first chicken dinner. This is also the first time, the first one for this tournament, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so can you tell me, how do you guys feel about that?
Well, like our first day is quite bad, like 17 points is not really good. So we do some reviews and we try to adapt more to the lobby, and then yeah, it feels good to finally get the chicken. And then the second game is not quite good, but yeah.
You guys did what you did. You guys managed to get the chicken. That's all that matters for now, until for your team to get into finals at least. So now, moving into the second question for me is, can you share with us what's the secret strategy for your team that, brought us to that match where you guys got the chicken dinner?
So it's actually all about mentality. It's like, it's what inside of your head. It's not like in-game procedure that we do wrong, but it's like our mentality. We came here to win. That's it. And that's what changed everything, I guess.
So on day 1, were you guys, because you guys were very nervous? Is that what was stopping you guys?
Because this is our first international events, right? And then everybody like, okay, well, this is Malaysia. Oh, it's like we came here, we forget like why we're here at the first place, and then and we try to I try to remind them that why we're here at the first place.
I love that shift in mindset. I think that a lot of players should benefit from that. Now, for my last question is, what's the current state of team? Like, in what areas do you think your team needs to improve?
I think for us, it's all about be confident about our gameplay, because we finished first in the PMPL ID, right? We are the champion of Indonesia, and we believe that we can do more in C, and hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks we can do better than this.
That's really exciting to hear. Thank you so much, Kent, for being here today. And before we go, what do you want to say to your Boom Esports fans out there?
Gotta stay hungry. Hungry biz.
Yeah. All right, guys. Gonna pass it over back to the casters. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Gotta stay hungry, yeah.
We all, I mean, like I think he's fasting as well.
Yeah.
We definitely are hungry.
He's definitely staying hungry. Yeah, pretty sure.
Oh man, but I love how he actually conveyed about the message coming up from Boom as well. I mean, like they are on a roller coaster ride for Boom. They are, but once they got themselves that momentum, once they got the sort of a grip, they're gonna be okay.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a league at the end of the day, right? There's still a lot of time for them to do it, and I do really like the interview, like what you say, right? The way he conveys the message is really well, and he reminds his players of, oh, why we are here. We are Indonesian champions. We want to show that we're able to do it at sea and so on and so forth. So, it's a good message coming in for the coach. But let's look at some stats before we go into the next game. So we have 2 vampire players on the board.
I mean, earlier today we did heard about Onzen's not feeling as well when it comes to his well-being, his health is not at 100%, but he still performs and delivers at #1 place here. And Onzen have not been playing since day one. He didn't play in day #1. Start to swap in with MR5, and he just delivers when it comes to this lineup. Vampires starting, I mean, like, these are vampires, right? Stone and Tony K. I do wish we get to see a bit of Shraps in there, but Tronji is squeezing in at #4.
Yeah, if nobody knew, his performance basically tells that, you know, I was never sick. I'm okay. I'm fine. So that is it for. Can you imagine that if he's at full health, what will happen? So that's insane, right? That's an insane thought, at least. But Erangel is going to happen again after this. So far, Erangels inside of the PMSL have been really, really interesting. They have been crazy circles. Even that one, I would consider that a crazy one as well.
It was okay still. I mean, like, at least the river is not that too far. Like, the bridge is on the southern part. So, back to it, you know what, we're just going to throw prediction the same one the entire day. And now back to its side of Erangel. Now, we definitely know for a fact the circle and the flight path plays a big part. But it's down to the players how they want to actually deliver it later. That's going to be in their control, to control the map, to control about the rotations. But speaking of GE and also Box Gaming, I worry about them since they're just having the same hot drop here.
You know what? I can't think about it. Like, GE changes their drop spot, and it's always like when they drop, they always challenge another team. I'm pretty sure they would have done their homework to be like, okay, this team normally drops here, drops there, and so on and so forth. So I guess it's just their decision to be like, okay, we want to be in the prime position from the start. But if they win most of their fights, that's great. But the fact that they did not, so I don't know if they really want to switch it up, or they should switch it up. I guess at the end of the day, it's for the coaches and the analysts to make that final call. So which is why I am interested if there's an opportunity, or we get to choose, or if anyone's listening, help us. We want to get a word from GE.
That would be great if someone is listening to us. Most of you guys don't want to listen to us, like, whatever. We're still going to be here, okay? Bear with us for a bit more. But back to the side of also the teams out there. I did mention about RRQ earlier today. Haven't seen so much of them just yet, but it feels like the Vietnam team, I want to focus more towards the Vietnam team right now. They're not up there. They're not how they used to be. For the entire season of PMSL, like 3 days, the past 3 days, nowhere nearby.
Yes, SLD, D Xavier, and also Box. Yeah, not the performance that we expect, especially coming from D Xavier. SLD was the one who overtook D Xavier at some point, so at some point they were considerably even better than D Xavier. But then again, it's not like they really were able to match up to like the powerhouses of like Indonesia, for example, who has been doing very well. Thailand doing very well. The Malaysians had their moments as well. So yeah, I guess it's a matter of like I don't know. Maybe it's just adaptation to the current point system and how the current point system has affected the entire meta of gameplay of all the teams. It's like a ripple effect, and it seems to be a struggle for the Vietnamese teams.
I like that point you pointed out, the system itself, a point system, right? It forces a player to go for eliminations, go for kills and be more aggressive. And it feels like this is what the teams coming up from Indonesia and Malaysia have been waiting for. They want to force those fights. Back then, it's a bit of too much of a risk, like they're contemplating whether to save a bit more longer or just force the fight because of how much the point back then for the chicken dinner. But these days, not so much. 10 points not gonna be enough for you to be in the top 3.
Yeah, if I remember, there was at one point of time where I casted the PMPL Vietnam. I remember that gameplay was very different as compared to other regions. They are a lot more passive, and I'm talking about in general, right? They're a lot more passive in terms of gameplay. Games go really slow every round, so maybe that is just something that has been brought over, even though with the new point system, and that kind of affected the adaptation at Southeast Asia level.
It's kind of true. Now back to all the other teams down there. I mean, these guys don't even have a downtime. You're talking about 3 games straight, three maps straight, then a very long downtime. And now finally we do have a different sort of a swap here between Putra and Lung. Now this happened yesterday as well.
Yeah, so he's back. So Lung back. No qualms from me. I think that whether you put in Lung or whether you put in Putra, so far statistic wise they're both good, and team wise as well, the team still functions with either one. So I think either one is fine. How does that change the gameplay? With putting Long in here, I think the pairing will be slightly different. He'll definitely pair up with Loyu a little bit more. They were teammates in Genexus before this, so they have a better understanding with each other. We may see that they'll play a more of a 2-2 formation with Long and Loyu in front, and the rest of them play that support role to enable their entry fraggers.
We haven't seen a lot of Armstar before, and now finally seeing him back in the map of Erangel. Is this the first one we're looking at Armstead here today?
Yes, I believe it is the first time making his debut in the PMSL.
And he's the only one with the fancy hair right now.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. Like, it looks almost like a wig if you kind of look at it.
It looks so absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
I agree. It's perfect.
I'm pretty sure he did his hair for PMSL. He's like, yeah, I'm coming to Malaysia and I'm being in an offline setting. You know, you gotta make an impression, you know? Make red hair.
I think it was a bit of a permanent. It looks very bouncy. I love this kind of hair. It's such fashion that, you know what, not everybody can actually pull it off. But I do hope his fashion and his fashion in game will actually deliver as well, because we're gonna jump into our second Erangel of the day, and after this we're gonna head into a long break. But before that, we have to have another go. Buckle up, boys, because we're flying over into Erangel game number 3.
Here's the game before the break, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be Erangel. Let's go. And I want to say this, right? Like Omstar coming in, like maybe his name now with that hair and all that, he should be called that Aum style.
Ow.
It'll be nice if Chushu says it, you know. Trust me. You wanna give it a go?
No,
Like,
we're fasting
style.
and I'm not.
Okay, I'll ask you later after we come back from the break.
Wow.
Like, Aum style.
Ow. Is that it?
We're almost there.
I was there, okay. But this time we do have the flight path splitting the map not evenly into 2, a bit more to its side of the left from the southern part up to Severny. But not many teams love to drop themselves SMB this time compared with yesterday. We don't have that much of a team dropping around Sonovska military base, but Yoodo Alliance will be going uncontested. Now, if the circle happens to be on the southern part of the map, it's going to be a good day for Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, without Team Secret at military base, without PBE in military base, they'll be happy down there. Yoodo Alliance have the entire island to play with. And the circle, okay, finally. A kind circle inside of Erangel. Right smack in the middle. And this is where, you know what, the Xavier wish they're playing.
Oh man, DX. I want to see them versus Bacon time in Pachinki once more, but GE again. You know what? This is planned. This is definitely their strat here for GE and Box to see who is better when it comes to not getting that 20th spot. It feels like, let's call it a day. We're gonna see, and we're gonna start off really slow. Baby steps starting with the bottom teams here. West, GE, and the rest of us start to push. Where we do have the other player coming up from GE on the other end to give support fire.
Ooh, okay. Smile wanted to come in through the right, but someone's waiting for him at the top floor. Now Capone being shot at, down to 50% health, but he does not have any recovery items, so it's tough for Capone now, considering he's at the forefront versus 3. He will not have enough health to fend off against them, so it's going to be a tough one for Capone. He'll definitely be gunned down. Smile knows that someone's on the outside, almost getting it though. That was a close one.
Shunos coming up from the flank to give a bit of an extra support fire from the high grounds or second floor. Winnie will be bleeding out of the back line. Now GE do have one more man left as Shunos making so much work for the team, giving such a spray. They barely whiff, and Zai coming up from the flank, giving the snipes. Master Ichi now cooking up the nade down to 2v2. A Capone and Shunos trying to duke that out.
That's the role of a support for you, ladies and gentlemen, so love your supports in game. As Ichi now is all alone. Owls on the other side. Zunos spots him out, so now Owls will be pinned down because Zunos has vision on him, meaning that Master Ichi will be 1 against 2.
Shunos. Do they have enough for the ammunition? This is going to be the last magazine for Shunos to spray it over. He cannot miss.
Well, he cannot at all. But he has his teammates though, so okay. Oh, but look who's there waiting for help. So it's going to be Winnie. They should be able to pick him up. They have the numbers advantage. I don't think Ichi as much as well, because those buildings could have been looted by Box. So I think the moment they pick up Winnie, reset, they were just going for the rush and clear off GE.
But will they let them do that? Will they let them just pass by? Box just got himself a bit of a reset. GE lost 2 men already. It feels like a deja vu now again. They can part ways at GE. They should not force this out. They're definitely down in terms of numbers. They don't have time to loot themselves up because Master Ichi with the micro easy for the longest time there is. Shunos, yes, he's buying time for the rest of the teammate, scouting out if they start to move in and push in. And that's what he's trying to do, while the rest of the other teammates coming from Box is just going to loot over and just going to have a bit of a reset. Box have a 4, GE stuck in the corner, nothing to use with.
Yeah, nothing much. Since they have nothing much and looking at their current condition, I mean, okay, like to be fair, like for our view, we get to see everything, right? But for the players, it's like super duper cautious though. But I guess it's just a respect to the players, to the other opponent. Or maybe they're waiting for Levy to come in. And Levy, okay, 4v2, their chances of winning this fight head on is just will heighten. And they just didn't want to take that risk. And I totally understand that if you're Box though, because you're at the bottom, so confidence may be not at your best. So I guess that's why they're just doing this. They're taking it slow, waiting for everyone to come in, and they'll just finish up the job.
Okay, here it comes. Here comes the push.
Yep.
Shunos jumping roof to roof with Winnie and Capone start to march in as well. It's going to be Master Ichi as their prime target first. Azai is going to be back line. Can they actually do this as a duo for the side of GE? Really tough to call as they are wrapping around the corners. Winnie going in as a FaZe, just around that corner, just next to it. Found it. Levy spot them out. Finish off from afar. That's a GE back into the lobby quite early on.
Number 16 GE. Oh man. You know what? Considering that we casted the wild card, we've seen their potential, we've seen what they can do. This is just hard to watch, honestly.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit disappointed what they have been portraying themselves in PMSL so far. It's not their best yet. Like you mentioned, we saw the best of GE. It feels like they're being choked in PMSL right now. They don't have those confidence. They need to believe in themselves. Because we do believe them.
Yeah, I know, right? And I'm sure, like, fans or followers of the wildcard region would be like rooting for them because they're representing the wildcard region, right? And we did talk about like it would be great to see like a wildcard team do well, challenging the top, because for the longest time we have yet to see a wildcard team making it. I think the last time we saw a wildcard team actually shaking the top was PMCO, where Orange did it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only time.
That was the only time.
That's the only time.
And since then,
I'm waiting for a different era to, you know, wake these guys for really strong sort of a wake-up call. Because right now, yeah, in Southeast Asia, it feels like we're strong. We're so formidable. Like, these guys are amazing, these boys. But I want somebody to push and make them realize, you know what, globals, are you there yet? And they need that sort of a different era, a different sort of a wave to push them up there, to make them realize, you know, we cannot get complacent, we cannot get comfortable, we need to have more.
oh well, it is a marathon, so I mean, of course, getting a #1 spot is a very far-fetched mission for GE, but if they can rise themselves at least up to the middle bracket somehow, at some point, that'll be good.
Maybe a step at a time.
Yeah, a step at a time, and maybe just do well in week 2.
I mean, like, there's 2 more days to go. All they need to do is just push it a bit more, just a tiny bit, have a bit of confidence, and just go all in. There's nothing else to lose for them anyways. But back towards the side of the circle, it pops and it shrinks and it's down to Pachiki right on top of it as well.
Yeah,
perfect view.
Just when Xavier ain't playing, right? Just too bad. Well, on the left side, looks like Boss Gaming kind of busy with BTR passing by. But right now we have Yummy FaZe Clan looking yummy at him. Wait a second. That would sound right. But anyway, managed to get away, so he's on the clear right now. Together with his teammates, getting the high ground, so they'll be alright. Everyone's just taking those prime positions now, considering that it's in the middle of the map, so there's a lot more space to play with. We'll see teams taking those high grounds, those spots that they really love to play.
Boom happened to be just passing by and not wanting to take up the challenge and not willing to invest way too much when it comes to early fights. It's still in the second stage of a circle. So for the side of Boom, they're taking their own time to loot up, jump, and find another compound to loot from. Maybe just try to find himself a better position to see what's happening outside. Just need more information. The information is always the key for these guys to know exactly where to rotate later on. But wrong's in. Here comes a spray to the side of Sam9 and a dips. Have a bit of a reply on the side of Sam9 to the side of SLD right now.
Strongsin is the one on the outside, but with the current stage of the circle, there's still enough space for him to play. He can rotate up onto the northern side of Rosov, where he can just slither himself either through the buildings, or he can play by the edge and come back into his teammates, so he should be fine for now.
For now. For how much longer? No clue. Rothsock will be occupied by another team later on, I think. Next couple of seconds. I'm not sure how many teams come up from the northern side just now. Not so many, right?
Normally from the north, you won't get that many teams. Sam9 is one of them, because they normally drop into Saverny. And considering that they have rotated, so that's -1. And with this kind of circle, I don't think that many teams will play on the north. At most, you get like maybe 1 or 2, and that's it.
Well, there's not much of contenders up there. Then it's going to be a clear pathway for them, especially the circle. I mean, like, the circle's still far off, though. We do know for a fact Pachinki is right on top of it. It's going to be an urban warfare. It's going to be a bit slow for the ending. It's going to be a bit of anticlimactic, but VOIN Esports taking GEEK SLATE into the matter here. They're tapping it out where they were trying to transition themselves into the circle. Lapa is really hungry. If they're Boom the ones that they're hungry before, but VOIN, on the other hand, split it out, spreading wide just to find those kills.
But a good thing for GEEK, right? So at least they have quite a distance with VOIN, so even with that knockdown, they're able to reset themselves. And with this current circle, this current position, I don't expect VOIN to really push in just yet. And plus, they only noticed like 2 players at least. So with that being said, there's another 2 players which they don't know where they are. So you don't want it to be like the bait whereby you like, okay, you get overconfident with that one knockdown, you just rush all the way, but GEEK will be ready to shoot from another angle, and that becomes a disaster moment for VOIN. But look at the current circle. I'm really liking the position of DBD right now. The high ground on the bottom side of Pachinki, or on the left side of Pachinki, it is prime position. It's a great place to be at.
Speaking of great place to be at, box now. They're trying to get an entry frag, try to push in if they need to. Vampires, they put Nuzi as the front line, as the scouter, and they know for a fact Nuzi giving up the audio cue saying that, you know what, there's so many teams out there, just hold your ground for a bit. They're taking the back line, as they were two teams right across the side of Vampires who won themselves just now. But back to the side of VOIN, who can take them down the podium spot. We're talking about VOIN is still up there with 4 players still well alive. BTR shot on 1 man, Sam9 taking the field on top of Pachinki. Bacon, this is their turf, right? There's no way they don't know this place. They even took down DX, who's been here the longest before yesterday. So Bacon, can they fight all the teams out there when it comes to defending Pachinki?
It is tricky though. If you have a lot of teams coming in at the same time, and being in urban warfare, you don't get the best of visuals. So it is a challenge for them. But it's going to be a challenge for Box as Boom comes in.
Comes Box, tossing over those nades and finally start to wake up. And you don't want to wake the beast coming up from Box here. Definitely start to have a bit of a tempo on this side, setting the tone. Capone is too far off, but definitely he can see a wider view about what's happening, who's peeking out from the side of Boom. But Levy and Winnie, can they hold the front line here after bombs and nades being tossed up by Boom? It's quite a big one as well.
Luckily no one got knocked down yet. If not, it would be an opening for Boom to just rush in. But Box, they are playing this smartly as well. They're opening up some space, just trying to get a different angle, so to get as much information as possible. There is a possibility that Box may disengage from this. Looking at like 3 of them on top, on the other side of the road, and 2 of them on vehicles, probably doing some scouting work just to see whether there's an exit point. And with the smoke being popped up, they'll get away from this.
VOIN now being surprised by the sight of RQ run and gun. Nasty little cheeky guy. He run and gun just now, and VOIN have to suffer for this cause. VOIN leaving only with 2 men here. He just run and gun and just hops on his vehicle. That's it. Didn't even finish the job there. Lapa down to only 2 men at 7-9. Stuck in the corner of those smokes just now, and BTR losing men before this, and now being chased over by the side of a Box. Now it's gonna be a 3-way war, a triple B fight. Box, BTR, and as well as BIM hovering around probably the same compound here.
Oh, BTR seems to be winning the fight now against Boom. The 2 Indonesian teams going up against each other, and 2 players from Boom out. BTR won the fight at this compound. Boom still has a player though somewhere else, so definitely will be playing for placement points, and that's going to be Bobo who's making his debut today after that substitution. Right now, not enough space for him to play. He's forced to tag the zone out and coming back in.
You want to see more of those fights, but right now we are totally focused on the migrating teams, and VOIN spotted out some teams of Yoodo Alliance and just happened to be casually spraying over, and now hops onto the vehicle just trying to push it. Never mind, they're hesitant about it. It's still inside of the circle. They don't have to be hasty about this. They can take their own time, and Boot eliminated next. They just got a good performance.
Yeah, they just got a good performance. And even the coach says that, remember why we are here and all that. That's a good pep talk if you ask me. Unfortunately, not the round that they would have wanted. But look at the amount of teams inside of Pachinki. We've got like at least 5 or 6 teams inside of there. We still got a couple of teams on the outside. Next it could be GEEK, SLATE versus VOIN.
GEEK to peek out on, no, maybe not. No, he's just gonna get into this. Vampires taking on BTR again. 1 knockdown on BTR, slowly being picked off by the other teams out there, leaving only 2 men alive for BTR. This is gonna be a bit of a problem to deal with. But VOIN as a 4, moving as a unit. They got a bit of a scuffle back there. Knocked 2 down by the side of an LRQ, but now they're back on up their feet. But Alter Ego next, for they are the one that challenging from afar. Yoodo Alliance taking a bit of a fight on Alter Ego. Shifted the attention of AE from VOIN towards the other side.
Alright, at least we can see that there's quite a distance between them. So it's more of like warning shots and try to wear down their opponents, utilities especially. So it's going to be a-okay for now for those teams. But Vampire, not okay for DBD.
Comes the spray, here comes the rush. Jens on the ground, Newsy going for the push. Finish off with 1 kills, clean execution by Newsy. Now he's trying to go for more. Swapping around with the pen, why not? Echo on the other end holding this angle, making sure Vampires cannot bridge in, but Nachos, I'm not sure about his position. It's going to be straight into the hands of Traps on the ground. Stone got a bit of counter fire, leaving only DBD side. Echo left alive.
Oh, Echo all alone. His teammates on the other side. So he's going up against yeah, there you go. It was tough. It was tough for Echo. So it was tough for him. They clean up DBD. Jimmy couldn't do much, but they need to reset quickly. It's another team. GEEK SLATE is coming in.
Vampires, they do have a bit of time to reset. By GEEK, they're taking a bit more time than it should have. Mika, damn good and stocks Nat. Pushing as a tree, open wide and moving in a triangle mode. Mika got Stone on the ground. Tony K fleeing back line. Pull back all the way for Vampires to go for a retreat to defend themselves. But Snipes already closing in from the back line as well. They're walking into the GEEK SLATE trap here for Vampires.
Ooh, and the circle looks like it's going to be an urban finale this time around. And now GEEK SLATE against Vampires, and GEEK SLATE wins the fight while maintaining all 4 of their players. It's a good, clean win for GEEK SLATE.
Such a good, organized push in from the side of GEEK SLATE. They trap so neatly around the side of Vampires, moving in as a triangle, coming up from the back lines for Snipes to push in from the other side, compress Vampires every other angle. There's no way out for Vampires. Now DBD do have one more player, Jimmy OP, who's being split apart from the rest of the team early on. But the thing is, have to get in there. He can actually go on the left side. There's nobody else coming up from the high grounds. But he definitely wants to have a bit of exit frag or just getting those kills in the last minute from GEEK SLATE.
Probably at most he can get a knock because of how the terrain is. Should be okay for GEEK to reset in case anyone goes down by Jimmy. And now inside of the inside Pachinki, look at the amount of teams that it's like rainbows right now inside of it.
Definitely colorful, but not as colorful as we hope it would be. Everybody are putting on hold right now. Snipes being caught off during transition here. VOIN, a bit of a 1-2-2 trade between VOIN Esports and GEEK SLATE right now. They pulled over Stuxnet in between. He stopped his car in the middle of the road. Alva taking on damn good GEEK SLATE. They were perfect just now against Vampires, but they are in shambles. The moment VOIN Esports showed themselves and just pushed them out.
Well positioned by VOIN. That split was ready for GEEK Fam. And that was kind of like a trap for them. It's like the moment they went in, it's like, oh, they couldn't even react and they got eliminated. It was just executed very, very well. Flawless execution there by VOIN.
Back to the start of Yoodo Alliance. They're inside. They got themselves 1 eliminations by far. Holding the grounds on top of the field of Pachinki. DBD Jimmy still going for the kills.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness me, he's alone. He's taking Lapa by himself. And the rest of VOIN. They didn't see this one coming, that one person of DBD will be the playmaker. And he will be the one controlling the fate of VOIN right now.
It is Jimmy OP. A very, very good player for DBD. And also very well respected within the community as well. Right now, with the circle not on either side, looks like Jimmy might want to consider to move towards the left rather than trying to engage with VOIN. Still has some space to play with, and that is where he will go.
Jimmy, start to close the distance and try to spot at least getting 1 more eliminations. Very ambitious coming up from Jimmy, but it's always worth a try. Toss a couple of nades just to make sure anything that might actually clips, but at the same time he's running low. We talk about 1 hand grenade, 2 mollies and no smokes in between. He has to cross over, but here comes Kenan trying to go for the push.
Oh, Adilu! No shots connected. Now Jimmy goes in, then Jimmy! Well, it's just too much for him to handle. We're talking about the entire VOIN squad, and now DBD is out with 1 elimination point. VOIN, the circle moved away from them, so they still need to fight their way.
Maxius trying to figure out to find himself the entirety of 7-9 within the smokes is quite difficult task for him. Still trying to force them out anyway. Here comes another nade being dropped down, double nade down, trying to drop himself the third one in case he can get something, but he got chipped quite a bit, and finally worth paying for those effort. Finally down on Loyu, and the rest of VOIN trying to make out of their way to get into the circle by taking out 7-9.
Oh, here we go. Out by the forefront. Looks like he'll be the entry fragger, but Logan's there to take him down. It's good if Maxius goes down, but Adib's there. They try to defend their spot against VOIN. Right now, so far, so good for them. They just need to reset as quick as possible because the circle's not on their side. One nade could take them all out. Lone does suffer heavy damage from the other side. And Keenan is still alive. Gotta be careful, Des, and nade is still raining down.
Still have 10 teams in the 6th phase of the circle. That's quite a number. But for 7-9, they've been cornered. They've been clustered. There's no way out for them. Here comes the push. Yoodo Alliance coming on left. The other team's coming on right. Where to run? Not to hide. Here comes Yoodo Alliance. Just sweeping the floor clean against VOINs, against 7-9. Both teams are losing. Yoodo Alliance, the housekeeping team, winning this one. Big one.
Ooh, nicely done there. But Yoodo Alliance, they don't have the circle though. Everyone's in the compound. The next one will be tough for Yoodo Alliance. Look at their vehicles, all blown up. So they gotta get on foot into the circle. It's gonna be a big challenge for them.
Yoodo Alliance, though, Leo. Still have a 3 right now. Hale on the other end still also have a 3. A lot of teams are working as a trio. Barely having a full squad except for FaZe and Box Gaming and SLD as well. But FaZe and Box, they're working things through. We're talking about you waking up a beast here. With 5 eliminations now. They're going in on the rampage mode. Hale taking on Yoodo Alliance, stopping them from mentoring. GEEK keeping this angle hard. Yoodo Alliance cannot even have a step inside of the circle.
Yeah, it was super duper tough. I mean, no vehicle. It's not much that he can do. Kenny, the last man standing. Kenny, can he do this? Can he actually slide into that? I think it's tough. The zone will be just too much for him to handle.
Can he? I don't think he can actually just put himself first aid, but at the same time the pressure come out from Voldemort. RQ. Well, RQ have to be careful. Those come out from behind as well. There's another team. It feels like a fish. Well, Hale is looking an eye out, keeping an eye out to the side of RQ. FaZe on the other hand now picking a fight against Box has a 4. Box has been running and gunning down a lot of them, and FaZe cannot look down on Chunos. Never mind, Victorious take him in down with that nade as an entry point. Going in as an opener, and Victorious go in for the rush maybe, but Winnie will actually save his mate there. They got a bit of a reset. FaZe cannot go in for the rush.
Oh, yes. They can't. It's not going to be worthwhile for them as well. They're arguably in a better position with a better spread. So it's a matter of like holding their ground, waiting for the next phase of the circle, see if they are still in it, and that might force other teams to come towards them instead.
Hale, furthest away, trying to reposition himself. Another set of them. RQ spot out the ones that actually try to reposition themselves on and stopping their movements, stopping their transition into the circle. Holding their back line. Gatslow spotted out more. RQ tried to trap them, tried to corner them down, but they will not take it in. Bacon time. This is their turf here. We're talking about since the start. The circle has been on top of Pachinki, and they're still in there. But at the same time, they didn't secure any kills yet.
Yeah, that's the downside about the current meta, right? Or the current point system. Yes, you get the circle. Yes, you can stay put there, but you don't get elimination points. So that's the trade-off here. Let's see if they can trade it back, trade all that time back with getting elimination points right now since other teams are close by. It's not going to be an easy feat. Urban warfare is always really tough.
So many, it's so clustered up there. We're talking about the half of a circle right on top of it. Half of it is going to be all the teams are, nobody coming up from the southern part, nobody coming in from there. Maybe due to how open of a space it is and just an open field as well. And no compounder hovering around just taking themselves those barricades and take covers. But SLD, like it or not, they have to get out right now because they will be one of the first few to close in by the blue zone.
Yes, Voldemort will be pressured by it. Can he make it in time? He does have a first hit though, but goes to... Oh! What a nice counter nade there by Flash. Taking out Voldemort. That is it for RRQ. And now SLD, they're coming in from the other side. They're on the other side of the road. We have like 3 teams on the left, 2 teams on the right. Both of them having their own set of circle. But the next circle, 10 seconds. Ooh, this will be scary. Especially if you need to cross the road.
Oh, for Gatslow, he's the last remaining member for Hill. The others have a full squad. I mean, like... I get it. If Hill wants to sit this one out, this is the best timing for it. Just sit it quietly and let these guys battle and dig it out against all the full roasters team. Mormon spotted out. I think one of the players coming up from Bacon Time. But he definitely knows exactly where to send himself. Ice is there. Out of nowhere, Ice happens to be split up from the rest of the roster. But Ventura's been scouted out by I'm not sure who. He's been shooting across those windows against the Venturas. It's going to be coming up from Box Gaming, possibly.
Yeah, it's probably Box on the other side. And on the other side of the road as well. I mean, everyone's just that close to each other right now. FaZe Clan, they gotta get together. 2 of them on the outside. Onzen and Mela moving in towards Mohamed and Venturas. Get slow. Gotta play this slow. He still can move. Or maybe SLD knows. But it looks like SLD does not. He just can't give away his footsteps yet.
He can take it slow as he can. He needs it. He has nobody else to back him up. I'm just going to exit out this window and get into the circle first. That's the main objective coming up from Gatslow of Hill. Bacon Time on the other hand. Ice definitely tried to close in from the back line. Box Shuna spot out on turns. There's going to be an opening for the side of Box Gaming. They start to push and rush to the side of FaZe. Bacon Time is waiting being the third party. They're taking advantage possibly. Just waiting the right moment to pick out. FaZe clustered in one building right now, on top of each other. The nades been dropping like it's hot coming up from Box Gaming, but not clipping anybody, just dropping on one knockdown, but no sealing of the deal yet, no execution yet.
Ooh, get slow. Will he get part of the circle? He should. Okay, the zone stops there. Alright, that's cool. But they know that Get Slow is there. That's why the nade was tossed onto his side. Now with the finale, the grand finale, Gets Slow. No space for him. He has to move. Here comes the zone. And there you go. He's still safe for now.
Oh, he doesn't have any first aids anymore. He needs to get himself a big couple of more. Hopefully inside of an apartment there's going to be a couple of health utilities for him to actually wrap his hands around it. But barely making it out for Gatslow. Being spotted out by the side of SLD and FaZe. But Box slowly losing men, being picked off one by one. There's going to be a bit of a counter. The response from FaZe early on being knocked down. They have a bit of redemption here. Hill finally being finished off by the side of SLD. But FaZe, Box have a bit of a tension between them.
Oh, Nine Noise shooting on the outside. You will need to be prepared for the next phase of fight. And that's going to be SLD coming in. Nine Noise tosses the nade onto PUBGM, but PUBGM's on the outside. Trongzin will be gunned down. FaZe Clan, so far so good for them. Still a full squad, but they're Boss Gaming to deal with. Boss Gaming in the toughest position as they need to cross the road.
SLD are desperate. They're being closed in by the Blues, but Bacon Time drop a nade. It's going to be a Kirby to the side of Shunos. Here comes another one from Mela.
Beautiful!
What a perfect coordination coming up from the team here. Saying this for Bacon. Wait, what? Bacon Time stealing over the side of Box. That's huge!
Ooh, Bacon Time. Oh, wait. PUBGM, DBS! DBS gameplay! They weren't ready for it, PUBGM! Was prepared! The moment we jump out the window, that's it, but PUBGM will be caught in fire point, and finally SLD is out. We're now down to the top 2 teams. It's gonna be Thailand finale.
Bacon Time have been very mischievous all this while, playing very as sleeky as possible they can be. Bacon having a bit of a corner to deal with. Bacon Noise managed to clutch that with a shotgun, and Bacon Time made it, showing they are the kings of Pachinki. They can fight DX anytime. They can fight the entire map anytime.
Oh yeah, and could this be because of the return of Style? Yeah, that is a good chicken dinner for them, and they managed to pick up a good number of elimination points along the way too. So it's a good round here for Bacon Time, and I want to claim that they are in my prediction. So yeah, and they're in my prediction because they're on the page 2 one of the page 2 teams. So great job, Bacon Time, doing it.
Yeah, definitely like what a standard here they pull off today with that steals coming out from the back line. It was noise or arm style just now. Definitely an upgrade. You can see it's all going red in there. It's red, not red. It's red right now coming out from there. It's getting red hair with a red performance. Noise. Those eliminations in the last minute stealing it underneath the noses of SLD just now against Box Gaming. Took the matter into their hands and just steals those eliminations in the last minute, Cloud. That's gonna that's making enormous amount of difference when it comes to overall rankings later on.
All right, let's see what big of a difference here on the stats. So SLD traveled the most as compared to our top 4 teams. Standard utility usage, I must say, but if we kind of think about it, right? So Bacon Time, despite them not needing to move that much inside Pochinki, but that is still a lot of utilities used, considering that, you know, they didn't really need to move inside of Pochinki. That means they found a lot of utilities inside of that town itself. No wonder Xavier doesn't want to let it go.
And nobody wants to let Pochinki go. I mean, like, Bacon Time just shows how they are. I mean, back in the days of RQ Athena, the founder of G2E and also the other, was it G9 or D9? I forgot his name. For the side of RQ Athena players, right? G9? They always love to drop around. Yeah, G9, thank you. D2E and G9. When they formed Bacon Time, they just let these guys be their prodigy. Exactly as how they copy-pasted back then their Kings of Pochinki. Now Bacon Time take it back from the hands of DX. It just shows how much these guys influence their second in the line of Bacon Time players.
I have to point out that the MVP this round, 9 Noise, he is one of the prodigy young new talent inside of the PMPL Thai scene. And the moment they got the chicken dinner, he gets the MVP, the right person to get it. Well, it's a perfect round for them, even when it comes to the MVP selection. I mean, it's great. It's a good chicken dinner for Bacon Time. And now we can start to count like which teams does not have their own chicken dinner yet. I think a lot of teams, majority of them should have gotten their own chicken dinner by now.
9 eliminations. That's going to be Bacon Time just sitting it inside of Pochinki. I'm loving the fact like Pochinki used to be one of the Thai teams taking over the reign of it, right? And now Vietnam took it over in the past 2 seasons, past 2 years, and now taking it back into the Thais. And Bacon Time just shows it they had it going. But at the same time, we're looking at double team that got themselves zeros here. It's going to be Boom and GE. Box, on the other hand, start to rise up to the occasion. They got themselves quite a good fit just now.
All right, weekly rankings now. Oh, finally we got other teams getting themselves triple digits. So we got 7-9, Hail, FaZe. That took them a while though, not gonna lie. But it's nice to see now the other teams going up there. But it's still a 21-point gap between FaZe Clan and VOIN.
It's going to be within 1 match of a difference, I guess. There's going to be 1 match that's more than enough. It depends on their performance, but still quite a gap for VOIN. And VOIN has been maintaining this consistency that is so out within the reach from these guys. It's just, no matter how you try to bring them down, they make it even better. When you try to corner them down, they bite you back. VOIN is the type of team that bounce back no matter how hard the situation is.
Yep. And with that 1 chicken dinner, Bacon Time moved from page number 2 to page number 1. So that is yay to page 2 peeps. So maybe I'll change my prediction tomorrow. Who's my page 2 person or page 2 team?
I just really wish Box. I'm loving how Box actually start to move forward and push themselves up there. But GE now they are stuck. I mean, we do know for a fact there's somebody gonna sitting at number 20th spot or 16th spot in top 16 or 20, right? But at least the gap, we don't want the gap is too big of a difference. You don't want to be over dominating or just the same teams up there.
Yeah, I know, right? It's nice to see something refreshing. Well, VOIN is a refresh, so not gonna lie about that. It's nice to see them.
I'm happy with it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's great. It's great. It's good to see something new, something fresh, right? But I like what we say. We do wish that like the wildcard teams do step up and give us that level of refreshment that you're from a totally different region, not even from Indonesia, Thailand, or Malaysia, but you're from a totally different region. The wildcard series, that will be a big story. But you know what, Choo Choo? Speaking about big stories, after this we'll be taking a longer break.
Big break.
Yeah, a big break. just in case you just join us for this series, it is the Ramadan month, so it will be a break fasting time. After this, we'll be taking about an hour's break, and then we'll come back for the final 3 games. So it's a little bit change of format. We're just getting the cue from production, but we'll be heading to that break anytime soon. But for you guys out there, happy break fasting. Enjoy your food. What's on the menu for you today, Chuchu?
I have no clue. I have to ask Mr. Manager.
Oh,
for that.
wow, Mr. Manager got it sorted. I hope he orders something that satisfies you.
I'm just happy that we're breaking the fast. I can drink after this while casting, because we haven't been drinking at all when we're casting here.
I wonder what's on the drinks menu then.
It's just gonna be plain water. That's the best thing ever you can have in the entire world.
Yep.
I mean, like, the simple life is always the best.
Oh yeah, I know, right? But speaking about simple life, go enjoy your water, enjoy your food. We'll see you after this. Happy break fasting.
In a Matchiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the Supply Converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, There will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms at floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Noosa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Noosa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team! The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new supply converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the supply converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
And we are back. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Today will be your casters here today, which will be Choo Choo and also Sir Cloud. We're down to 3 more maps after that long break.
Oh yeah, 3 more maps to go, and we're not gonna take any more breaks after this, so hopefully you guys are ready with everything in front of your screen. So just a little bit of a recap. Today in Sanhok, the first game, Boom Esports finally got their chicken dinner, and then in the second game inside Erangel, it was Vampire Esports, and the third game today, which was also played in Erangel, Bacon Time, first timers for themselves to get the chicken dinner. So we got 2 out of 3 first timers getting chicken dinners today. It's nice to see someone new.
But at the same time, there's still a lot of teams down there that still didn't secure any chicken just yet. So we're gonna have to wait and see for the entire first week here. And so far in number 1 spot, still VOIN Esports taking the reign and the crown and not shakeable right now.
Yeah, they're still really strong up there, but at least they're joined with a few teams that already got a 3-digit in terms of overall ranking points. However, there's still like a 21-point gap between the number 1 and number 2 spot. So a 21-point gap is about a round's worth, and with that, you know, it's still going to take a little bit to take them down. But on the other end, of course, we got some teams that still stuck at the bottom, especially GE. GE! Come on, guys! Wake up, wildcard champions! We need you to step up the game.
Talking about 100 over points of a gap between this the first and the last place is a bit of a tall order to actually finish off the first week for GE to close the gap. It's just a bit too much, but it's not really that hard. I mean, it's definitely hard. It's not really that impossible for them to actually pick up the pieces back when it comes to the second week. Now, definitely they learned a lot when it comes to the first week here. Hopefully they come back stronger by the last 2 days.
But Choo-Choo, we'll check who's stronger in the interview with Tash.
To the interview era, with me I have 4 different players from 4 different teams, and this time the interview is going to be very different than usual because this time the interview is more fun than anything. With me I have Damn Good, I have You Hi Boy, I have Adibs, and Nefiko. Nefiko, did I say right? Nefiko, right? I got it finally. I don't know why. His name is kind of like a tongue twister. But we're going to have a fun interview with you guys. And it's going to be a battle of the wits, okay? So battle of the wits here means who is the smartest or funniest. So let's start off here. Out of all the players, out of all these players, okay, damn good. Which player do you want to have in your team and why?
Yuhai, sebab dia ngam dengan kami. Sebab dia power.
Wow, so Damn Good says that he wants to have Yuhai Boy in his team because he works out well with the team and he's very apparently powerful. So that's really exciting. Now, Yuhai Boy. Okay, which player do you want to have in your team out of all of this and why?
Dam lah. Kalau cakap saya cakap Dam balik lah. Kau cakap dia cakap kau balik. Okay.
Okay. So he said he's going to have Damn Good. Same answer. So now, Adips, if you can have one player in your team, who?
Nepeko lah.
Nepeko. Okay, why?
Dia kaki clash.
Kaki clash. So apparently he is a clutch master. That's why he wants to have him in his team. Okay, Nepeko, who would you want to have in your team and why?
Of course, Adib lah.
Why?
Because he choose me, I choose him.
No. Like, tell him lah. He's handsome.
He's very good, you know.
Oh, okay. I like that answer. He's very good. Okay, now into my second question. Start with Nepeko first. How do you feel about Yuhai Boy? What's your feelings toward him?
You can see lah, he's the most handsome guy right here.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, Adips.
Okay.
How do you feel about Nepeko?
Smart. Very smart.
Nepeko is very smart.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not a feeling. Perasaan you.
Perasaan smart lah.
Okay.
Itulah perasaan.
Okay lah, he says smart apparently is a feeling. Alright, moving on. Yuhai Boy, how do you feel about Adips?
Sebab Adips handsome lah. Dia abang idol lah.
He says he's very handsome.
He is a good IGL.
A good IGL. Apparently he idolizes him. So there's that too. Okay, damn good. Out of all these players, pick one and tell us your feelings. I don't want you to choose Yuhai Boy. Always choose Yuhai Boy. I'm separating this. I'm stopping this right now.
Yuhai.
Cannot.
Why?
Another one.
Cannot.
I know how you feel about Yuhai Boy. Come on. Everyone.
Nerpeko.
Okay, I'll pick one for you. Nepeko lah. Okay.
Ya, Nerpeko.
Okay, well, how do you feel about him?
How do I feel? Saya rasa tak tahu lah saya.
He doesn't know his feelings about Nepeko. Nepeko, how do you feel about him not knowing his feelings for you, Nepeko? You can pass him the mic.
I don't know also.
You don't want also?
I don't know also.
Okay, so I think that we're gonna expect them to see in the final grand finals. We're gonna see them two just fight for the chicken dinner at the end. So I'm really looking forward for that. Anime battles. So now, it's a very last question for the fun match. Out of for Nepeko, out of all these players, who do you think you will win in an arm wrestling match?
Arm wrestling?
You know what arm wrestling means?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
Yeah.
Coba dulu.
Coba dulu.
Oh, coba dulu. Okay, alright.
You want to try now?
Oh, okay, let's go. Oh! No, you have to stand up. Camera can see you. Okay. He won? Okay. Apparently he won. Okay, so he thinks that. Okay, Dips.
You juga.
You're going to win against
Sebab
Yuhai.
tangan dia kecil.
Oh, he said because
Sebab tangan dia kecil.
his hand is very, very tiny. Alright, so damn good. Who do you think you will win against in a
Saya rasa Nerpeko lah.
Nepeko? You will win against Nepeko?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm fit.
He's fit, but look at his muscles. It's so big.
I don't care.
Okay, I forgot to ask you, Yuhai boy. Who would win? Who would you win out of all this? You will win against Adips.
I think I will win.
Why?
I think we are same height, same weight. I think I can win.
Okay, same height and same weight. Okay, I think that will be all the questions. Thank you guys so much. But there's still a surprise for you guys. So can we have you guys all close your eyes? Everyone close your eyes. Yeah, close your eyes. Everyone close your eyes. Eyes closed. Okay, no cheating, okay?
Okay.
All right, are you guys ready? Because we're gonna bring out the surprise. No, wait, hang on. Not yet. No cheating, not yet. And open. Woo! Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to damn good Yuhai boy, Adips and Nepeko. Happy birthday to you. Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3, and what is this? Alright, so if you guys don't know at home, these are our March babies here over at the PMSL SEA 2023. But hang on, there's still one more birthday I forgot to say. It's the PUBG Mobile 5th birthday or 5th anniversary. So can we guys have a song for PUBG Mobile?
What song?
Happy birthday lah.
Okay.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to
PUBG.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to PUBG Mobile. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Thank you guys so much for being here. And for you guys at home, don't forget, guys, that with this anniversary, there is a brand new game mode that's out, which is the Imagiversary mode that's out right now until the end of the month, I believe, or even more further. You guys can play it right now for more fun, more games, and to celebrate PUBG Mobile's 5th birthday. And with that, we're gonna head on over into the game. Thank you guys so much for being here, and happy birthday again. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Dadah.
Halo, kami dari POIN Esports. Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-5 buat PUBG Mobile. Semoga kedepannya PUBG Mobile makin lancar lagi, makin jaya lagi, dan yang terbaik lah pastinya buat PUBG Mobile. Makin ramai lagi ke depannya. Selamat ulang tahun.
Halo, kita dari tim RRQ mengucapkan selamat hari anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile yang ke-5. Semoga sukses dan makin baik teramai ke depannya.
Dan selamat ulang tahun.
สวัสดีครับพวกเราทีม Hell Esports นะครับวันนี้พวกเราก็จะมาฉลองครบรอบ5 ปี PUBG Mobile นะครับขอให้ PUBG Mobile มีกิจกรรมดีๆมาให้พวกเราเยอะๆครับแล้วก็ขอให้มีการแข่งขันเยอะๆมีเงินรางวัลเยอะๆมาให้พวกเราแข่งครับ Happy Birthday PUBG Mobile ครับ
Xin chào mọi người, em là Parizin đến từ đội tuyển SLATE Diamond. Em xin chúc mừng sinh nhật PUBG Mobile tròn 5 tuổi ạ. Chúc PUBG Mobile càng ngày càng phát triển hơn về sau này ạ. Happy birthday.
Hello guys, we are Sam Nai. We wish PUBG Mobile 5th anniversary. Happy birthday.
I want to show something too, you know. It's like, yeah, I can beat the Pico too.
Okay, wait, I can't hear a thing right now. I think something wrong with my headset. Oh my god.
It's okay.
The worst timing possible. But speaking of which, just now, I feel like I need to fix this, Cloud. You just go ahead and talk about
Yeah,
it.
so I'm going to talk about how I can beat the Pico. But it's nice, you know. This is the thing about having an offline event whereby you get to the players, you get to see their personality. I'm going to see like all these players differently now. And you know, fun fact, so it's also something interesting for me that I found out that Tash, Nepeko, Damroot, Yuhai, they're about the same height. So that's new for me. But what's not new is that we're going to jump into Irregular next. Okay, hopefully I got Choo back now.
The moment I heard that, I was like, that's the only thing your take on it is just that, the height.
Yes, they are about the same. It's like, wow, mind blown.
And you know, I feel so old right now because I've been with PUBG Mobile for 5 years. For 5 freaking years, man. It's so long.
Well, that's a very interesting statement to say. If you know what I mean.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is gonna be my last. I'm not sure about that. But you know what? Speaking of which, I was March baby. I wish I'm there as well because I'm a March baby as well as all the other players I can actually play the candle with. But you do know for why Dam gets so close with you. They even have almost the same birthday here.
Now I know. I was actually wondering, is it today's birthday? Oh no, it's within the same month. So okay, to be fair. If not, I'll probably get some notifications here and there. But it's also nice to see like, well, we never really got to see Nepeko that much before. At least in how he interacted and all that. And seems like a really fun guy.
Hey, he's really fun. I've talked to him before. He's very funky, supportive, and very he got a really good sportsmanship, Nepeko, because I kind of did a lot of shows with him back then, and he's one of the fun guys. You know, when things are a bit awkward, he's always there to make things fun out of it. It's never a boring time with him. But before that, also happy anniversary PUBG Mobile, 5 years. It's still going strong, and now we're heading into the 6th year. And also speaking of this year, so much things have changed, Cloud.
Wow, yeah, imagine like I can't imagine right now like what version 1 would be like. I think one of the big changes is of course the DBS coming out of the airdrop after so many years. That's
Don't
one.
remind us.
Yeah, that's one. And then Vikendi is not in tournament mode now. Maybe it will come back in the future. There's a lot of rumors about
Hopefully.
it. So yeah, I mean a lot has changed, right? Can you imagine what it would be like in another 10 more years?
I mean, like maybe in 10 more years, like the chicken dinner gonna just cost you like 5 points.
And you trim it down. And then at some point chicken dinner is like 1 point. And then if you don't get chicken dinner,
what's
you get
the
nothing.
difference? There's no more chickens, maybe possibly in the future. It turns into ducks now. I don't know. I mean, like, based on the point system, I'm still looking for the first few circles to be extra point for those eliminations, right? I'm looking forward for that, just to have encouragement for the player to be more aggressive.
Just like in
PL.
Yeah, PL, like circle 1, circle 2, every elimination costs double points.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting though. I know there it was discussed prior to the start of this season, but the final decision is that it was still maintained as such. So we might not, we don't know. Maybe in the future we'll see it soon because it's a discussion. So that means someone's interested to do it.
Yeah, I think they couldn't make a drastic change for the players to adapt with the current patch, not just the point system, and also when it comes to the patch notes of the guns and also how they rework the guns here these days and additional guns into the mix as well. But looking at the players just now, I mean, like, I'm loving those interviews. I love this kind of funky side of the play that we haven't seen before. And everybody, they are bonded so well, right? For the players, you can see them battering, like they have this a bit of a banter when it comes to those trash talk moments. But they have a really strong bond between themselves.
Yeah, I mean, what's better than actually duking it out in front, right? Before this was like, okay, talk to the camera. What you think about your other opponent and all that. It's like, okay, we put it in front of you. You say what you feel about him, and he says what he feels about you. But earlier on, it was like, we know that they have a good bond, especially for Yuhai and also Damroot, and they'll be playing together very, very soon in May as a team for Team Malaysia. So that's something to look forward to again. They'll be reuniting themselves, just like how Yoodo Alliance united 2 new players from different teams, but so far so good. It's like they've never left the scene.
That's true, and also they have been consistently well when it comes to their performance for the entire day, not just today, yesterday, the day before. Coming up from VOIN, now this is the team to beat. They're setting the bar quite high, and the standards are remarkable, and nobody can overtake them at #1 just yet.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talk so much about VOIN by now, right? It's like they gotta give us something new, something new to talk about. But now with those hand slaps, you know, high fives, you know that it's starting. That's why. And oh, the taunts, I like it. I like it.
The cheer, the taunts. I don't know who's taunting who right now, because definitely VOIN Esports, we have no clues sitting right across them. It feels like somebody that's quite close to them as well. So it feels like somebody, maybe another Malaysian or Indonesian team, or even a different team entirely. But speaking of all the other teams down there, we do have a bit of a swap for the players. Now Nothings is back in. Back in day 1, Nothings was playing, and they just have different dynamics compared to the past 2 days.
Yeah, so even though they swap in, swap out players, so far they are still fairly consistent. So I think they're okay. I think they're kind of overshadowed. I think they're overshadowed by the fact that Hale is just even more consistent. That is that. But if not that, I would say like Hale, like Yoodo Alliance, like even Sem9 deserves a lot of mention. I think they will be. So far, they're really contesting for that #1 spot. And of course, what's a round without a substitution from Boom, right?
Wow, they're even putting in Keymind back, Hexas out. Now that's new. Because usually it's always either Boo Boo Hoo and Keymind swapping in and out, and who else was it? It feels like the entire roster being swapping in and out, and nobody is actually staying in the roster for the longest time.
Well, yeah, probably only Yummy. I don't remember him being swapped out. And the fact that
he'd been swapped yesterday.
Okay. So Hexas only played 2 rounds today, but BTR making a swap as well. So Sata is coming in. Yesterday was for Yuhai. But this time it's for Liquid. Apologies. Yeah, choked on my chicken earlier on. But let's head on to Erangel. Let's go.
A lot of hiccups in there, starting off our second half of the day. But hey, we're back in Erangel for our match number 4 and day number 3 here. And we do know for a certain today, that's gonna be the Kings of Puchigi for now, which hold out by Bacon for the time being. We don't have the Axe today. I do want to see it more when it comes to those skirmishes early on. But today, starting off again for our last Erangel map, SMB up to the side of Zaki.
Yes, but a little bit of a change at the southern side. So military base island quarters, it was all clear for Yoodo Alliance, but this time they have visitors. They have VOIN inside of it. They have GE inside of it. GE is heading into military base itself. VOIN is somewhere up north, which is okay. You got those smaller compounds to loot at, and it's accessible to vehicles too, so it's not too bad of a position for VOIN. Now Yoodo Alliance not alone down there. Let's see if that changes the way they rotate. I'm pretty sure when they jump out of the play, they would have seen like, okay, there are a couple of other teams that jumped out as well, so they know that they're not alone.
For Yoodo Alliance, I definitely have visitors, yes, but I think like VOIN, high chances that VOIN just gonna hop into vehicle and go to its main peninsula at this point. But at the same time, the circle make it almost impossible for these guys to leave SMB just yet because of how it just including the Son of community base, including as well the both bridges of both sides. And that's going to be a bit of a problem because nobody have a clue about whether the circle can be to the main island or is it down south.
Yeah, that's going to be the tricky part, right? So it could be it will be very interesting if the circle actually ends up inside a military base. Of course, it's going to be for us. Well, we had a very nice circle before this inside of Pochinki, so this time around we really get the kind of tricky circle again. Why not? I think it's time.
And we have seen a lot since. It's always the last Erangel map of the day who got a bit of crazy circle by the entire. Like the first few is always very generous. When it comes to the last Erangel of the day, it's going to be a bit of a tougher challenge for the players just to see how much they learn when it comes to prior to Erangels before. Yoodo Alliance around Novo, they definitely have to make it quick because if not, they'll be get caught red-handed or off guard due to how many teams are actually sharing Son of military base right now.
Yes, true enough. Unless the circle really goes up north, then okay, they will have easier access. Considering that the last time we saw like VOIN, they were on the northern side of the military base, so they should be able to clear. But looks like what you say. They grab a vehicle just to go back onto Milta, and now they're here already. So yeah, so they're not going to be part of the military base island.
I don't know if Cloud is back with us, but well, hopefully he's okay after
I believe
this.
I've always been here.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? How? I hear you a bit cut off here and there, but never mind. I'm gonna have to reset myself. But back to the side of GE. Now, GE is the one actually sharing the compound with Yoodo Alliance, and they're not leaving anytime soon. We do know for a fact. I feel like VOIN Esports will stay in Milta for quite a bit. They don't have to move. They can be gatekeepers. They can actually go into Sonovska in case they needed to do so. So just take their own time, be there, and just loot up and just take a hold of that compound for longest as they need. The others, on the other hand, those dropping on the northern side, they need to make a move. We know for a fact if it happens to be around SMB, they're late. They're in trouble.
Yeah, VOIN moved up to the main peninsula. They went to Milta, so the clear now. Unless if the circle really moves towards military base, even though now we got 40% of it in it. If it really does go there, then VOIN will have an interesting ride there. But at least being in Milta, you will still have better access or fast access into military base in case needed. So yeah, it's still a decent position to be in if in any case the circle really scams.
It's kind of true. So down to the circle, the mercy of the circle for these players right now, whether to favor them or just against them when it comes to the shift later on the south or on the north. GEEK SLATE on the other hand, now they had their fun and games before, but definitely this time they're going to take it all in, and serious mode is on. As FaZe Clan as well. You do have Vonsons playing, definitely MR5 still not in there, but a couple of swaps before, including Hail and Boom. How will they fare? Will it be a better dynamic than before, or is it they're trying to experiment on some stuff here?
I think they're still finding what's right for them, because and I guess why they made a lot of substitutions. But for Hail on the other hand, frankly speaking, they're not too bad. Like only like 7 points behind FaZe Clan, and then well, of course everyone has a significant gap with VOIN, but overall actually they're pretty cool. So if they are able to maintain whatever they have in mind right now, whatever they have planned out, I think they'll be alright. They will definitely well by the end of the week.
I agree. Same goes for SM9 here. Not too far off hitting a triple digit previously in the previous Erangel map just now. But they do have consistency. Yes, I think we don't highlight them enough coming up from SM9. They barely make it into the highlight and under the spotlight of this camera zone observers, but they do have it when it comes to those gunfires, when it comes to consistency of ranking and those kills. They know how to balance it out, and they play it so well so far. But at the same time, I'm waiting for the teams on the second page to start to wake up, including Box. The last run was, today has been better run than the past few days. Today has to be like the best day for them right now.
You know what? I kind of think that they're okay, better than yesterday. Obviously, it's because GE keep going early, like, and it's GE's the one that's taking those early fights, right? And they lose those early fights, and that gave opportunity to Box to actually climb up above them. And those fights was actually Box winning against GE. So I guess that's just what happened. This time around, GE is playing a little bit differently. They're not dropping straight into another opponent's drop spot, but instead they made a quick loot inside military base. They go to the right side bridge, and they are waiting for Yoodo Alliance. That's going to be scary for them.
But at the same time, we do have VOIN Esports on across there, the bridge on the right side as well, if I'm not mistaken, on top of Miltar, right? So if they're not being careful and they overstay themselves too much, there's going to be a bit of a problem on the side of GE. Now, they want to be the team that avoid all this unnecessary fights early on. It has not been working out well for them, but that tap from Mokhtar, just one to reply and respond to its Kenny.
And it's interesting.
On the ground.
Alter Ego actually went down south. Okay, that's interesting. So right now with the knockdown to Kenny, definitely they want to finish up. But Adeluke is dead though. Rosemary naded down by Adeluke. Beautiful throw.
Oh, here comes the rush. Yoodo Alliance, they see this one coming. Alter Ego out of nowhere. You thought it's going to be GE, and you're thinking it's going to be VOIN Esports, but the one actually taking action towards Yoodo Alliance, coming out into SMB all the way in deep. Alter Ego winning this fight.
Oh, here we go. Live Fanatics coming in. Potatoes there as well, and the rest of Yoodo Alliance too. But look at the circle. The majority of the circle is in the military base island as of now, but Yoodo Alliance needs this fight as Adeluke nated down. Olio is coming in together with his teammate Flax OP, and looks like they won the fight against Alter Ego. Looks like they did. Alter Ego eliminated.
GE coming in strong this time. They want to take part of this fight as well, being the third party and not letting Yoodo Alliance to reset. I'm not sure if they can make it in time, but back to a set of RQ Sam 9. We do have more taking a bit of a split ending for Loyu, and that's going to be the first one out for Sam 9 players. Down to 3.
Yeah,
make it 2.
Make it 2. But looks like, but after the fight with Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance took some time to reset. GE went there, they heard all the gunfire, but now they know that Yoodo has reset. But knowing GE, they are not a team that likes to back up from fights, so they want this advantage against Yoodo Alliance, considering that they have the high ground against them. So this is the moment for GE. The bridge, VOIN is there.
VOIN is coming back into SMB. Due to the shift of the circle just now, La Paz spotted out Master Ichi. A bit of Ichi nade straight into the heads of Lapa and down on his knees. Knocked down. Ichi gonna finish off the job, sealing off the deal with his cat being his best friend at the back. And there you go. Easy peasy.
You know what my mom used to say, if I go and take something that's not mine, my mom would say that you don't Ichi hand, huh? So looks like Ichi took something that is not his, but he's making it his.
Back to its side of VOIN. They're definitely not Ichi for fights here for VOIN, definitely. They're trying to take their own time and wait it out. While SLD reposition on himself, the Packer shoots towards the side of VOIN, who get himself in the blue zone instead. That's going to be an interesting rotation from VOIN. Is it force, or is it something that just putting himself in an awkward position? Because right now, they clip quite a number and plays and finish off Maxius, but lucky enough still on the second phase of a circle.
It was clearly forced though. I'm sure they wish that they would have just like had the route just speed down onto Military Base Island, but unfortunately RRQ had to be there. He had to be the bridge troll, so they have nowhere else to go. SLD was around the corner, so they kind of surrounded. RRQ right now need to decide when will they move, because don't. Plus the circle is kind of skewed towards the left side, so it's a little bit for them in this position.
Mela versus Schraps. Now that's interesting as well, as both are changing names, but the one knocked down is going to be inside of Mela. While GE having a bit of a fishing day. Sam 9, Dap and Lung trying to dog themselves, but can they make it? A smile might be wiping off the smile of their faces as Dap. Oh, he just flee. He didn't see that one coming. It was going to be 2 extra points for him if he actually stays. But BTR taking the bridge for themselves.
Oh, looks like he got bigger issues at the bridge. Can't leave each alone. Plus, he's tanking on his own. Now, Boom is there. Napeko tries to steal eliminations away. From afar, they try to push their way through, but GE, they're not letting this bridge go. Here we have the nade onto the other side. Looks like this. Look at this. Oh man, this circle. Oh my goodness. Oh, to military base. Yoodo Alliance in the prime position with the high ground just on top of military base. And the bridge on the right. My oh my, how crowded it is. On the left, still have some space with the circle, especially with GEEK, SLATE's there, Vampires there, so they're in a good position there. But on the right, so little space to play with.
But at the same time, there's actually Aurora in themselves on the back line. Perfect view for Asa. Nothing stopping him to actually get that 1 point of Boom players. Now we do have so little time for these players to get into the safe zone. SLD tried to gatekeep RRQ and they stuck in the corner of those bridges and inside of the blue zone as well. Goes to cook up the nade, might toss it a perfect one. Vampire taking on GEEK SLATE. Newsy Big Snooze is on the ground and is bleeding out, burned off by that Molotov.
Oh, and Tony K for me finish up damn good. The rest of GEEK SLATE, they'll come in, they want revenge onto Tony K. Tony K all the nade in his hand. Can he actually pull off a clutch here? Now Tony K, M4 in hand, sprays, will not connect, 50% helpless. Snipes will come in for the other side. Snipes with M49, and that is it for FaZe. Not FaZe Clan, Vampires. Yeah, I need to update my brain there.
Lost that fight to the side of GEEK SLATE. A fail rush and a good attempt, but a bit ambitious, too hard for them to actually go inside there when they are the one coming in into late. But FaZe still holding on to this left side of the bridge. So we're talking about DBD and BTR are trying to cut across towards BTR and FaZe. Ventoris waiting on the downside. But DBD, they're kind of stuck here. It's so hard to breach through. And there's no other way around unless they're willing to swim. But the moment you're docked over, there's so many eyes watching on the shoreline as well.
Yeah, he learned it the hard way. The last time they went swimming, they got eliminated by GEEK SLATE. Now it's going to be BTR holding the bridge together with Ventoris from FaZe Clan. On the other side, they are resetting. They are in the circle, but I don't think they'll have much intervention at the bridge. Now look at the circle, it should fall onto Yoodo Alliance, and Yoodo Alliance still has that prime position, that high ground is still theirs.
This is their comfy spot here. We're talking about Yoodo Alliance will be one of the team that's happy about the circle, but not for the others. VOIN coming up from the south, but the one stopping here at a halt between the left and right bridge. SLD, RRQ, DBD, BTR, and also FaZe kind of stuck on the left side as well. There's going to be only a few teams emerging out of this sort of fights, having a bit of a brawl in the blue zone where nobody is winning it.
Ooh, Yen been taken out by Sorvel. Yeah, both teams right now looks like it's still a 50-50 between BTR and DBD though. Right now, is still active. Sorvel is all alone. Sorvel going up against Edge. He's super duper low. The fire for the other side is going to be Jimmy OP saving his teammate.
DBD is not done yet. FaZe is still not up there, so they have to be extra careful. FaZe coming in very late. Same goes for another team, which is going to be GEEK SLATE, who march straight into DBD's compound. Now, if they're not aware of this, they have to be right now. Put their alerts up and just be sure that they can defend this as long as they can, because more than one team are marching over. Box Gaming, Capone taking on Boom players. Yoodo Alliance start to take a fight against Hill, while Box still going on to a side of Pombit. Ventoris, the last remaining member of FaZe, have to flee from here. He actually got himself in the island already, but the problem is, can he make it into the zone alive?
GEEK must be wishing they got all 4 players intact, because it will help them to take over this high ground. But Yoodo Alliance with a full squad, they're ready to defend it against GEEK right now. Have to be content with the lower ground.
Can he? hoping it would drop on any of the players of GEEK SLATE right now, but it's just chipped them quite tiny bit. For now, Snipes and Stone will march and rush into this compound. Yoodo Alliance got these elevations, but we remember those times. I think was it RRQ player Asal got himself in the high grounds, in the towers just now, on top of that pillar. That would be a vintage view to get this sort of a fight going.
Yeah, if only he can get there, because there's another team as well inside of base itself, and that's going to be RRQ. Adelup will be happy to pick up those elimination points. It's going to be right now for Yoodo Alliance. Mika is going to be the last man standing for GEEK. Meantime, there are players from VOIN inside of it. Yes! Oh, how did they survive?
Coming up from south all the way just now, took a bit of longer rotation, take their time and not rushing things there. VOIN, they got one of the strongest compound, they got these buildings to work with, and Alva just playing on the lower ground as well, making sure he can just keep it at bay for those coming in onto his side of fences. Alva and taking on Mika. This is going to be the last member of GEEK SLATE, bowing out at 11th. We're down to 10 teams just within minutes. It's only the 4th stage here. We're down to only 10 teams, Cloud.
Oh, SLD, Long almost getting it. Beautiful spray by Long. Nice control there. And that is his reward. That knockdown, but he's not done. Origin is behind, but the rest of SLD, they're on the outside of the circle. Depp tries to see where Parjin is at. Not showing himself that easily. Depp keeping eye on Parjin. Parjin has nowhere to go.
Meantime, Circle shrinks even further, and where will they actually favor? It's going to be in between the teams. Yoodo Alliance, VOIN, GE, and Sam9. Each of them are taking a different angle entirely. GE and VOIN both coming up from the southern part, saying good for box. While we do have DBD the furthest away from the circle, Ventoris will stab the back of Jimmy OP anytime now, while Sam9 have to actually evade all the shots coming up from SLD from afar.
Ooh, Yoodo almost losing this high ground towards Beacon Time, who came in from behind. But right now, to reset themselves so they're A-OK. There's another team on the right though, PMSL Esports. 3 teams at least eyeing this high ground. This is definitely still a prime position at this moment. EBD, 5 eliminations, dominating. That's a nice, steady improvement there for EBD.
They got the access on the left bridge. They got the access into SMB, and now they are in there. Will gatekeep the heck out of it. But at the same time, they have to cut across so many teams just to get on the left side. They are the furthest one away. They have to have those vehicles. On the side of Hill, on the other hand, they are the ones that is really close enough to the blue zone. They need to get in there, but how? Because there's so many teams bloodthirsty enough to shoot them down. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance. Olio did not have a clue where the shot's coming up from.
Ooh, Olio better back up because DBD is closing in. Olio resetting himself. His teammates are behind though, so they're still looking at Olio. Olio prepping up the nade, but DBD still has a good distance. Now Adelu is creating a smoke bridge for Olio to come to him.
Coming out from 2-2 formation, DBD 2 on the flank, but Flax and Look knows this better for Yoodo Alliance. They place themselves repositioned, but Look is down. This is a problem for Yoodo Alliance because DBD found a loophole.
DBD, they need to pick up headshots though. Right now we can see that Yoodo Alliance falling back. Jimmy will be gunned down. Beautiful defense here coming from Yoodo Alliance. They are not letting this go easy.
Now I have so little time to actually revive. The nades drop it like a heart from Echo side. There's going to be nade eliminations coming up from the side of the rest of the teams of Malaysia is fighting each other right now. Yoodo Alliance still trying to defend while losing men bit by bit. But Hill coming up from the side of Bacon is going to be the ties fighting together.
Ooh, here we go. Hill Esports. They are being the keepers for Bacon time on the outside of the circle. Right now, Echo is going in. Echo, he's the last man standing, so he'll play some points. But Hill is coming out of Bacon time.
Back to a Scatslow, pushing forward to the side of Ice. Ice already cooking up the nade, and it's going to be one messed up, and it's down. Scatslow is close enough to being knocked down entirely. Now will respond with another nade toss around towards the side of Hill. A bit of a reply there, but Bacon is not just them. There's another team eyeing them out from the back line as well, and it's going to be DBD.
Ooh, get slow, spray randomly. Can he get Ice? Ice! Managed to get away, but still a bit of a damage there, 50% of health right now. Looks like it's going to be ice, but he can't save his teammate. It's impossible.
So close next to each other, barely actually listen to the audio cue because of how quiet they are. Play zone finish of Armstall this time. Yoodo Alliance, Flex still keeping Echo, denying his entrance into this side of the zone, inside of this circle, just making it so hard, such a hindrance. Yoodo Alliance making it so tough for all the other teams to just get a touch of that circle on the northern side. Hill on the other end make it alive, but Bacon time, how to cut across. I still taking those elevations, but Echo stuck here. There's only a tree between them.
Oh, where is Echo going to go right now? Okay, he can go on 3 to 3, but at the same time we can see that Flex is looking behind, so someone's coming in. But Echo needs to be worried about the high ground. There's another player, but then again, I guess right now Yoodo Alliance needs to be distracted with other teams around them, and drives in, taken out by Tiger.
DVD Echo definitely saw Kenny just now. He's trying to keep it safe and quiet, at the same time want to go for the kills. Box and Alpha, the rest of VOIN got himself quite an uncomfortable place to play around, but Hill and the others on the northern part of the circle, 3 teams barely make it in. It's a bit of a hike for Tiger, but they got those elevations working out quite right for them. SEM9 can see SLD, they got quite a view, but at the same time they are at the edge. VOIN, Box and GE trying to get the compound for themselves, each separated by invisible markers between them, but Echo spotted out by Flex from a north angle. That's going to be another team eliminated.
He might have wanted to deny himself, but unfortunately that nade came just in time. So Kenny was the one who picked up that elimination point. But the nade, whoa! Wait a second, everyone clumped up to get an SLD. Gotta get away. Nade from SEM9, that was nicely placed.
Perfect trajectory coming up from DAP. Perfect angle, easy loop down from the up, down below. But GE, they are staying indoors. They know for a fact there's still so many teams out there, not inside of the compound, not inside of the building. So they want to keep it indoors to just avoid those crosshair falling onto their head. Back to the side of Box Gaming on there, then they hit a couple of shots early on. Just a bit of a greeting, but Hill and Yoodo Alliance is not done yet.
Yes, this time around here, a little bit of elevation against Yoodo Alliance. Nates at the forefront. He's making his debut to only on the left spray coming up from Nates. It will not connect. Oh no, it will not connect. Only the advantage, but his teammate is back behind him to give him backup. Tiger will come in for the other. Get off flags. Kenny super duper low. Yoodo Alliance fail against Hale.
Just too much for Yoodo Alliance. After fight on top of each other, they have no time for a break at all. No downtime to reset. After one team, it's just another pushing into their corner. Now Hill definitely the winners and the victors coming up from the north, but SEM9 heard those fires early on. So Lung trying to scout out and give a bit of intel for the rest of the roster, but he made a bit of U-turn after he got himself the upgrade of loot. But now back to the side of Lung, he definitely wants to see curious about what's happening on the hill above him. But at the same time, a bit too cautious about the peeking.
Ooh, yeah, gotta be careful right now because everyone's so close to each other. If you think that, oh, okay, I'm in the clear, you get knocked down, who knows? Because there's just so many teams spy. That kind of, I have a feeling that he knows that someone's below him. It's just that get a good view. So right now, SLD prepping up the smokes. They want to move away from this position. But speaking of moving away, GE is in the house.
SEM9 straight away knocked down one of GE players, even though they have a duo on their side. Only Lung and Dap remaining in SEM9's roster, but they will not let it pass by as they can get those eliminations from this far. Long fights. But at the same time, it's just too hard for them to land those shots. GE on the other end forced themselves towards the side of Box and trying to push in bit by bit.
Oh, GE pushing in. It's rare that GE actually surviving to the top 6, so this will be the moment. Hope they'll be able to make the best out of it. Need to fight against big opponents now. So we're going to start off with Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming need to defend the ground, but the bad news is that they don't have the circle.
going to be Box, GE, and VOIN, who got himself barely at the southern part of the circle. The rest of the teams coming up from the northern side. It's going to be Capone drop right on top of the GE players. And now they want to go for the rush. Double nade for the push. Here comes, and there goes. Capone taking on his side. And it's going to be Capone actually being clipped quite a bit from that nades as well. Box winning this, while GE left with Master Ichi. Capone bleeding out, but you know what? It's going to be damn dominating. Box, you're waking up the monsters. Hey, they are running rampage.
Whoa! And Boss Gaming, they still maintain all their members. And now they have an entry into the circle. They can go from building to building, but VOIN is waiting on the other side. Look at this. Gosu somehow managed to get himself into the next building.
At the same time, Hill have to get out from there. They need to push forward slowly based on the circle. It's going to be in between here. 2 teams up north, another 3 down south. It's going to be 5 remaining teams, and the circle happens to be favoring a tiny bit on the northern side. Those actually inside of this SMB base, they have to get out. But how? Because all these guys already take the high ground, so the moment they step out from the comfort zone, they'll be shut down entirely by Hale Esports.
Ooh, yes. It's going to be major warfare at the southern side. The top side, we have Sem9 against Hale. Sem9 now at the lower part of the hill. Hale has the high ground against Sem9. They try to take one out of Hale, try to get an entry into the house at least. Because right now we can see that the majority of the circle is on the top side. 10 more seconds, and the teams at the bottom will need to move.
Sem9 in a pickle right now, but Box taking the fight towards VOIN Esports. 1 knockdown. Here comes the rush again. Down to only Keenan left for VOIN Esports side. He tried to revive his teammate, but Gosu is there as well. Both angle heavily guarded by Box Gaming. They're going to flush out the entirety of this building right now. With that, oh boy, so close by Keenan again.
Oh yeah, he almost got it, but then again, Box, they had all 4 players attack, so it was an easy rush in for them. But there's one opponent left. That's Gosu. Gosu could be the kingmaker. They gotta be careful of Gosu right now. Gosu has no space to play with. He spots out Hale. Will he take the shot? Not yet. Sees it. Gosu only has 1 first aid, so not much that he can play with. But Gosu finally spotted up. Game been eliminated.
That was the worst timing possible for the blue to shrink in right on top of SLD Gosu just now. Down to 3. The one that actually the most sweet spot they can get is where Hale is standing right now. Sem9 being in the pickle for the longest time. Hale has been holding their compound for the longest, but winning now. Start to make an entry. Box Gaming is going wild.
Oh, so it's Sem9 as well. Take down onto Tiger. Box Gaming, they need to reset quickly. Time's on their side. The zone will close entirely now. Gets low, 50% of health. Depp has eyes onto him as Gets will be forced to show himself. He tries to take out Depp, but there's no space left for Getslow. He move, but not enough time. Getslow will deny himself.
You have to be quick, not slow, and it has to be swift. Back to the side of Sem9. Hill bowing out due to the closing coming up from their side as well. The blue zone finish off Hill, but Box having a 4. Down to 3 as Winnie bleeding out, but it's going to be 3v2. They have the numbers for Box. This is the time for them to get those chicken and push their rank up. They need this, and they also been woken up, and Sem9 Dap spot out Shunos, but at the same time almost clipped the entirety of it.
Oh yeah, we still got that though, the master, so anything can happen here for Sem9, and plus we have Loong on the top eliminators. Around us, Dap almost naded now. That was a close one. Winnie finally beat by his teammates, and now 4v2. They're going up against Sem9. Loong is the last man standing. And finally, Box Gaming fighting!
Bots Gaming, they struggled the first 2 days. Now coming back with such a strong wave here. Set a high tone for their performance, securing and sealing this chicken dinner for themselves. The entire day of the 3rd day in the PMSL week number 1. They have been consistent for today.
Yeah, they are definitely looking like they're right. So it's good work there by Box Gaming. You work hard, you get it. So this just shows like you don't give up. Right now, Box Gaming with at least they'll definitely pull away from GE, and that number 12 spot is further away from them. Now is the challenge to GE. I want to see this kind of improvement like Box Gaming did for GE, and congratulations, finally, Boss Gaming and Levy as the MVP.
Well deserving 704 for his damage output, dash out with 3 eliminations. I mean, like, this is the box that we missed. This is the box that used to be fierce so much that a lot of teams looking up to them back in like what 2 years ago or a year back, and they have been traveling quite a distance. We're talking about them not getting in the circle as easy as all the other teams. Yoodo Alliance, they don't have to travel as much as half than what Sam9 and Box have to offer because of it used to be their place. SMBSO is their turf. But Sam9 still quite inconsistency. They have been up there for the entirety of PMSL now.
It is. On top of that, look at their full squad time. It's only 9 minutes. They lost 1 player fairly early on, but yet they're able to hold on to second place finish. It is impressive. On top of that, the longest travel distance out of these 4 teams, meaning that they needed to work hard. I mean, they did drop VOIN first, and military base islands circle is always very difficult. That's your natural drop spot, and they're able to beat the odds to get the second place.
And the circle is just really tough, right? We do know for a fact the first circle kind of playing our feelings a bit when it comes whether to be on the northern or southern part, main peninsula or SMB. But the second shift was more than ready to inform the players everything is going to be SMB. And that's where we saw a lot of teams being caught on top of that bridge. That bridge you have to pay with the death toll. We talk about heavily guarded plus heavily cross-fired for the bridges. That's where a lot of team goes down.
But overall, I must say though, I'm impressed with VOIN's however they did. They got into the military base island and into the military base itself. Wow, that is to me impressive. I wish it would have been like we have a map stream where we can see that. I'm sure the players have it. But at the end of the day, it's just VOIN doing VOIN things. That means that with that performance, they will still be on top for sure.
I concur, but for the fact that, you know what, I mean, like VOIN, they were quite in the SMB at first, and they just pushed out to Milta and going around the left side, not the right, the left side, coming up from south. That's a long journey from the side of VOIN, but here goes 13 eliminations from Box, a huge statement stating out that, you know what, we can still push it in the last minute, we are here to take it, and they are there. The only team got themselves the double-digit elimination is just this team right now. Hill got 7, Yoodo Alliance, this Detev, they secured it with 8 eliminations. That's quite a feat. But if you compare with Alter Ego and FaZe, this is quite unnatural. FaZe have been getting so much kills today, but the last match of Wrangle, they just start to slow down.
And speaking about sliding, well, to be fair, there are a couple of teams that are not playing today, so yeah. But the BTR is there right now, number 17, bottom 4. Not the place that we're seeing for a brand like BTR. However, Hill reclaims their second spot up against Sam9, who dropped down to number 3. But actually, it's an increase for them. I believe they were like number 4 or something before that. It's kind of okay. Right now, VOIN is still unchallenged. Still the 20-point gap between them and Hale, so it's still about a round's worth.
That's true. Only 1 point that make it a bit of an improvement between the second and the first place. That gap just closed by 1 point right now. Just closing up the margin. But Box Gaming, I'm loving this. The top performer this time, Capone, Levis, Olivai, and also Weenie. Tiger X squeezing in the third place. This is what we want, right? The teams on the second page start to rise up. Now we're done for Erangel. We're definitely done for Erangel. Next one is going to be heading into Miramar. Box Gaming secure the Erangel map, the last one for today. We have different flags waving, different teams getting, nobody getting a double chicken in a day just yet.
Yes, it's nice. Oh, if we look at the overall, right? Boom, Bacon Time, Box. These are the page 2 teams getting chicken dinner today. It's nice to see. It's nice to see page 2 teams actually stepping it up. And that's also a signal to one teams like, you guys don't get comfy there because we are coming to you.
And when it comes to Miramar, I'm waiting for the other teams that have been sleeping here today. I'm not sure they need a slap to wake up or something, but we definitely miss the performance coming out. For example here, even BTR. where are they?
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of BTR. This is supposed to be like one of the teams known, super famous, legend players. But here comes our top Maroma performance. Sam9 have been quite consistent, including their Erangel. I mean, like, they're definitely the all-rounder here. VOIN is everywhere as well. FaZe, really rough spot just now. Alter Ego as well as FaZe, both were heading into 0 point in previous Erangel map.
Yes, so this top Miramar performers change tomorrow if they don't be careful, if they don't step on their game. So they gotta be on their game every time. But Sam9, VOIN, frankly speaking, consistent. And I'm not surprised that Sam9 is one of the top performing teams inside of Miramar, because those clutches that we saw happen in Miramar yesterday, they got a chicken dinner in Miramar as well, and that chicken dinner was also kind of difficult because they had to defend against a couple of teams that wanted to take over the compound. I believe it's Hale or one of the Thai teams, and they somehow managed to defend it with good coordination, back support with each other. So doing very well. I think I'm really liking what I see coming in Sam9, and changing low with Putra doesn't really affect their overall performance.
It just shows that how much this team can flex, right? No matter how and who you put themselves in a roster, these guys can just flex it out. You don't have to worry about, is this guy doing okay with this sort of dynamic? Can he gel well? Like how boom, they have so much rotation going up from them. It's just, it didn't feel like they found themselves that sweet spot yet. There's sort of chemistry going on. But outside of Sam9, and also I think there's Hill who changed their player as well. Early on, just now before we start our last wrangle, it didn't affect as much as well.
Yeah, so I guess if you the theory is that if you have like the 3 core players, and then the 4th one is like you can kind of switch in, switch out depending on what scenario that you might think. I think that will be okay enough for find that level of stability. So they're showing it here. For Boom, on the other hand, sometimes they change like 2 players at once. Not that I'm saying it's wrong, right? But I don't wonder, does it affect also like the momentum of some of the players? Because some of the players, we need like 3 games back to back and then we'll get it. But maybe sometimes they're like, okay, we play 2 games and it's like, oh, okay, we don't get it anymore. But of course, at the end of the day, there are a lot of conversations that happen behind the scenes, which we don't really know what's being discussed. We can just kind of theorize around that. So it will be interesting to see what will Boom come up with, because I don't think they really that is the consistent lineup or whatever the consistent strategy is for them yet now.
Yeah, I agree. Is it counterproductive now for Boom to keep swapping their players? Like you mentioned, the moment they start to warm up and they have to go for cooldown again, which is not great for late bloomers. Is that the case for them? Do you need to fix with a certain rotation that, you know what, there's going to be the roster and we're going to go with you for the entire day? If you want to swap in and out maybe between the maps, or even maybe the day after that. You know, it feels like too much of a frequency when it comes to their swapping of players in and out all day. But back to it when it comes to overall rankings. Now, we cannot say enough about GE, but I love Box right now. I just wish this keeps going on for them, because this is what they need and this is what they were, and they should be now as well.
Yeah, and it's not like they were into military base island from the start. They had to travel from the outside. So yeah, it's not like it's given to them, in other words. So they needed to fight their way through. They still got it. And this is the Box Gaming that we knew back in the day, that they're able to put up challenges to other teams. Hopefully they'll be able to maintain their momentum, because so trend, at least in PMSL, is that you do well one game, you got a chicken dinner the next game. Kind of scary. So hopefully that's not the case for Box Gaming.
Yeah, but I just wish it's not a roller coaster ride. It's not too highs and too lows, but back towards the others. I haven't seen too much of DBD. Yes, we do see them in a lot of skirmishes, but the wrap around is just a bit difficult for them. They always got caught in between the Malaysian team, including GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE definitely devastated a lot of fans out there. They haven't been performing for the day 3 here today. We haven't seen the best of GEEK SLATE. We did witness earlier today in the first map of Wrangle, where BTR taking out GEEK SLATE. They're having a bit of a skirmish, a bit of a brawl. well, and both teams lost in that fight because it's going to be a third party when the fight is extended way too long.
Yeah, but also, I can't really say it's only because of like, oh, that military base island kind of circle, right? Or maybe the expectation for GEEK SLATE is just that high because they're like of a team. Yeah, but anyway, if we look at the overall charts, to be fair, they skipped Monday, so that's one thing to consider. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Maybe we should like give them to the end of the week, because say that they're really that bad. Not really. There are days that we really do really well as well. So yeah, maybe we should give them some time. They deserve more time for GEEK.
Yeah, but these are the challenges for the pro players, right? There are days that it's going to be a good day. There are days that are just really bad days for them. It's down to the mental game, yes, but at the same time, no matter how hard you try to work things around, it just couldn't happen. Now, we do have, again, Pump It Out and Hexas in. We're going to see a lot of Hexas today. Before it was Boohoo. I assume Boohoo is back in now, or he's just going to still bench for Boohoo. But Hexa's been playing a lot. I think they're trying to find the sweet spot for the team as a whole.
Yeah, so no spot yet, or maybe they have a plan depending on the map specialist. Sometimes we do talk about that, and yeah, sometimes they are map specialists, right? So if I remember an example of a map specialist that is very clear is Badru. I think he for Alter Ego. Yes, he used to play for Alter Ego, and he's still the sub for Alter Ego, by the way. Then he's always the Sunhawk specialist just because of how he made the healing game famous back in the day. So he will always play Sunhawk and will always play the healing game, and then he doesn't play any other maps from there. So yeah, so some teams they may set up for. I wonder if Style is a map specialist for Iranga, because we see Shirty coming in there.
Yep, it feels like Shirty will be taking over the reign of sort of bacon time in Miramar. I feel like Omstar definitely have more grip towards his knowledge on Erangel. That's one of the reasons why they're swapping in and out. And this is not something new. You mentioned about the map specialist. It's actually a good practice, so the players don't get over exhausted due to how much pressure they have to play non-stop. And some of the players, it's good for them to actually have a bit of a downtime. You know how stressful it gets. You start to getting headache and the strain for your eyes when it's just no downtime, back-to-back straight 3 games in a row.
True. The stress is real, especially for the fact that they are playing a league. And week 1, you normally see teams that's like, okay, we're still fresh, we're still alright. But when it comes to week 2, you start to see like the stamina is being tested. Week 3, even worse. Been there, done that. So not even for the players, not even for the players, but even for like the managers, the coaches as well, they feel the same. Even though you have a 2-day break, Monday, Tuesday, but you know, it just flies. But anyway, speaking about flying to Miramar, let's go.
Now we get ourselves into the biggest map of them all, the massive map of the dry land, Miramar. In the 5th map of the day, we're down to one more map later, coming up from El Pozo down to Puerto Paray. So whoever wants to drop around Tierra Bronca will have a bit of a journey. Definitely everybody wants to fight for the vehicles first.
Absolutely, and plus the flight path is like a little bit tough, so meaning that for teams who like to drop up north, they may need to fight for vehicles. We saw how Team Secret, a couple of times they tried to fight for vehicles, but they lost it, especially with our boy looking at the vehicle. He sees it, he's going for it, but shot from the side. So that is a lesson learned, that teams or players need to be aware of the surrounding. They cannot be comfortable even though if they see one vehicle, it's like, okay, we're on the clear. Nah, they'll be looking at the vehicle, because they know that as a start, in certain positions, like vehicle can be somewhat of a bait. You know that someone's going there, you just be ready to shoot from afar and get the first 1 point.
I think the team that love to play the baiting game is going to be RRQ. They always put one person to be the bait there and the rest of them coming up from behind. Feels like they are on a hunt if that happens. But I'm eyeing out for any hot drops between the teams here. Feels like nobody willing to have early skirmishes, but it's going to be a Hacienda de Patron coming up for our first circle that pops. And I think a lot of teams happen to be happy with their own respective compound. Seems like nobody exchanging fires or any sort of a greeting yet.
Yep, so looking at how, before we move to the screen, it seems that no early clashes or no team like drop into another each other team compound, or I don't expect a vehicle tussle. I think it's going to be a-okay for the first circle, so that's kind of alright for now. At least it's a good start for all the teams, especially including me, who likes to always drop into another team's compound. But I think I spoke too soon. So Rosemary and Keymi now. Interesting.
I love how Rosemary approached any fight, so he always make the opening for the team, the entry fragger. But Keymi just swapped in here. We're talking about Hexas not playing, and Keymi this time will be the key player for Mirama map in terms of boom lineup. BTR, at least they're not having any sort of contest on this compound, but Rosemary spotted out Keymi. He got those elevations, he hit the audio queue, and that's just gonna be it. The first point in the back in the hands of Rosemary Alter Ego.
First blood, yep. Unfortunately for Boom, Keymi, he just got swapped in.
Yeah.
Round, or was it like the previous round? Or somewhere around there?
It was less than 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Less than 5 minutes.
That's even worse!
He waited the entire day and he got only 5 minutes of on air, 5 minutes of PUBG, and that's it. Man.
I mean, lost for words if that's the case. You know, he not only waited for like that one round. You kind of think about it. It's like, okay, past the break fasting, break, and then maybe a few rounds before that, and you're like, yeah, I want to play, yeah, I give you high fives, yeah, you do your team cheer, whatever. Oh, 5 minutes. It's just the saddest moment.
Super pump and got pumped down, smack by Rosemary of Alter Ego. But it's gonna be that's the only trait for now. The others relatively calm. While Yoodo Alliance, I think they know for a fact they're sharing this compound between VOIN Esports. They definitely saw this coming when they're parachuting down from the flight. But look, feels like he's trying to bait over. Is there any response of fires exchanging from those taps? But VOIN is not replying yet. I think some of them did. There's a bit of a greeting between these two teams there.
Yeah, and we are aware that VOIN and Yoodo Alliance, they both like to side of Lost Learners. And there was a mention by one of the VOIN players say that, okay, they don't get much space because Yoodo Alliance like to drop at their corner. They're not making it. So I guess this is part of like making a statement. But at least Lost Learners is big enough. And you don't have another team there. If you add another team there, I believe it's PBE who likes to drop there as well. Then we're talking.
It's true. But I do notice a lot of international viewers coming up from the chat. So you guys coming from Middle East, welcome, ahlan wa sahlan. And Ramadan Kareem for these guys who are actually celebrating as well. Back to it's a game around St. Martin. FaZe. FaZe, I love how things change when it comes to the lineup. We do know for a fact Mela plays such a big asset, but you cannot underestimate the power of Onzan's Moment and Venturas as well. They have been working so well as a team, but they need an entry, and it's always Mela who make it the opening for the team as an entry frag.
And as of now, they are flipping the table. And what I mean by that is that inside of PMPL Thailand, they were 17, and now they're like number 3. Oh, that's great. So bit to them, they fixed a major issue within FaZe Clan after that PMPL Thailand, and now they're doing well. In fact, they're doing better than Vampire, who's currently at number 6. The only one is that Hale is above them, but okay.
Now it makes us wonder, do the other teams need to have a bit of a swap of a player, because all the teams are having a bit of a swap. Feels like they are pushing up their game here. We're talking about them pushing up the overall ranking across the board. They're getting better, and plus it's so hard for you to keep on changing the player roster, like how Boom actually execute this. It's so hard to sort of predict what's going to happen in week number 2. Right, it's so hard to predict what they are thinking, what they're planning, and how their rotation will be based on the dynamics. SLD, FaZe Clan moment. A bit of a greeting from those sprays, but nothing in exchange just yet. Waiting for the right time to fire again.
Yeah, so picking the roster is always very difficult, right? Like you can look at stats, you can look at performances, you can do a tryout and all that, but at the day, when it comes to the actual tournament, it's already very hard to change. So whatever that you have, you need to work around it, and normally there's nothing better than to test a tournament setting, but there's no way that you can do it. You gotta do everything before. So some roster changes, great, it works out. Some roster changes do not. That is the toughest part. That's the toughest part of being whether the team captain or whether being the manager or the analyst or the coach, because you need to make that decision based out of everything except the real thing.
True. And nobody willing to show their trump card yet when it comes to the real thing, right? Before that, it's just always scrimmage, just friendly matches, and that's it. No sort of a pressure, not too much at stake. But now everything's at stake. We're talking about the prize pool, we're talking about going to the globals and staying into the next season slot. And that's a lot at stake for these guys. For the GEEK SLATE team, cutting across, feels like they might bomb into Boom later. Yummy is always the first one, and I love how Yummy open up for the team sometimes. His nades were remarkable, but it's just sometimes he's being caught up by the other teams in between. But we happen to have a bit of a shift. It's going to be Minas Generalis for our next circle that just popped.
And Vampire right in the middle of it. Nice area, the compound. So it's going to be a lot more challenging for teams coming from the north with this kind of circle, just because that the possibility of having other teams on the power grid background, it can happen, and that area is good to stop teams from coming up from the north of the circle based on this sort of arrangement. So far we can see that Sam likes to drop into power grid. They have the opportunity to go up there. They can still do it unless they want to move, considering that it might be the third phase of the circle rather than just thinking about the second phase itself. FaZe Clan, they're making a move too. Spots out Hill. It should be alright. It gets slow. Ooh, close one.
They pulled out from their vehicles for Hill. They definitely want this fight. We do have the third party coming in. I think there's going to be a third team coming out of the side just behind our face right now. We saw the rotations going on. It's going to be more than 2 teams around graveyard. It's going to be a big graveyard if everybody happened to pull up here to just stop themselves and have a fight, including VPE. This is going to be interesting because all Thai teams happen to have the same mindset of taking graveyard in their hands.
Maybe it's a Thai thing, you know, like they like that kind of. That's why they have that same mindset. That's why they go towards the same direction. But of course, at the end, yeah, you can all go there. Great, it's good entertainment for us as well if action happens. But maybe team win taking over this area.
Newsy got himself elevations, and Newsy definitely gonna relay all the information, all the intel he just got back towards his roster, and just waiting for the right time to open fire. Bacon rush into Asar, and I mentioned about RQ playing the bait here. Asar definitely the one that actually plays the bait himself in between, but finished off straight away by Noise. The rest of RRQ, if this is the bait game they are playing, this is losing the bait in vain.
Unfortunately for RRQ, they got sieged down by Bacon time really that fast. Personally, I'm not a fan of that compound because you get a good visual. Yes, you can send one up to get visual around what's happening in your area, but if that happens that fast, you won't have time to react, and that's why RRQ need to abandon ship.
5 shots from Newsy before, but the ones exchanging trades, and Nate is going to get slow versus Mormon of FaZe and Hill. Hill Tiger taking on a bit of a trading with Mormon as well. feels a bit iffy here for FaZe and Hill as they are taking the same compound between themselves. The ones winning those on the high grounds, which is going to be Vampires. And Onzo's trying to flush those on the second floor, but at the same time, there's so many corners inside of this church. It's just almost impossible for them to land those shots.
So still favors Vampire. They're in a decent position. But I think this score needs to be settled between Hill and FaZe Clan. 3 Thai teams just next to each other while Box is overlooked in this fight.
Sky trying to just angle it perfectly for the side of FaZe. DBS in hand on the side of FaZe. Mela already more than prepared. DBS in all of their hands right now. Another 2 player of Hill coming up from the back line as a support. A Box heard this gunfire as they want to be part of it. And Vampires taking on fight against Yoodo Alliance. They're picking every part of fights they can on those high grounds. Hill, Tiger and Sky. GEEK taking on GE. Master Ichi on the ground as Sky and the rest of Hill struggles to find the angle to shoot from above.
Yes. Can't find a good angle. It's going to be hard. But at least if he's in that position, if anyone comes out the door, he can shoot first. Sky only taking up the lower ground instead. FaZe Clan, 3 of them still active. Mormon's currently down. But just because they have the circle, so that's why they can take their time. No other team far seems to be interested to just crash in.
For now. For how much longer, we have no clue. But for now, they need to quickly wrap things up for both Hill and FaZe. If not just part ways, because this has been going on too long. You saw the circle just now. How many teams will migrate into on top of this abandoned church? Because we do know for a fact this is sort of in the center of a circle. And it's going to attract way more attention than it already does. Speaking of Vampires, they are waiting to just shoot down on these guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least Vampire, they're on the lower ground as compared to this area. Whether they'll be interested or not, it's yet to see. Okay, they got Newsy, so they open up. Early on, they were like all at the lower ground, but this round, they wanted a little bit more perimeter. They open up, so it's a good move there by Newsy. We've been doing a lot of that, going alone, taking those high grounds. It's been working out for them so far, but now it's happening. Let's go.
Hill, Gaslow finish off straight away. GE versus GEEK. It's not done yet. As Sai trying to have a 1-2-1 fight. But damn good. It's just so good at clutching those compound. At clutching those angle. The off angle that nobody overlooked himself. He got it going. Snipe, slither of health. Last first aid. Keeps it going with a bandage. But spotted out West. Giving a bit of a shot. But the blue zone is not on their side. Time is their enemy right now. And the clock is ticking. Oh boy, this is GEEK struggling in the blue zone just to make it end for the circle.
Ooh, at the same time, 9 actually shooting on the GEEK. But Hill won the fight against FaZe Clan. So at number 15 with 1 elimination point. That is it for FaZe Clan. Now, Hill Esports, all Hill Esports in graveyard.
BTR spotted out VOIN Esports. Now the circle shrinks even further. Where Vampire Hill do know for a fact they have the most precious compound to hold themselves for the ground. BTR having a bit of exchange greeting and fires amongst each other on the southern part. Box coming in, greeted by Hill on the other end. DBD coming in very late, but Satar with a mini 14 spotted out Capone from Box Gaming. And they have to take a bit of cover. Lucky enough, they have a couple of shacks to take cover for a bit more time, buying them a bit more time just to survive.
Snipes. He's the last player for GEEK SLATE. And he's on the outside circle. Not a good position to be in. But speaking about being in a good position, 7-9 in to Graveyard. And that's going to be Hill. So it's going to be 2v4. Not the fight that they want to take.
Nothing's trying to get some intel about what's happening outside. If you're indoors, there's no way for you to see what's happening outside. Can he drop a bomb on Newsy? Last time we saw Newsy, he was right high up there with the rest of the teams. Now they're definitely being visited, even though they got those elevations on the side of Empires, but they're not safe as well. Now Boom had those fights early on. They want to be part of it. 7-9 Lung from afar. Wait, why? Lung, he bombed himself.
When there's no one around, okay, I'm not too sure what happened there, but you know, things just happen. It's very hard to tell. But Hale, now they know that 7-9's around. At the same time, Boom is on the other side as well, so Hale gotta be careful not to be knocked down. If there's one out, either side could rush in onto Hale.
Dap hoping to make an entrance. They have to save Lung. Something that should not be spoken of ever again. But Boom start to close in. They've been compressive for Hale. Both sides, we have teams trying to get the compound out of Hale's hand. Box on the other end of the corner. Dap and Loyu looking frantic to find those angles working for the team to rush in, but couldn't have a glimpse of Hale players.
Yeah, Hale defending their ground fairly well. Even if your other teams are, you know there's someone there, but you don't know there's only two. So as long as they don't give away that information, okay. But it's not okay for GEEK as they got eliminated. Snipes probably caught out somewhere too far from the zone, too much open space. That's why he got eliminated. But speaking about elimination, E becomes the next team to go out.
And they were fighting against BTR before. And they're trying to flee and now got caught themselves up during the rotation. Keenan for VOIN Esports, on the other hand, taking this as slow as they can. They're so disciplined for VOIN Esports. They're not reckless, not hasty about making those calls whether to go in or not. They're taking their own time, being patient about it. For Box, on the other hand, they are on a hunt. We're talking about them trying to get those eliminations up, and they are delivering.
So far so good for Box. They are still alive. DBD next to them. The circle's not too far away as well. But it looks like Box may need to take the fight against DBD. It will be a necessary fight for them unless DBD moves away, but DBD will be happy with their current position.
RQ coming out from the northern part, feels like nobody were actually stopping them from getting into the safe zone. But BTR will be rushed in by VOIN. Left, right, center, there'll be people shooting. And VOIN and BTR having a bit of 1-1 trade for now. Alva trying to make wonderful scores with those ARs. But Maxis caught it out. BTR purged by the hand of VOIN Esports.
Ooh, again a fairly early elimination for them. Stuck at number 17. Right now, did Malaysia defend it? Yes, they did! They took out Boom! Wow! Just in a split second, Boom! Got eliminated.
Gone. That's it. Just short amount of time. So swift, so clean coming out from the side of Hill just now. Yoodo Alliance not done with the side of none other than the teams. I think it's going to be coming up from Vampires or maybe even VOIN at this point. But Hill still taking on their grounds there. Sam9 struggling to find those angles, but it's just too much of a time taken to see what's happening. SLD split it into 2-2 formation. RQ and Bacon Time kind of caught them in between for the side of SLD, but they do have a wide spread among themselves. So they know exactly where are the players based on the other set of SLD from behind. But Goosey couldn't even pick out.
Ooh, Dap gotta pick up his teammate. Right now, like what you mentioned, the moment you peek, that's it. It will be a headshot. Dap tries, immediately counterfire upon. That's a warning shot for him. Focusing on his compound, on his teammate instead. But at the same time, we can see that VOIN secures another elimination point. Right now, 8 elimination points already.
Yeah, they just managed to get one knockdown inside of Yoodo Alliance, but the distance between them stopping VOIN to push in. Still a scary end here for the side of VOIN. They are in the open. They have very smoked up buggy. I don't want to be in that buggy if I were the player of VOIN right now. Risky plays here. Only 2 players left. Running their own resources, but Box on the other hand, nothing stopping them.
Oh yeah, looking good. Despite 1 elimination so far, but it's okay. As long as you can survive, as long as you can live until like stage 6 onwards, doing good. Right now, as we expected, Box versus DBD, it's a fight that cannot be evaded. I believe that Box is prepping up, they're finding the right angle. We can see the Capone with his nade, but Yen is keeping an eye on the Box. So right now, depending on the circle, they can still hold, but if the circle shifts, that's it. They only
I do have to praise a lot for the side of Thai teams. They know exactly this side of a pattern. The circle right on top of Graveyard, they predicted this early on. We're talking about Hill, we're talking about Vampires, including Bacon Time here, who already got himself in the northern side. SLD is going to be next to them. They're so close sharing those compound. But DBD, again, they got caught in the blue zone. They're always the last one coming in, but they have to cut across box. They have to take so many teams on the southern part. And it's just going to be a lot of grinding coming up from DBD.
Yep. So let's see who will grind it harder right now between DBD. But looking at the current scenario, Box Gaming, they have a little bit more elevation as compared to DBD though. We'll leave that for later as we move forward to Yoodo Alliance versus Vampire. Similar compound. Right now, Yoodo Alliance, they are on the slightly flat end. Going up against Vampire, they have a nice spread. But at the same time, Box Gaming, okay, rotating away from DBD, going towards Graveyard. Oh, it's not Box, yeah, it's VOIN.
Traps open up for the team here. Tapping out down to RRQ players who got caught in between the blue zone. And not just that, they lost one man early on. They tried to play the baiting game, but it didn't work out quite well for them. Traps trying to stop every single player coming out from the north and the eastern side of the circle. Yoodo Alliance are not happy about this, trying to take Traps down, but managed to hide away from the terrains around him.
Ooh, flag is gonna go right now. Zone is gonna close in onto them. Right now, Vampires should be an access for them, but look at this, VOIN. They just go straight into the circle, and right now they're okay.
And they are passing by as peaceful as they can get. Tiger and Hill, after the longest time defending this church, and now slowly losing men here with only nothing left, and trying to just make sure he drop a big one on Levy. Box, with the help of Yoodo Alliance as well, Hill can breathe for another round of skirmish. Nutters finish off Levy, and also Olio finish off Winnie. Now Nutters can pick himself back up for his friend here, while the rest of the team slowly closing in. VOIN taking fires from the side of Yoodo Alliance. Those elevations work them well, but they need to go. They need to move. Time is against them. Olio on the ground. They don't have any sort of buggy or any sort of mobility at this point for Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, they're on their feet right now. That's not really helping, but SL spots out DBD is trying to get into the circle. Right now, we can see one of them being knocked down. Tapping on, and it does connect down to 50% of health. At the same time, we can see that Olio being taken out by Newsy. It's going to require securing that elimination point, and now gunning down Flex as well.
DBD biding their time, taking it very slow. Too slow perhaps. Right now the blue shrinks, and now they force themselves in the open area. Nothing in between, only a couple of vegetation, and that's just it. There's going to be opened up such a big spot for Sam9 to just farm those kills. Those elimination numbers will go up if they don't leave here for DBD, but how to leave? Do they have enough smoke? Can they take covers? The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear as day for these guys to shoot them down. Now DBD have to figure this out really quick, really swift. If not, they caught themselves in a death trap.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they don't have a vehicle right now. Both vehicles used as a bunker, but the bunker is just temporary. The hill, they still have that church. They can still go to the top of the church and look over onto DBD. It's really tough for them. Right now, RRQ on the outside of the circle. They have Vampire to deal with, and they don't have a vehicle as well.
RRQ also in the same pickle as same sort of DBD. Vampires, they need to push in, but VOIN will stop them. Now Paco trying to find a spot here, just to get that one knockdown, make sure the rest of the team can actually get into the circle safely. But they know time is not on their side, they have to move right now. Vampires to climb down is another problem for Stone to figure out. He needs to solve that issue, and jumps down a long jump, down on his knees, got shot down as well. Oh no, VOIN see this one coming, more than prepared. DBD eliminated. Feels like next one follow up is going to be Vampires.
Ooh, Vampires. Let's see, unless they can fight their way through. But VOIN, you can't think about it, they've been playing as the duo for the longest time, but yet still managed to get 8 eliminations, fending off other teams. It's crazy for VOIN, but now it's going to be crazy for SLD as they go up against Bacon Time. Bacon Time 3v3 as Quad goes down to the last man now. Throngs in. Can he do it? Can he pull off the impossible?
With Bacon time, Ice watching like a hawk. I feel like it's going to be a rough and a tall order for the side of SLD. But Touch, he has to be more than aware. There's another thing coming up from behind. It's going to be RRQ. They march in as a tree. Mort and the rest of RRQ more than ready to take a fight. Taking on Noise. Down. And it's going to be one knock. The second one, the Pekka from behind. But it's a bit of a backfire. As Sam9 taking advantage. Spotted out in the Pekka and the rest of RRQ. The moment they pick out, is somebody shut them down.
Oh, great position by Sam9, but now putting focus on the Maxius. 1v2. Stone is resetting himself, just too much for him to handle. Maxius goes down, but the nade, where did it come from? That nade! Was it from Tiger? Yes, it was! Tiger taking Vampire out! At least 2 of them. Wow.
We're down to 6 teams within a very small radius of circle. We're talking about less than 300 meters apart between these each teams here, with Vampire slowly losing men picked off one by one. Now Tiger with the DBS closing the range, and now the jump shot coming from the side of Tony K. Works wonderful well, but it's not done yet. He needs to take down on another player across him. It's gonna be VOIN Esports Alva waiting with a UMP.
Wow. That jump shot winning against DBS. Alpha representing VOIN still survives, so VOIN still has a representative like those rank points at least. Tony K against Alpha, this is going to be super interesting. Tony K with a UMP in hand, he has a M4 as a secondary weapon. I think he knows that Alpha is there, but he does not have any utilities to throw.
Sam9 on the other hand, they do have a full squad. The only team that having 4 men standing still. But Tony K and Alpha is just too close with each other. They can't hear each other breathe even at this point. The Yoodo Q definitely gives away a lot of information. Tony K waiting for Alva to respond with those movements as well, but they're not one of them willing to budge. But the Blues and just finish off from Tony K. It's going to be burning him off alive. Nothing's also in the same compound. Alva spotted him out. Last out of health. Tony K. Wait,
Tony K won!
So close!
Woo! Wow, Tony K won with the own shot. Tony K! That's why he is Tony K, ladies and gentlemen. Sam9 had to be the party pooper. It was almost the moment for Tony K.
Well played for Sam9. Very alert about their surrounding. Now back to the side of the 3 teams remaining. Sam9 with a 4. Bacon time remain with a 3. And RQ have to work things out as a duo. Voldemort, there's a double nade down, making first. Long again, dropping a huge one. Massive nade on the side of Sam9. Now they only have to deal with Mort, who's got chipped down quite a bit from those explosions. They are going in for the rush. Dap spots out on the rooftop. Now trying to high toss the nade again. Sam9 spotted out the rest of Bacon to make a move and trying to rush in with a vehicle. This is just got to be Sam9's game right now.
Oh, Sam9, they are holding this strongly. Look at the current condition and where they're at with the number of people that they still have. Looks like it's Sam9's game. But Bacon time will not be easy for them. At the same time, RRQ is on the left. It could be the K-Maker because they're closer towards Sam9. Bacon time holding that the lower ground. RRQ holding their grounds as well. Fully able to take advantage of anything that comes by.
Shirty trying to stop Loyu. The one they should worry about is going to be Dap coming up from the flank side off angle. One knockdown. Ice waiting for Shirty to pick him up, but Dap need to expose for himself. Coming up, Mort, see that one coming. Mort making so much work for RRQ. Taking double down. Voldemort tried to follow up. This might be RRQ can still win this, as Sam9 losing men is an equal field of 2v2v2.
Oh yeah, this is what we talk about. RRQ could come in the backside, be the Kingmaker. Did he do it? Can he do it? Voldemort, yes, he got retouch. Voldemort still survives. Said to his teammate, there should be enough time for him to reset himself, but right now, they still need to move. Circles down there. Bacon time is still surviving, but Bacon time! Finally, they win the fight against RRQ, but Sam9! The first team to achieve 3 chicken dinner PMSL!
They almost lost that chicken just now due to Mort from RRQ. Taking on 2 down and 2 players out straight away from Sam9 lineup. Lucky enough, they're still holding their high grounds just now. Bacon couldn't actually have any minute or any second to pick back up all the pieces together for the teammate that's fallen. And that was theirs. Sam9 knows exactly where to stand. They hold their ground, they keep it going, keep it alive. and it's all well worth it. Where do they stand across the board now?
Oh, it was scary for Sem9, frankly speaking. Because of RRQ coming in from behind, almost becoming the kingmakers. Oof, that was scary. But how would it affect the board, you ask? I would say it's a second place now for them. And on top of them was FaZe Clan. On top of them was FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan got eliminated for them, obviously. So it's an opportunity for Sem9. But look at the stats. Oh, this is a new graphic here. So we're going to feature all 4 players from the team that got a chicken dinner.
I mean, for the MVP, personally, for me, coming up from Sem9, definitely it's going to be Luke. He opened up so much space, hold on so many angles. It's just not being aware by the other of his own teammates. He makes such a big nade push, coming up from every angle possible. Those coming up from the abandoned church, which is going to be Hale. Those right across him, which is going to be RRQ. He did so much work for the team. But Sem9 taking this round for themselves. But Bacon, they still have this consistency, and VOIN is still up there.
I know, right? I mean, I think we're starting to sound like a broken by now, but VOIN again and again and again and again and again. Regardless, like, even though they have 2 players, they still manage to get up there, like a finish. Ah, man, really, VOIN right now with this kind of performance exactly reminds me of the Infinity. The Infinity back then, you have one, they could still go all the way. This is like VOIN is the Infinity.
They're just unstoppable. Like, no matter how much you want to shut down on VOIN, it feels impossible. They pick the pieces back up, back on their feet, have it another go. It's just always rinse and repeat for them. There's just no way stopping that. But I love as well as Box Gaming in here. They do have the consistency, keeping it up for the 3rd day of the first week. It's just so hard for them to actually have an entry when it comes to the first 2 days prior for our week number 1. But right now they have this sort of tone. I'm loving how they're putting up their expectation high up there. But there's like Tony K. There's so much work for the team. You have to give this guy so much right now.
Oh yeah, I thought that Tony K would have lost that fight, frankly, because he was like 10% health before that last gunfight. But with that opponent misses, he gets it onto them, and he wins that fight. That's amazing. But Sem9 had to come in later just to, you know, nade him down and spoil his party.
Wow, feels like VOIN when it comes to Miramar, they have changed their objectives. They're not balancing out their rank, but definitely push out quite a number of eliminations. Look at 13 for Hale and 10 for VOIN. Now VOIN, no matter how you try to push them down, they're still going to be up there. It's either their rank getting better or their eliminations. You cannot stop both of them going on. But for Sem9, VOIN as well as Hale, I want to see how the bot will actually affect this, but it's going to be a stagnant first stage.
Okay, yeah, that's because Hale did decently well. 1 to 8, no change at all. Wow, that is how tough the first page teams are.
At least the margins are getting smaller between the first and second place. It's within reach. We're talking about still 16 points. At least it's closer than 21 points early on. But Sem9 just 2 points shy from the side of Hale. FaZe now closing the gap. We might having maybe possibly another 3 teams hitting the triple digit here, down to the 7th place.
Yep. And okay, we have another comparison to make. And of course, we always have a VOIN player, right? We always have it. Like, this time it's going to be Alva. Despite losing to Tony K, but he did extremely well. 4 elimination points for him. Tiger, I think this is the highest individual damage. No, we saw higher, but it's still a lot. 1004 against 864. Yeah, Tiger has been really performing for Hale.
These 2 guys should have at least 6 elimination points in their hands, but they're being snatched away, whether by the other teams or taken by the other teammates. But as long as they can secure everything for the team, right? But next one, we're heading into our last Miramar of the day. Based on that performance just now, Claire, I mean, like, what are your expectations by for the closing of our final map here?
I think looking at one, I think the highest probability for a Thai team to get a chicken dinner inside Miramar is there, because of how many Thai teams actually survived towards that that final few moments, right? Other than that, yes, 7-9 is great in Miramar. Statistics don't lie, but I have one wish list. Of course, it is for GE, because today we got somebody representing the Indonesia region, Thai region, Vietnam, Malaysia. It's only down to GE to complete the puzzle.
I don't know, GE, they definitely have better sort of rotation. Didn't actually drop themselves in a hot spot where everybody is just gunning them down straight off the bat, right? They did fix those sort of mistakes now. Having a better start at least and gain themselves at least a couple of points every single round. It's better than the first 2 days, you have to give them that. But right now, do they need to stand down from fighter? We talk about they're forcing it too much.
So they try to take fights, they lose. If they play passive, then the current meta maybe doesn't allow them. If it was like the previous meta, then maybe passiveness will work because you get more points out of rank points. But this time around, I think teams just forced to. You gotta have that level of firepower. If you don't, you really fall out. So I still think that GE still needs to challenge themselves.
I do believe in their firepower. I do believe when it comes to individual skills, they have it. That's why they are here. That's why they are in the best in the top 20 of Southeast Asia. But the problem is sometimes it's best to actually step down for a bit, just look at a third person perspective to see what went wrong, because they're always forced in a fight where they don't have intels. The problem is always information on their side. GE, I realize they don't have the information, the position of the other teams out there. Like, yes, you do know for a fact how their rotation is going to be, but when they start to approach a fight, there's always somebody taking them off angle. They caught off guard. That's how the entire team goes down in shambles.
Yeah, so I guess it's more like positioning or kind of where your opponents are. I would summarize that. Okay, if that's the case, I would summarize it as better scouting work or better information gathering, so that you know where to position yourself. You know what kind of angles to look at. I think I'll summarize it as that. If not, just to add up it, maybe a little bit more map knowledge, but I think that's kind of situational. But I think scouting work, yeah, every round would need work, irregardless.
Well, whatever it is, GE, when it comes to the coach, there's a lot of work for him to actually figure out what's the best for the team. Right now, the teams that are not playing here for today still have better ranks. If you compare it with GE, the one been playing for the past few days, still haven't pushed themselves in the slump, stuck there in a trench. Now they have to get out, find an exit out. But the ones really going such a progressive day here today, we have to give it to Box. They were in the 20th spot. They were down there, but they make an exit and they just find themselves the light at the end of the tunnel now.
Yeah, and even if they got the chicken dinner, the next round, which was previously, it's not too bad. It's okay round for them. So it's nice to see this kind of improvement. Hopefully they'll be able to be consistent there. And if they can pull off a big one, okay, maybe getting the page be still far, but hey, we still got 2 more days left of the week. And considering that they already had their break, meaning that they have all the days of the week to catch up onto at least page 1.
Right, but don't forget, the week 2, it's going to be a lot of a shuffle. It's gonna be a bit of a rumble again for those guys. The moment, you know what, like, imagine if DX and Bacon happen to be in the same group. The Pachinki fight is gonna be endless. But we do have, again, we talked about how to frequent of swapping in and out of the players, and Boom has done it again. Is this okay? Is everything okay for Boom? Feels like having a bit of a discussion right now.
You know, I know we already interviewed Boom's coach earlier today, so we might not get him anytime soon. Gotta give other teams as well. But if there was that one question, I'm sure you have in your mind, I have as well. I want to know what's in the coach's mind when it comes to this very frequent swaps or very frequent substitutions, because it's so frequent that I don't know who's the main lineup by now.
We have no clue. Honestly speaking, like, I do know for a fact maybe Yummy kind of stays there the most if you compare it with all the other players being swapping in and out. They've been subbing in quite frequent. I think every single map now. Day 1 is just like what? 2 maps or 3 maps in one swap. And then today is like every single map. Feels like they're trying to work everything and trying to make drastic change when they line up. But for GEEK SLATE, like they definitely just sleep.
Wake up!
I mean, yep. Hello, good morning.
I
I just hope they don't sleep in the game. Because just now it feels like the performance sleeping right now.
Oh man, it was stuck there, they're sleepy. Hopefully they'll be able to wake up for Saho later. Don't miss your Saho, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, if you guys have no clue what Saho is, it's the meal before we start fasting, the last meal of the day, you know.
Do you have another name for Saho? Like breakfast, like sometimes you call it iftar, sometimes you call it
iftar,
the
yeah,
buka,
iftar.
But do you have another name for Saho?
I forgot the word. When I was in Egypt. I forgot the word because I haven't been speaking Arabic for quite a bit now. Nobody to practice with me. But they do have another word, but I forgot about it. If you guys happen to be in the chat, I do realize a lot of Middle Eastern in the chat. Do tell us in English terms, because in Arabic it's so hard for us to actually zoom in to see the font. But you know what, speaking of the players, they do have their energy kind of crashes down due to the iftar, due to the fasting. After you eat it, you're breaking your fast. It's gonna be a high of energy and it's gonna be crashing down for the sugar levels. You can see that right now.
And of course,
it's
on top of that, it's obvious, right? Like every team that we see is like, okay, everyone's like, okay, yeah, I can't wait for this to end. And FaZe Clan is out there like, oh, high five. Before this was standing up high five, now sitting down high five.
Oh,
next maybe virtual high five.
Oh, this guy's just, you know what, we have one more to go. But they try to keep focused, they try to turn their vision down about what's really happening in front of them, which is going to be winning over this last Miramar map. It's going to be a long journey for them, a tough challenge. Hi, Nabiko. And also, speaking of stamina, it's going to be 3 weeks long, 5 days a week, 6 maps per day.
It's fun. Just look at it. Okay, at least Peko and Co, they are the more energetic ones. I can understand it. So today is day 3, right? So you can already start to feel like, okay, it's starting to sink into them. And on top of that, another factor, if you gotta think about it, like during country PMPLs, like during the league stage, they will play 4 games in comfort of their own gaming house. So once they're done with the game or when it's break time, they go to their beds or whatever. But now it's like, you can't go to your bed, you have to play 6 games instead of 4. So it's a different kind of challenge for them, and seeing them this manner, you know, it's a matter of adaptation.
And not just that, these players used to play lying down. Okay, every single time it was online back then, we get a cam view of the players as a whole team. Everybody's lying down on the sofa, on the couch, but this time they have to sit up straight. I just wish they can hold on a bit longer just for the final map here. We are more than ready and locked and loaded as we're heading into less than a minute for last map of the day.
Yeah, finally. I'm sure the players can't wait as well. It's like, we're gonna get home. But like, okay, you move over to BTR, they'll be like, okay, same thing, same feeling. At least for Hale, they're like, okay, we're already in game. Okay, let's just warm our fingers, just flex it out a little bit. For the final game in Miramar, my wish list is another team. If it's not, okay, if its first wish list is GE, just to complete the flags. If it's not GE, then it's another page 2 team. At least, like, you know, let's get some variety as we head on to our second half of the week. At least we have a lot more to talk about, like, other teams starting to rise up. Maybe VOIN will be challenged. So that'll be super fun if that happens. And yeah, please do it for us. For the sake of entertainment, for the sake of the viewers as well. As we head on to our final game, guys. It's drama.
Let's head into Miramar for last map of the day for the teams and players. Good luck filling the demands and satisfy Sir Cloud. It's gonna be a tall order. He got a lot a long list of wish list. But we're heading back into the game. You know what? What funny is that? I'm sorry, I just got a bit of a glimpse of the chat just now. Some players there still looking over Tony K plays. The funny part is some of them even spell it as Tonk. The Y been missing.
Oh.
I just wish Tony K you don't butcher the name until it becomes Tonky. If you swap the K and Y, but it's Tony, okay guys. He's such a good looking guy to put his name as Tonk or Tonky. I mean, like, that's not justifying for that player.
Hey, for all you know, that means something auspicious in Thailand, you know? Tonky.
Really? Really?
I don't know. We gotta get Zephyr on the line one of these days. Can we get like a caster's like interview? Like, oh, we asked what other regions are thinking. That'll be kind of fun, you know?
I wouldn't bet on that because of the language barrier. It might be something else there if you call it a Tonk or Tonky. Now I just wish it's not gonna be that. But we do have our circle pops. It's gonna be on top of Craterfield northwest this time. So we do have the gliders. This time it's so rare for the players to actually use this vehicle, right? It's so risky. It's so hard to control. But if you know it so well, you can play so well with it. It's going to be a huge advantage. But never mind, Lung. You tried.
Yep. It's okay. Yeah. But looks like Loyu wants a ride? Nah, Loyu's like, nah. I'm safer with Dap, okay? Thank you very much. I'll just go the other way. But think about it. If we do that caster interview, like we're in the middle and then we all the regions. And then we ask Zephyr. And Zephyr will go everything like, yes! Good. Very nice.
I mean, like, he's a gentle giant.
Oh,
I do love. If you guys have no clue who Zephyr is, he's actually one of the commentators come up from the Thai region, and not just that, he's also have been in close contact and sort of a, I don't know if he's like full-time manager for some teams, but a lot of teams looking up for him. For his care about sometimes talking out their problems, even asked his opinion regarding the strategy and the strats going on in the game, because this guy has been in PUBG Mobile the longest. Sapphire is like, if it's not casting, he's probably going to be one of the pro players out there.
Yeah, he used to play at some point. He was telling me that one time. He used to play at some point, but that was a very, very long time ago. And it's like, yeah, I'm happy doing casting right now, which is fine for him, right? I mean, the other day he's still like this figure that everyone looks up to. It's almost like PUBG Mobile Thailand equals Zephyr. It's inseparable.
True. And speaking of casters, a lot of casters coming out from pro background. If I'm not mistaken, like one of Orange Esports player back then, now becoming a caster as well full time. I think he's a Cambodian caster, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I recently saw in Philippines, Edo10 was casting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, recently. It was casting for one of the ladies tournament. Was it PMNC ladies or something? Yeah, so it was casting. So I was like, oh, okay, that's great. It's nice to see like some players, they have new careers. Maybe they think that you know playing is enough, and that's absolutely okay.
Even, I mean, like, if you guys know enough about PUBG Mobile, even in Indonesian scene, like, Pasta, I don't think he's a pro player, but when it comes to Rufi, he used to be one of the pros out there. He used to represent Indonesia in certain tournament as well. So these guys, if you see these casters, you know, you have to give them so much respect. They've been in the scene, like, forever. They've been growing up with it, but back to our game, speaking of Hill, they have a good run today. They have quite a consistency. Now they have to close the gap between VOIN. How to take down on VOIN? It feels like they are on different caliber of plays.
Well, if I were to just give some hope to the other teams, right? So when we started, it's like 21 point different, and then some points like 20. Now it's 16. So if we draw a graph, it's like, okay, there's a slight dip for VOIN, but not to say they're dipping that bad. It's just that 21 points to 16 points, it's still a trend there.
Oh, speaking of Hill, got knocked down from afar. It's going to be coming up from Thai as well. And Gatslow really going to get it gone because the rest of Cavalry of FaZe is here. And there goes Slow. Oh boy, this making it even harder for Hill to close the gap.
It's probably caught out scouting thing, and FaZe Clan happened to catch him. And this is how fast the teams can play, right? The moment they knock down, they rush in without hesitation. So this is the level that we're talking about inside PMSL. Even if they don't get a knockdown, if they know that there are certain angles that they can crash into a compound without being known, or even for the compound team to be too for them to notice or realize that someone's coming up to them, they would do it. So this is how scary these teams can be.
Yep, it's more scary because it's the last match of the day. Now, a lot of teams are thirsty to prove themselves before some teams have to stop and having a bit of a downtime. We're talking about tomorrow game here, which is going to be the team of E will not be playing. So this is going to be their last push before they have a whole day break, which is going to be GE, FaZe Clan, DBD and RRQ. So speaking of RRQ, they will be visited by Boom right now.
Mod all alone though. 1-2. We've seen a clutch before, but Mod decides like what you say, it's the last game. I don't want to go out that early. Might as well retreat. But we can see that on the other side, Boo Boo Who is up against Asa. So Mod might want to get back to his teammate.
RRQ can afford to lose this one. They need to push their ranks. They have it going, but their strategy now feels like being revised by all the other teams. They know exactly how to counter it. They're slowly being picked off one by one. They cannot to have that going. No room for mistakes for the side of RRQ before heading into their downtime. Asa always the first one to be the bait, but at the same time, where are the rest of RRQ? The entire Boom is pushing towards his way now.
Very interesting though, because Mod went away. He got the information. Asa a little bit later, but at least he's able to get away. So with the slopes, with the terrain, he should be fine.
Okay. Well, he definitely learned from the past game here. Not navigating himself, being too curious about things. But Napeko, and this is what I love about RIQ. They know how to set up a trap. If it's work, it's just super clean, flawless. Absolute, just perfect place. But when it's just not working out for them, they're just being picked off one by one, bit by bit, and start to lose one of the limbs, like slowly but surely. But GE now, GE also will have a downtime tomorrow, so they need to keep it going. We do know for a fact GE have been playing straight the 3 days straight here, and it just didn't improve when it comes to the scores.
And plus they played more games as compared to some of the teams. Because like what you mentioned, tomorrow is their break. So they've been playing 3 days, but 3 days, even with some teams taking their own breaks, but they're still at number 20. I mean, it's really tough for GE at this point. And plus they are representing the wildcard region. And I really don't know what to say at this point. I really wish that our final interview for the day was someone from GE. I really want to know what's on their mind.
I just want to know that, you know what, there's a lot of supporters, including us, want to see GE to do so well in this map right now. But at the same time, there's so many things, so many factors. They just having a bit of a lose. And we're talking about GE right now trying to play safe. And I'm loving this. They realize for a fact, you know what, feels like a bit too stuffy for them to actually take in all of it. Having too much of a drastic change will have it a bit of a problem for the players to adapt to it within short amount of time. They take it slow, it's okay. There's nothing to haste about. You have the all time in the world by Gosu. Spotted out Newsy. That's going to be the scouter doing his work, just to be a bit more taunt from the side of Newsy, just to know where exactly Gosu stands right now.
Yep, Gosu, nice action, high ground, immediately chases off Newsy. Tony K, but Tony K not clear yet. That's RRQ on the other side. Nebeko tries on the Tony K, but Tony is on the clear.
Beko definitely wants to go for the hunt. RRQ are spreading themselves out wide, but he's trying to reposition himself. We do have vampires out of nowhere now popping into this as well. As LD spot out Chef. Shrubs possibly, but yeah, just having another taunt. Just now it was Newsy, now it was Shrubs. Stone will be scouted by Truongzin on the flank side, but I'm not sure if Stone know exactly where the players of SLD. They're being very proactive, very actively moving.
Yeah.
There goes the tires.
There you go. Yeah, but at the same time, Schweppes sticking out somewhere else. It is Sem9's map at this point, considering that they're a performing team inside of Miramar. But with that knockdown, it's definitely going to damper their chance of securing another chicken dinner and just creating, breaking records. But right now, I think it's going to be. It was a long race because the last time we saw it's like, okay, it's only a knock but not an elimination. And looking at Vampire's position, I think Adib should be picked up by now.
Every single team is tipping on their toes. Never mind. Shrubs just now was against SLD. Now they found themselves right across Sem9. And now Adib's being knocked down. I think there's a distance between them since... well, never mind. Sem9 will finish off that one player. It's going to be 2 players out from Hill as well as Sem9. And Stone have a bit of a brawl with Shirty. Bacon time. Why there's so many players splitted so far apart from their roster?
Okay, I guess it's really down to the strategies how they're doing scouting work, because we were still at like the second phase or second quarter, so there's still a lot of room to play, so it's kind of understandable. But if they do that of the 8th circle, then it really depends on the situation. But for Bacon time to take over from Vampire, that is a good move for them. Now Vampire, they'll be playing the rest of the time with at least 3 players.
Now, Noise definitely will have to pick him, his teammate up. But SLD scouted out on Asa again, the first one to be knocked down on RRQ side. It's always being the bait for the entire team. And Voldemort spotted him out on a different high grounds, entirely a different mountain there. But SLD, be careful. Bacon time is watching as well. And that finish off by Pombit. Now Boom starts to move. Sem9 very overstretched between themselves. Low U still taking up the back line as well. Craterfield will be a bit of a problem right now as Ventora's taking on Alter Ego. There's so many fights happening, one by one being picked off at the back line for these teams.
Yes, and not only that though, Alter Ego and FaZe just next to each other. Ventura is on the high ground. At the same time, Ice from Bacon knocked down. Looks like there's a fight happening somewhere else, and we can see that SLD is having fun collecting elimination points, but they gotta do it quick as 3 Touch is prepping up the nade at the same time to survive, and 9 Noise will go down. 3 Touch, the last man standing.
SLD have to fight against the Blues and at the same time have to deal with a touch coming up from Bacon. Oh, the nade, the big one from the side of Gosu. The perfect one to wrap things up. They do have the time and space here to reset themselves. That finishing coming up from SLD, that was a huge one.
Oh, that was indeed. They've been holding their ground very, very well indeed against Bacon time. And now we have Hill, the same Tiger at the top of this mountain, and he's still within the circle though. I gotta be careful of Boom. And on the other end, there's RRQ. But with this kind of race, he should be alright for now, as long as he still has the circle. But GE, Yoodo Alliance, it's not going to be an easy fight for them.
Look, trying to find over GE players on the high grounds here, playing around the corner, got himself that buggy. If he needs to jump down the buggy, it will be more than enough for him to actually exit out. But flag spotted out by the rest of GE. GE going aggressive again. Smile prepping up the nade, and the circle happened to be shifting at the same time. DBD got themselves those high grounds and spreading in a line. It's a beautiful lineup coming out from DBD, but GEEK and FaZe as well as Alter Ego will be the victims if DBD knows how to use the mountains for their full potential.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do agree that DBD has one of the best positions in this circle, unless the circle shifts away, but there will be a conversation for time. As right now, Yoodo Alliance being sieged down by GE. GE going up against Yoodo Alliance. Max will be taken out, but GE is still on the outside the circle. Yoodo Alliance still within it. Tiger will be shot down somewhere else and finished off by Shrubs.
West with a mini 14. Spotted out. Yoodo Alliance smoke. Shraps taking on SLD goes to just now. And now GE, they start to move and they know everything at stake here for the last map for the day. SLD PERSIJA will revive and got Ghosted back up on his feet. Arsa is still there. Yuhai taking on GEEK. At the same time, Shraps taking on Ghosted again. Double down on Ghosted and Tony can go in for the rush. He's trying to find the shack, but the molly is going to be a bit of a painful for him. Nobody's in there.
Ooh, a little bit of a trap there for him, but now focusing on the GE versus Yoodo Alliance. This fight super interesting. Can Adilu do it? Adilu, we got down by West from the high ground. And we have trying to shoot from the other side and managed to get a knockdown to Kenny. Looks like Yoodo Alliance is losing this fight. Looks like Leo is there. Could it be the hero for Yoodo Alliance? But West will push him off, and all four of them can be picked up. But they gotta do it quick on the other side of the team.
GE swiftly trying to back up and retreat for a bit to reassess the situation to have it another go. RRQ on the other end will not give them any sort of space at all as Napeko start to push forward. While we do have Vampires dominating with 5 eliminations, the highest across the board right now. Boom, boo, spotted out low you Sam9. Yoodo Alliance and Sam9, both teams have been in a good run and all of a sudden have to put everything on hold due to how much firepower coming up from all the teams surrounding them.
Alright, here we go. So at the same time, Sam9, the current king of Miramar, unfortunately being eliminated at number 14 this time around. So now we will see a new king, at least this time. GE is still in it though. I mean, I'm not going to put much pressure on the GE, but as long as they're still alive, there's still a chance.
DBD taking on GE. The moment you mentioned about the team, stop praising them. You're calling them out. You're calling them out. GE knocked to one person left. How to pick that back up with DBD on the high ground. The circle haven't shifted yet. They spotted out alter ego players' face beneath them. They're on top of everybody else. DBD can they be the top of the food chain here? They got the best view there is. But do they have enough? Barely got any smokes on them. Not much of a molly on Echo. One hand grenade. Can they last long enough? He got himself SLR to work around.
Oh, okay, that happened fast. As RRQ more secures 2 elimination points, at least 1 elimination point to Kwang. Seeing the circle slightly to move away from GE, and yes, it will. But DBD still has that prime position.
RRQ start to move. They're trying to get in close contact with Vampires. And NASA make the first front line to go in alongside with Napeko. But they're split it into 2 formation here for Vampires. They're holding different angles. A crossfire. Nuzi taking on NASA. They didn't see this one coming. Nuzi coming out from the flank on the blind spot. And Nuzi will just finish them off with a bang. Down to only more on the side of RRQ. How to make things work for RRQ right now. They barely make it in.
Oh, and more not in the best of position as Vampire exactly where he is thanks to the smoke. Voldemort on the other side. Okay. I get confused, ladies and gentlemen. We got Mod and Voldemort, and now Nuzi putting focus on the Mod. Mod 50% of the pickle will be finished off by Shrubs. Vampire within the circle. A-okay, but for Voldemort, I don't think he can help his teammates. There's nothing much he can do. Be playing for placement points then.
I have to give it to Shrubs and Nuzi. They have breaking their backs just to take all those eliminations. They are dominating on the chart right now.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, Bot is in all the way. He don't have a candle. We'll just go for the crash. I'm not sure the team comps coming up from RQ, but this is not what it's supposed to be. But GE! Solid away right across Vampires, right in front of their faces.
Ooh, okay, GE still has some to play with, but now putting focus on the Sky Only going up against Boom, and Sky Only will go out. Boom wins the fight in this compound. That's number 13 for Hale Esports.
Oh, Vampires still breathing as we speak. He'll have to bow down on second place. Anytime FaZe can take over this board right now, including Vampires, that 2 players knocked down, they still can pick them back up. VOIN is here for the take. We're talking about VOIN slowly closing the distance between the box. But Mort, here comes Smile. Knock one down West, giving such a beautiful support fire from the back line. Now Newsy trying to finish off the job here. Managed to revive on Tony K. Spotted out West, giving a bit of a warning shots as well. Vampire stands back as a tree. They are not dying just yet. They are the vampires.
Ooh, yep, the limit it is. And now it's Smile out in the open. There's nothing much they can do. West, the final representative of GE, Genesis Esports, in the circle on the other side. Come on, vampires, cut him some slack. Don't do it. Come on.
They just really want to go for it, but a bit cautious due to how many gunfire shots they can hit right across them. GEEK SLATE damn good. They lost Mika early on. Spot out the entirety of VOIN trying to get themselves into the circle. They will gatekeep this one out, making sure denying the entrance of VOIN Esports, but BIGETRON behind their backs. They have to be splitting the formation now for GEEK SLATE if they want to make this happen.
Ooh, okay, he's talking about splitting position. Boom has a split position, a 2-2 formation that they're using. At the same time, Levy is trying to take one. And with this kind of split, this kind of position, it's going to be hard for Box to actually counter upon them unless they can get 1 or 2 knocks. But GEEK SLATE on the other side as well. Oh, GEEK SLATE in the circle, but Boom not in it, and now Boom is moving in.
Boom, hit the spray, go for the take. Box Shunos knocked down, not being finished just yet, and they have time ticking out. We're talking about less than 10 seconds, and they have to flee now. They have to exit. They don't have much time, but they keep it going. Extended fight. Yummy need to wrap things up quickly. As Levy just behind himself there. Yummy just trying to finish off Winnie in the small shack. DBD taking a fight against the tower of BTR. Now, Boom, they don't have those vehicles going. They need to march forward. They do have one more pickup truck, but boo-boo-hoo will have to come in very late with the days. But here comes VOIN, crashing straight into GEEK SLATE.
Whoa! Just like that, you blink and you ladies and gentlemen. VOIN just crashed in and GEEK got eliminated at number 11, and here is VOIN from 0. Now they just collected 4 elimination points, just like that.
Vampires coming up from behind, but the one have to cut across it. It's gonna be Box. It's gonna be Boom, as well as the side of the teams out there. But Boom, Pumbet, shot from afar, straight proning down. Have no clue where the shot's coming out from. Boom are confused. Where exactly those guys stands right now. Spotted out BIGETRON, a red UI. Down on these knees. All the players are down as the end. Levy put so much work for the side of Box Gaming.
Wow. Okay, so far so good for Box Gaming, but the bad is that they're playing as a duo. But whatever it is, it's been so far so good for them. But DBD is going to just pop their balloon. And now Box Gaming down to one player that's still active. It's going to be tough for them to actually get into the circle. They're still on the outside of it with Deep overlooking Winnie. This is hard.
It's going to be devastating for the side of VOIN Esports. They got those knocked down, but steals away by the side of DBD from the sidelines. Alter Ego going for the flush against FaZe. It's going to be a bit of a response coming up from FaZe with that nades tossing out, but Box eliminated at 9th, but still not empty-handed. But next one is going to be GE. Potato on this side with Micro Uzi, trying to go for the flank. They go in for the rush. Fnatic at the backline giving support, but at the same time, really risky players coming up from Alter Ego. Landing those nades, a wrong one, will knock down their own teammate, but Fnatic make a way to the side of FaZe. Venturas is down. Here comes the rush.
Oh, here we go. Mela, just at the corner. Octa is resetting. Mela with the DBS. Gets 1, gets 2. Can he get a 3rd one? Mela, he can move it together with Onza. Zuni, the last man standing on the. But they need to find where Octa is at. Octa on the outside of the building, resetting himself, getting ready, and plus he's still on the circle as well. This is gonna be tough for Octa, and finally they take down Octa. Clan wins.
Counting days for Octa just now, knowing his fate. Right, we're down to 5 with only one SLD player in between. VOIN cannot even make an entrance. Nachos has been holding these angles the longest time, not being discovered, being very sneaky, smart plays coming up from DBD, outshine and outplayed VOIN right now, who got stuck themselves in a pickle.
Echo high ground against FaZe Clan. Could this be the moment for DBD? They are still a full squad, the high ground. Soko pretty much on their side too. Right now it's going to be against Boom, the two Indonesian teams going against each other at the same time. Drongzin is behind. He could be Kingmaker from the other side.
For the side of Pombit, he's trying to push to the side of VOIN. It's going to be 1v3. Make it 2v3. They caught one. Pombit make an entrance. And now they go in for the rush. But Kenan, lucky enough, got that mini-event going on. Will barricade himself for a bit more. Here comes the Nate toss over. Knocked down on Razy. Pombit trying to go for the flank side. But their bow will be discovered very soon now. But Kenan pre-kirk that nade. Exchange of trade of nades. FaZe taking on DBD but VOIN. Can they finish off with Boom? Oh, Boom will try him. It's still VOIN winning this fight over, but never mind. Boom is down with a bang.
Oh, whatever it is, it's still VOIN standing strong, and they're in the middle of the circle. Right now focusing on FaZe Clan is DBD. One of them currently down, and that's going to be Echo. Will be picked up by Jimmy. VOIN resetting the south. Drongzin, he's just going to stay still. He's just going to shine like a diamond on the other side. FaZe Clan on the other hand climb this hill, but they need to fight against DBD.
Alva and the rest of VOIN get a bit of a reset, got that buggy going, who will climb up high to its mountain. But the problem is not just them there in the same compound. We're talking about DBD, been holding this angle the longest time. Even FaZe having a bit of a tough hike right now. Lucky enough, they got a couple of smokes to work around. Drongzin taking on Alva. FaZe spotted out DBD. Drongzin still survived. The last member of SLD is still there, while FaZe slowly closing the distance, getting a CQC against DBD, and they are down on their knees. Mela finish off with none other than DBS. Nachos holding those high ground still, leaving only 2 players left for DBD. Yan and Nachos have to figure out how to get out from this blue zone.
Probably self-denying at this point. Yeah, down. And that's one more player. It's going to be Nachos. I want to say they didn't want to deny themselves, but now he's resetting. So he's going for the fight, but without Yen. Okay, here we go. Can he pull out impossible? But looks like not. It's FaZe Clan winning the fight. And now it's FaZe Clan, the full squad against VOIN and SL. It's just a matter of who's going to get second or third.
Swift response coming up for a moment. Know exactly the idea coming up from DBD to deny themselves and not contributing points. Nope. FaZe will say no to that. VOIN on the other hand spotted the last member of SLD being the troublemaker the entire top 5 just now. Drongzin still take covers. FaZe taking on Drongzin. That's going to be the last one out. But VOIN down to last player, Kinan. We saw he clutched before. Mega clutch made by this guy. But can he do it again?
Oh, I mean, yes, he has that history, but look at the spell of FaZe Clan. Tough. If he were to do it, he will top every other clutch that we have seen so far. It's going to be crazy if he can pull it off.
Bit of faith in Kenan, but at the same time he knows his fate is not going so well right now. He's trying to climb up the hill just to get a better view and a bit more space to work around, even hide himself, but he got no more smokes left. I think there's only one there. Mela, it's a very steep
there you go.
And FaZe finish off with a strong ending. It was a clean win with 4 men standing coming up from FaZe in the last Miramar map.
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen, with FaZe Clan taking out VOIN. But no matter what, they still number 2, still pretty decent for them, and because of that, for sure, in the overall charts, they will still hold on to that number 1 spot. But for FaZe Clan, refresh lineup with Mela coming into the fray, man, this is a huge improvement from them from the last time we saw them in PMPL Thailand.
And also they were in the top 5 earlier today, so I do want to see did they manage to swap a bit when it comes to the overall rankings of the top 5 leaderboard. VOIN, I think nobody can take them down just yet. They got this consistency, this sort of a secret recipe going, right? If they're losing the fight, you know what, we're gonna stay safe as much as possible and trying to nitpick a certain fight in a different corner off angle. But for our MVP, it's gonna be Onzen, and we do know Onzen makes such a huge contribution to the side of FaZe Clan after he swapped with MR5.
Oh yeah, and they say that Onzen is unwell. I mean, if this how he can perform in an unwell situation, I want to see how he'll perform. He's like fully fit. Like it will be crazy, right? Just imagine. But again, VOIN is up there. These guys, no surprises. They're always at the top 4, top 5. They're always consistent. But speaking about consistency, DBD, despite no chicken dinner, the last few rounds has not been bad.
I feel like DBE start to get themselves those tempo going, and they kind of found themselves the best strategy that works well for the team, and it's like they look very comfortable doing it as well. They're taking it a bit slow, try to balance out the rank as well as eliminations, not being too hasty, not being too reckless to force themselves in unnecessary fights like how GE did. I mean, like GE, they are forcing it, yes, they can actually do it, yes, but at the same time, just they work so well for them to actually hold those angles. But you have to give that last play of SLG, Tuong Zim. He's been holding on for the longest time to survive and got himself in the top 5.
Yeah, survived to a place finish. Definitely commendable there. But you pointed it out right that the GE actually this round is also not too bad for them. Like for this round, and I think either the previous round or the round before, they were okay as well. So today's GE is arguably the best day so far for them out of the few days that they have played.
Yeah, it's all down to strategy, I think, when it comes to Roma. You have to play it smart, outplay your players, like how DBD actually trying to perfect when it comes to the approach for certain maps, including how they approach those fights. But FaZe right now with 10 elimination, with 10 rank points, definitely will push them back, push them way up there. I think it might be them in the top 3 right now, but I'm not sure myself, because VOIN got himself 12 points. Now this definitely gonna pull up the stretch again between them and Hill, because Hill being finished off early and didn't gain any points at all.
Yeah, including GEEK SLATE as well. So let's see the overall charts. 28 points difference between VOIN and the second place, whoever it is by now. FaZe Clan moves up, so it's going to be second place for them. Hill, because of that performance, they dropped down to number 3. On the other hand, GE, despite a decent round, but they still didn't catch up to PBE, who took a break.
Now this is interesting. Look at the numbers for FaZe and Hill. It's exactly the same. If you happen to be having a tiebreaker, how do you do this?
So
it's the same exact number.
Okay, so I have the answer for that. So if it's all exact same, the tiebreaker will be based on the last round's performance. So obviously FaZe Clan got the chicken dinner, so that last round's performance was the tiebreaker, hence at number 2.
Oh boy, this is as close as you can get, but at the same time, a lot of Thai teams are actually in the first page. Now you cannot take this away from VOIN, especially Keenan today. He's been showing off so much of a good play. Alva is always there until the last minute, and Tiger come up from Hill always makes so much work for the team as an entry fragger.
Yeah, I think VOIN is really like stealing the show. Like for the past few days, you always have VOIN here and there. You got the VOIN logo here and there. It's like it's like PUBG Mobile Super VOIN League, you know, something like that. It's almost like the Infinity back in the day. It's like, oh, it's always, if it's not Mela, then Nuzi, if not it's someone else, and it's always the Infinity. VOIN is just a new generation.
Yeah, I agree. It's like it's very commendable about their rotation wise, about their objective, their drive. You can see they are so focused on their scrimmage possibly, because they just have this sort of consistency. It's almost impossible to take them down the entire week, Cloud. I mean, like, we haven't finished our first week yet, but I'm not surprised if they maintain up there until the end of the day.
Yeah.
The end of the week.
Yeah, at least, yeah, I do agree. I think looking at the rate, this week is definitely theirs. Okay, I wouldn't say definitely, but looking at how they're performing, you know, it's looking good for them. But I do hope it's not like the West Point Mamba curse. You're all the way, you're League Kings, but it reaches where it matters, the grand final, and all of a sudden it just goes, oh. So that Very. Hopefully it's not going to happen
I
to
mean,
them.
that curse was way before that. It was HVVP curse.
Oh yeah, that too. Oh my god.
That one was the...
Oh.
that
That
one
one
was
too.
the most painful to watch.
That one
I
too.
was there when that happened. I saw the disappointment, how devastated the players were. I couldn't even get the courage to talk over to them and even comfort them because they were just... I mean, I hope we don't end up there. Okay, I just don't want to have to go through that again. But so far, when it comes to the teams, now GE will not be playing tomorrow, right? So they definitely have the time to reset themselves and just on the sideline think about what they have to change.
Yeah, that means no matter what, by the end of tomorrow, we will not see a new number 2 team, unfortunately or unfortunately. But yeah, but what we will see after this is we're gonna head on to an interview. So spoiler, I do know who's gonna be interviewed. I can see them getting prepared. Ooh, wow.
Oh, man.
And you wanna guess? Pick one.
Is it?
Okay, no time. We're here to let's go.
We are now at the end of day 3 of PMSL SEA Spring 2023. Tash Bunny here alongside Bacon Time. We had 3 Touch, a brand new player here in Bacon Time. How are you feeling right now?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ปลดล็อกไก่แรกได้ครับในวันนี้
so he's feeling great that to get the first winner chicken dinner tonight
Yeah, you guys actually got your first chicken dinner of your entire tournament today. So congratulations so much for that. And your performance today was obviously so much more better than yesterday. So what did you change in your game after the first day and second day to improve your gameplay?
สำหรับวันนี้มองว่าการทำงานเนี่ยมีการปรับเปลี่ยนจากเมื่อวานเยอะขึ้นมากเลยเรามีการปรับเปลี่ยนแผนอะไรบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ปรับเปลี่ยนไม่เยอะครับแบบพยายามโฟกัสเกมต่อเกมครับแบบว่ามีสมาธิในเกมมากขึ้นครับ
so he said he just focus on the game and stick to the plan yeah
Stick to the plan. Sometimes when something doesn't work out, just keep doing it the same way over and over again. I love that. So now I was just talking about just now how about you being a brand new player in Bacon Time, and many fans were asking about you today because you were playing so good. So how do you feel about being a new member to Bacon Time, and were you nervous about playing in PMSL SEA?
มีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างสำหรับการเข้ามาเป็นสมาชิกใหม่ของเบคอนไทม์แล้วก็แฟนก็คือต่างคาดหวังแล้วก็ให้กำลังใจเราอย่างถาโถมเลย
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่เข้ามาเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในเบคอนไทม์ครับแล้วก็มาซีซั่นนี้เป็นซีซั่นแรกด้วยครับที่ได้มาซีก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นนิดหน่อยครับแต่ว่าก็เล่นเข้ากับทีมได้ดีครับ
so if you happy to be part of Bacon team and he feel a bit nervous for the first time playing this but anyway he can get along with the team and make it well
Oh, that makes me very happy because I was just talking with him earlier about how he feels about being the team. He says he's very, very happy and very excited. And now, so overall today, Thailand actually did very well. You guys managed to get 2-3 chicken dinners today. So why do you think Thailand plays so well today?
สำหรับภาพรวมในวันนี้ก็บอกว่าทีมไทยของเราเนี่ยเล่นได้ดีมากๆเลยคิดว่าทีมไทยของเรามีการแบบทำแผนหรือว่ามีกลยุทธ์ยังไงบ้าง
ที่วันนี้ก็อาจจะเป็นเพราะแบบไม่กดดันครับทีมไทยเขาไม่กดดันอาจจะแบบไปดูแผนทีมอื่นมานู่นนี่นั่นก็แบบรู้แผนก็อาจจะเล่นแบบตามสไตล์เขาครับ
so he said Thailand we did a very well plan and we stick to the plan manage very well and we can look at another team as well so we can manage the plan
yeah
and make it better
I love that. I love the fact that you guys are managing to adapt on the fly, and I think it's really good to have for every single team. Now, I think just now we were talking about height. I think if you guys have seen me, I have hosted and casted so many of your games, and I never got to meet any of the players outside of Malaysia in person. So I was surprised to see how tall he was, and I asked him, how tall is Tony K? So like between you and Tony K, how tall is Tony K with you?
คิดว่าเรากับ Tony K ใครสูงกว่ากัน
Tony K ครับ
Of course Tony K
So is he like this high? Oh my god, he's like double my height. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, we're moving on to the next one. If you guys didn't know, I also met Ventores just now, and he's shorter than me, so I'm quite proud about that too. Regardless, so do you guys have anything you guys want to say to the Bacon Time fans over there in Thailand?
สุดท้ายมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆของเบคอนทีมบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกผมเบคอนไทม์ด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ทีมไทยทั้ง3ทีมครับแบบเป็นกำลังใจให้ทีมไทยพวกผมด้วยนะครับ
Okay, please keep supporting Bacon team and anyway another 3 team as well from Thailand.
Thank you so much for being here and good luck for the weekend. But regardless, I'm really hoping that we have more interviews here next week because I want to see how tall all of the Thailand players are. Regardless, we're going to send it back to the casters and we'll move on to the next week to see what is going to be happening tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
I mean, Tash. maybe Tash. You know what, Tash? Tash.
Tash. I mean, yeah, Tash. You know what? That's the thing for Thai guys. You know, just putting it out there.
She loves tall people. I mean, but she's not happy with Ventores. That's something that we should note about.
Sorry, Ventores. You know, yeah, can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, Tash called you out. It's not us, okay? It's not our fault. But Tash, at least you have a lot of troopers at same height as she does. When we had our first interview early on.
Yeah.
But you know what, Bacon time. You know, the interview questions, like we try to take as much from the players, right? They're always gonna give you political sovereign answer. We did what we do every single day. We're just gonna put it out, doing the same thing, and every single time it works. And nobody wants to give out this strategy.
Yeah, of course. But if I were representative from time, I'll be like, okay, what is your secret formula to getting chicken dinner today? I would say that because Zephyr posted our jersey today. Like post on his social media today. Yeah, I post. It's like he was posting, oh, I got bacon Thai jersey. That's why they got the chicken dinner. There'll be a fun marketing answer, right? Might as well.
But we do know for a fact that Safer has been really close with Bacon Time for the founder as well. They are best friend forever, and that's gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be G9, right?
Yeah.
Or is it D2A or G9? Between the
all of them.
Between the twins, all of them.
Yeah, but anyway, we're gonna meet our best friend. Side of the highlights. So that is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow will be the weekend show. The time will be the same. The channels will be the same. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with Choo Choo, we'll be signing off. Hopefully we get a jersey for Bacon Time. Just saying bye.